Chapter 133. Many students from Donghai Academy were participating in the Tingfeng banquet. After seeing Yun Tianhao, Yi Futian also saw Zhuoqing and Zhoumu arrive at the platform to defeat their opponents. Zhuoqing and Zhoumu were in the same plane and can both be considered geniuses. Zhoumu was the disciple of the art saint and Zhuoqing was known as best of everyone below the Dharma plane. However, during the battle at the school of the Emperor's Star, while Yi Futian and Yusheng shined above the rest, many of the school's best lost their confidence. There was even less to be said after the battle at the Nandu clan palace on the last day of divine calendar year 10,000. After that day, no one in Donghai City dared to claim to have unparalleled gifts. Time passed little by little. The Tingfeng banquet continued battle after battle. So many things happened at once, it was impossible for the audience to take in everything. The four emperors chatted about nothing in particular, but each word from their mouths carried hidden meanings. It was their own secret battle. Yi Futian was looking at the battle platforms, but he was not watching. His heart was elsewhere. Emperor Yi had already sent people to look from Yi Xiong, but since he had defied the emperor's order for Yi Futian, it was not safe for him to easily reveal himself. How was Yi Futian going to let Yi Xiong know that he was now following under the emperor of the Kengi kingdom? A burst of cheers would come from the audience every once in a while. As the Tingfeng banquet proceeded, many cultivators began to stand out from the rest. But Yi Futian did not seem to be interested. Slowly, the first day was coming to an end, but the audience did not seem to have gotten enough. They were still just as enthusiastic as before. At dawn, the sky was turning red. The MCs of the banquet exchanged a look, nodded, and waited for the current round of battles to end before announcing that the first day of the Tingfeng banquet was officially over and battles would continue the following day. Many audience members had not gotten enough, but they knew that this was only the beginning to the multi-day event only held once every 10 years. It was only going to get more interesting. The thought of this had them anticipating the events to come. Many people looked towards where the emperors were seated, for emperors had gathered here today. To everyone, it was hard enough to catch a glimpse of one emperor on a normal day. It was only possible during special events, like the Tingfeng banquet. Now that they were able to see four emperors at once, many people were going to be bragging about it for a long time. Where the emperors sat, Emperor Yin spoke up. Is the Tingfeng banquet the only reason you have invited us to the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo? Emperor Chu and Emperor Ye's eyes fell on Emperor Luo. They saw him smile before saying, Brother Yin, are you getting impatient already? What's so bad about watching the battles between younger generation cultivators in our free time? Besides, it's rare for all of us to be gathered like this. Later, we can talk about cultivation and check up on each other to see what we can improve on. It'll be better than cultivating on our own, right? Well, he isn't wrong, chuckled Emperor Chu. Then let's go, said Emperor Luo. What about them? Emperor Yi asked, looking at the people behind him. Crown Prince Luo Junlin will show them around. Just let the youngsters wander freely. They won't be comfortable with us around, Emperor Luo said. Emperor Yi did not say anything else. The four of them walked away alone, not bringing anyone with them. After all, they were the strongest, most powerful cultivators across 4 countries. There was no need for them to bring bodyguards. After the 4 emperors left, Crown Prince Luo Junlin smiled at the others. He said, Everyone has come a long way. I have set up a dinner at the Qixing Lake to welcome you all. We'll be able to walk around the city, and I can show you the beautiful sights of the Nandu nation's imperial city. This way, please. He led the young people from the 3 countries forward. Yi Futian followed along as well. Yusheng stared coldly at Luo Junlin's back. It was after his visit to Donghai Academy that the imperial order was given. On the other hand, nothing seemed to have affected Yi Futian. It was almost as if he didn't know Luo Junlin. Yi Futian walked quietly. Behind the 2, many powerful cultivators followed. There were some from each country. Among the people walking up in the front were not only the top talents of the different countries, but princes and princesses as well. More powerful cultivators, such as Jingyu from the Kengi kingdom, followed behind the group. They stayed far away as to not disturb the group. The Qixing Lake was not far from the imperial palace. It was located at the center of the imperial city. Night had come, and the waters of the lake looked extra beautiful in the moonlight. The moonlight reflecting off the surface of the lake made it look like there were many lights floating on the water, providing an indescribable mood. Presently, there were quite a few people visiting the lake. In the Qixing Lake were 7 ayates. These islands weren't big, and there wasn't much to see. The 7 ayates lined up like the Big Dipper, and it was on this strip of small islands that the famous Qixing restaurant was located. On the island at the very center, a feast had already been set up. Many beautiful servants were waiting there. This dinner was obviously prepared far in advance. The venue was set up along 4 sides. The people of the 4 countries sat in their own sections. The Nandu nation's crown prince, Luo Junlin, walked over to the main section and said, "Please sit, everyone." Yi Futian's group walked over to one of the sides and took their seats. Everyone else in the venue did the same. In the center of the room was an empty space. It seemed to be a stage. A young woman with a veiled face played the guqin. The beautiful, moving sound of the music started and provided an incredible atmosphere under the moonlight. Then, a line of dancers entered, dancing around the young lady playing her instrument. In Qixing Lake, people traveling past the restaurant by boat looked in on this scene. Knowing who these people were, many boats came this way, but no one dared to get too close. They all just watched from afar. It was the first night of the Tingfeng banquet. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had set up a feast to welcome the cultivators of the 3 neighboring countries. The onlookers were secretly anticipating for something to happen. Everyone has traveled from far away. Please forgive me if something is not to your liking. I do apologize for not being a good host, said Luo Junlin. Beautiful people, beautiful view, and this moving music. There is nothing not to our liking, said the extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunshu nation. And he wasn't saying so, brown-nosed the crown prince. This setting was truly perfect. Whether it be music or beauties, there are better among our guests from the Kangi kingdom, chuckled Luo Junlin. Many people turned their attention over to look at the 3 beauties from the Kangi kingdom, Lin Yueyao, Hua Jixin, and Yi Lingxi. They were all beautiful, especially Lin Yueyao. Her looks were too outstanding. Many people had taken notice of her very early on. There were also females amongst the cultivators from the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom, but their appearance could not hold a candle to the 3 Kangi beauties. In the past, the one piece you played for me at Donghai Academy is still fresh in my mind. The world, Luo Junlin smiled, and then turned to look in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian put down the wine glass in his hand and lifted his head to look at the crown prince. Luo Junlin was still as he used to be, a face of arrogance. Even today, he still gave Yi Futian looks of superiority. He still thought Yi Futian was inferior and a joke. I take back what I said in the past. The piece is not suitable for you. Yi Futian smiled. It doesn't matter to me. The world known as the Nandu nation is too small for me, said Luo Junlin. It seemed that this was not where his heart was. His target was a world larger than just the Nandu nation. But let's talk about you. I offered you a great opportunity. If you had taken it and aided me, the things that followed would have never happened. Perhaps that's just your fate, Yi Futian replied calmly. They both spoke sharp words. Luo Junlin thought that Yi Futian should regret the things that happened, but Yi Futian said perhaps that was Luo Junlin's fate, insinuating he should be the one who regrets what happened. The people from the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom all looked extremely interested in the exchange between the 2 young men. Who would have thought things would get so interesting right from the beginning? Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. He then smiled and asked, "How about you play another piece today?" Yi Futian glanced at him once and picked up his wine glass for a drink. Ignored. Just then, several figures approached. Luo Junlin looked over and saw Minister Hua, who greeted, "Your Highness." "Minister Hua, is something wrong?" asked Luo Junlin. "No. We saw your Highness here, so I came to greet you on their behalf," said Minister Hua as he pointed in the direction of the neighboring ayat. Luo Junlin looked over to see Yin Xiao leading a group from Donghai Academy, as well as members of the Nandu clan. They all stood there and bowed to him. Yin Xiao and Minister Hua were senior and junior brothers, so there was nothing to say about that. But the Nandu clan was just trying to get on Minister Hua's good side. "All right, I understand. Minister Hua should go attend to your own business. No need to worry about what happens here," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua excused himself and took a look at Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian returned the gesture, and his eyes followed Minister Hua all the way to the next diet. There was something Yi Futian wanted to ask those people. "So, you're the one emperor Yi picked for first place at the Finghua banquet?" asked a young man from the Yin kingdom. Yi Futian looked at him and smiled casually. "I'm very curious as to how a 7-starred glory plane cultivator got first place at the Finghua banquet," said a powerful cultivator from the Yin kingdom. "Guess I was lucky and looked pleasing to the emperor's eyes," said Yi Futian. "Do you guys believe him?" the young man from the Yin kingdom asked the Yunchu group. The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation smiled. "Can't we just battle him to find out?" "Yin Zhan, didn't you want to test out the abilities of first place on the Finghua rank?" asked the Yin cultivator. Yin Zhan stood up. Luo Junlin waved his hands, and the dancers stepped down. "I am also a 7-starred glory plane cultivator," said Yin Zhan. He stood there, his large body exuding an invisible force, staring at Yi Futian. "I have stuff to do, so count me out," Yi Futian said. He put down his wine glass and stood up. He stepped out, away from his table, but he did not walk towards Yin Zhan. Instead, he headed out of the dinner venue. "What do you mean by this?" a person from the Yin kingdom asked. "Not interested." Yi Futian did not turn back to answer. "Is this how bad Emperor Ye's judgment is?" Yin Zhan asked. Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi were enraged. How dare he question their father's judgment? Yi Futian did not stop. He continued on his way out. It was as if nothing here had anything to do with him. Many people narrowed their eyes at his silhouette. Was he hiding from battle? Or did he feel he was too good to battle? He was first place on the Finghua ranks, so there should be no need for him to hide from battle. But to say he felt that he was too good to battle, wouldn't that make him really conceited? "Yu Sheng," from far away, Yi Futian called out. "Do what you see fit." "Okay," Yu Sheng replied. Chapter 134. Yu Sheng walked out from the Kangyi Kingdom group. Everyone instantly looked away from Yi Futian. Yin Zhan from the Yin Kingdom was very burly and filled with explosive strength, but when Yu Sheng walked out, Yin Zhan seemed to shrink instantly. His presence was overshadowed. Many people were shocked. Were these two blokes going to fight? "Emperor Yi is a nice person with a nice eye to match," Yu Sheng said, looking at Yin Zhan. Yin Zhan looked at this guy and smirked. There was a crack. He'd made a sound when clenching his fist, so it was obvious how strong he was. There was a low roar. A terrifying demon ox appeared on Yin Zhan. It was enormous, and his life spirit appeared behind him. It was a huge black ox. Yin Zhan was confident, but he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. "Where's your life spirit?" he asked. "For you." Yu Sheng scanned Yin Zhan. He hadn't released his life spirit for anyone yet, let alone Yin Zhan, who was on the same plane. Feeling the disdain in the word, "you," Yin Zhan stepped forward. The entire riot seemed to tremble. Everyone felt something like a herd of demon oxen stampeding. Pound, pound, pound. The earth shook. Everyone's wine glasses trembled violently. The powerful aura shocked everyone. This level of strength made one think that even if there was a mountain before him, he could still smash through it. Yu Sheng stood there without moving. Then a gust of wild aura erupted from his body. He saw Yin Zhan advance and punch. It felt like a herd of demon oxen crashing into his body. Yu Sheng stepped forward. There was a loud boom, and then he punched forward too. There was nothing frivolous. Their strengths collided directly because they could feel that they were the same type of person. Boom. With the crash, there was no more suspense. Yu Sheng's fist smashed into Yin Zhan and crushed in his chest. The next instant, everyone saw Yin Zhan's burly body fly back, crashing into the crowd of people from the Yin Kingdom. Yu Sheng took a step. He crossed the space and grabbed Yin Zhan back. Hooking onto his chest, he raised Yin Zhan up with one hand. Everyone who saw this was shocked. His power was on another level. Don't overestimate yourself. You're all nothing. Yu Sheng scanned the Yin Kingdom's group and then hurled Yin Zhan into them. Yin Zhan flew and crashed into the banquet table. Some powerful cultivators tried to catch him, and they all toppled over together. They were a bit dumbfounded. They were familiar with Yin Zhan's power, but he'd been defeated so badly now. It was humiliating. They could sense the 7-star glory plane aura from Yu Sheng. This was a battle of the same plane. Too weak, Yusheng said, a bit disappointed. Then he returned to his spot. The strong cultivators of the Yin kingdom had dark expressions. It was the first time someone mocked Yin Zhan for being weak, but they couldn't say anything back. The people of the Kangyi kingdom didn't find anything strange. They'd witnessed Yusheng's strength at the Fenghua banquet. Even people of the Dharma rank had to avoid him, let alone someone in the same plane. He could shake the Dharma but couldn't fly. And this was all done without releasing his life spirit. They didn't believe that someone as crazy as Yusheng wouldn't have a life spirit. He was just hiding his true abilities. As for Futian, he didn't look back once he left. No matter if it was the Yin kingdom or the Yunchu nation, no one on the same plane could beat Yusheng. It was impossible. On another ayat, Futian walked toward the table in the front. The people there were chatting happily. The atmosphere was much merrier than the strong cultivators of the four nations. After all, this group was different. Everyone was here to appeal to Minister Hua. However, once Futian approached, the atmosphere froze and silence came. Their gazes fell on Futian. They all knew who he was. They were Minister Hua, some people from Donghai Academy School of the Emperor's Star, and the Nandu clan. Not only did they know Futian, but they were enemies. If possible, they would definitely want to wipe Futian out of existence. However, he'd come with the Emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom. If he could be killed, Emperor Luo would have done so long ago. It wasn't up to them. Furthermore, the strong cultivators of the Kangyi Kingdom were watching them. We haven't seen each other in 1 month. Seniors, you all look great, Futian suddenly said, seeing everyone looking at him. The people all froze. He really had a high tolerance. No, because you're not dead, Minister Hua said straightforwardly without holding back. When Futian escaped, he'd been terrified to report to the emperor. He was given a hard time, despite being the minister of the nation. Oh, I'm sorry, Futian said, smiling. Then he looked toward the Nanda clan and Yin Xiao's group. Where is Jieyu? A Nandu clan member suddenly asked. Didn't Minister Hua tell you all? Futian asked curiously. Other people might not know, but Minister Hua should know. He was always by the emperor's side and interacted with the crown prince often. He was an insider. The Nanda clan looked to Minister Hua, who looked back coldly. What? You still care about that genius descendant of yours? Minister Hua, of course not. We wish she could be arrested immediately, the Nandu clan member quickly said. Arrested? Hua Jieyu is in the Kangyi Kingdom's palace now, given the title of princess by Emperor Yi, Minister Hua said. The Nanda clan's expressions changed fascinatingly. Hua Jieyu had become a princess of the Kangyi Kingdom. 1 month ago, the emperor had sent the decree to the Nanda clan, and they wished Hua Jieyu would enter the palace as the crown princess. However, Hua Jieyu was in love with Futian and escaped with him. To the Nandu clan, Hua Jieyu was obsessed with an immature relationship. But 1 short month later, Hua Jieyu had become the princess of Kangyi instead of the crown princess of Nandu. The Nandu clan's position in the Nandu nation had become even more awkward. They were still jittery and timid to this day. How they felt went without saying. You're not here to chat, right? Minister Hua asked coldly. Futian obviously wasn't here to chat. He studied Minister Hua and asked, Where is my grandmaster buried? Minister Hua looked at Futian in shock. He didn't expect Futian to come to ask him about a dead man. I guess my senior didn't waste his life in exchange for yours, Minister Hua said indifferently. He glanced at Yin Xiao. This task had been given to him. There's no need for you to know, Yin Xiao answered coldly. Futian looked at him and then said, Grandmaster like the school of the Emperor's Star. He said that that's his home even after death. He should be buried there. Blasphemy, Yin Xiao said coldly. The school of the Emperor's Star wasn't a cemetery. It's okay even if you didn't do it. I'll settle the score for Grandmaster later and let him return to the school of the Emperor's Star. If I can't find him, I'll just have to let the school of the Emperor's Star accompany him, Futian said. With that, he turned and left. Yin Xiao stared at his back, extreme murderous intent in his eyes. He just wanted to kill Futian then and there. Futian knew this because the feeling was mutual. However, they couldn't kill each other now. Wait, a voice suddenly said. Futian stopped and turned to see someone looking at him. It was Yun Tianhao. I want to see your true abilities, Yun Tianhao said coolly. Yin Xiao didn't say anything. Ever since Yun Tianhao entered the Donghai Academy, he knew that the youth would become the most talented one of the academy. He was a talent blessed by the gods. He would definitely snatch the spotlight during this Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian looked toward Yin Xiao and the school of the Emperor's Star. They seemed to anticipate their battle. Yi Futian, Tianhao's talent is at your level, Yin Xiao said, somewhat proudly. His eyes smiling slightly, Yi Futian looked at Yin Xiao and said, "Oh? Ask him how much of my true abilities he saw when he lost to me back then." Back then, he'd only revealed his talent as an inscriber. He didn't even reveal his mandate sorcerer talent. Yin Xiao gazed blankly at Yun Tianhao. He didn't know about this because the youth hadn't told him. That was before. The present is different. Yun Tianhao's eyes were cold. "I don't have time to play. If you want to fight, then are you ready to die?" Yi Futian asked coldly. Yun Tianhao's eyes sharpened. The strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star glared at Yi Futian as well. He was way too arrogant. "Seems like you're not as confident as you thought." Yi Futian smirked and turned to leave. Countless eyes watched his receding figure, their eyes frigid. Yun Tianhao clenched his fists tightly. He'd lost to Yi Futian once at the Qingzhou Academy. Then, he thought that he could surpass the other. When he came to Donghai City, he realized that Yi Futian's name was known throughout the city. He had twin life spirits and was full elemental. Though Yun Tianhao was proud, he wasn't completely confident. "Don't mind him. He won't live for long," Minister Hua said, raising his wine. Yin Xiao and the others looked at him and nodded lightly. However, they knew that if an emperor wanted to protect Yi Futian, it would be difficult to kill him. Even if he was outside like today, there were many powerful figures protecting him. A sneak attack was difficult. Chapter 135. Yi Futian returned to the venue. The people from the Yunchu nation and the Yin kingdom were all looking at him. They had wanted to test out the abilities of the Fenghua rank's first place. However, Yi Futian did not want to. It was Yushang who stepped out and threw a punch. This made it clear to them. Yi Futian was not hiding from battle. He thought he was too good for a battle. Yushang and Yi Futian were on the same plane, but in first place was Yi Futian, not Yushang. If Yin Zhan was defeated by Yushang, what level was Yi Futian on? It was safe to say that it would be difficult for anyone in the seven-starred glory plane to win against him. At today's event, the Emperor of the Yin Kingdom said boring events like the Fenghua banquet could not help pick out truly brilliant people. But that doesn't seem to be true. What just happened is a perfect example. Do the others from the Yin Kingdom want to give it a try? The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation opened his mouth again. "Well, of course. Not only that, we also want to know how strong Chu Kuangren of the Yunchu nation is," said a young man from the Yin Kingdom, looking at the person who had just spoken. The young man was Yin Qi, and the extravagantly dressed young man he was speaking to was Chu Kuangren. Even back in the Yunchu nation, I have heard of Yin Qi's knives. In the second-level Dharma plane, Yin Qi's knives were able to execute a person in the fourth-level Dharma plane. He even became the godson of Emperor Yin, and was given the family name Yin, said Chu Kuangren with a smile. The two young men were attacking each other with their words. Chu Kuangren and Yin Qi were both the leaders of the young cultivators from their respective countries. One was an actual prince, and one was bestowed the title of prince. Just as Emperor Yin had said, the Yin kingdom was in need of talent, so anyone with extraordinary gifts had a chance at high-status positions. It was even possible to become a prince. Chu Kuangren and Yin Qi met eyes. Both of their gazes were sharp like knives. An invisible force spread throughout the venue. Just then, Chu Kuangren laughed, and the force disappeared immediately. The Tingfeng banquet has only just begun. Brother Yin, there is no need to rush. The time will come, said Chu Kuangren. It is such a shame that the cultivation of the Fenghua rank's first place is so low. That's no fun at all. If he were in the Dharma plane, then things would be so much more interesting. Even though they had all heard that Yi Futian defeated Dharma plane cultivators during the Fenghua banquet, they would not accept this as proof of Yi Futian's powers. Realization of Dharma that could be defeated by a mere seven-starred glory plane cultivator was definitely looked down upon. Chu Kuangren and Yin Qi's gifts were able to overpower every one of the younger generation cultivators in their respective countries, so there was no need to question just how strong and powerful their gifts were. But it's a relief that Yi Wuchen is also on the Finghua rank, said Chu Kuangren. A moment later, he looked at the figure seated quietly across from him and said, Yi Wuchen, you were the most powerful participant of the Finghua banquet and is second place on the Finghua rank. If Yi Futian did not defeat people levels above him, you would have been in first place. You know quite a lot, said Yi Wuchen. He put down his wine glass and finally looked up at Chu Kuangren, breaking his silence. It's not hard to find out about these things. After all, the Kangyi Kingdom's Finghua banquet isn't exactly a small event, answered Chu Kuangren. News circulated in the imperial palace, and as a prince, it was not difficult for him to find out about every battle that went on during the banquet. Even though Chu Kuangren was not present at the event, two people made an impression on him purely based on the reports he received. One was Yi Futian, who battled across plains, and the other was the invincible Yi Wuchen. Between these two people, Yi Futian's level of cultivation was much too low to pique his interest. Chu Kuangren was very obviously more interested in Yi Wuchen. But I don't know anything about you, Yi Wuchen said nonchalantly. An awkward smile was frozen on Chu Kuangren's face. Yi Futian chuckled. Yi Wuchen was indeed an interesting person. Chu Kuangren, it seems you're not as popular as you had thought, laughed Yanqi. You're just the same. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth once again. Yanqi gave him a strange look. Yanqi knew that Chu Kuangren was extremely insolent, but he would never have imagined that he would meet someone even more arrogant today. Yi Wuchen was not being arrogant. In his opinion, cultivation was not an easy task. Swordsmanship required a lot of time for exploration and refinement. Where would he find the time to inquire about cultivators of the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom? To Yi Wuchen, if he wanted to find out about someone's abilities, one duel was all it took. Why complicate something that could be taken care of so easily? That's okay. You'll get to know us eventually. Chu Kuangren smiled at Yi Wuchen. Then, to the people seated beside him, he said, Didn't you guys want to see what kind of realization of Dharma the Dharma plane cultivators defeated by a glory plane cultivator possessed? This is your time. As soon as he finished speaking, a person from the Yunshu nation walked out, looking toward the group from the Kangyi kingdom. He said, Would you guys mind enlightening me with your skills through a battle? Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang's expression darkened. They knew when they lost to Yi Futian that the news would spread all over the Kangyi kingdom and become history that could never be erased. But they never thought the news would travel so far that even neighboring countries would know about their defeat. Now, they were even being taunted about it. Bai Qiu walked out. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he was still the #1 student of the Qin clan. His abilities were definitely not weak, or else he would not have made it on the Finghua rank at all. After his defeat by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu defeated many other opponents and was picked by the emperor to enter the rank. The two cultivators walked to the side. The area in the center of the venue was obviously not spacious enough. Very quickly, a guqin sounded. As a musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu's musical sorcery was very powerful. The Qin clan was the guqin orthodoxy of the Kangyi kingdom. They were definitely deserving of this reputation. However, in the end, Bai Qiu was defeated. Everyone present from the Yunshu nation was also the best of the younger generation cultivators. The Yin kingdom was humiliated a while ago when they were immediately defeated in battle with Yushang. There was no way the Yunshu nation would make the same mistake. So, the person who fought Bai Qiu was actually extremely powerful. Amongst the younger generation cultivators from their country, he was one of the most gifted. But Bai Qiu had no prior knowledge of this. All he knew was that he was insulted and then was defeated once again. The high-spirited prodigy of the Qin clan had lost his elan. Afterwards, the people of the Yin kingdom joined in on the fun and challenged Yu Zhang. Just the same, Yu Zhang was also defeated. The Yin kingdom's victory made up for the humiliation they received after the previous battle. The defeat of Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang answered the Yunshu nation's question. What kind of realization of Dharma could be defeated by a glory plane cultivator? By the looks of it, it's not as difficult as we thought to rank first on the Finghua rank. Chu Kuangren laughed and looked at Yi Futian. Prince Yi Danshan, Princess Yi Lingxi, and others looked to Yi Futian. They couldn't just sit and swallow the insults. The Kangyi kingdom had already lost twice. Even Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang had turned their eyes to Yi Futian. If he made a move, Then maybe they could prove themselves to the Yunchu nation in the Yin kingdom. Yi Futian acted as if he did not hear anything Chu Kuangren had said. Yu Sheng, he called. No one said a thing. Was he going to make Yu Sheng fight again? Here, answered Yu Sheng. Yi Futian looked towards him and stood. Smiling, he said, I'm full. Let's go. Yu Sheng blinked and replied, okay. Just like that, the two of them disregarded everyone at the venue and walked out. The people of the Yunchu nation in the Yin kingdom watched them, dumbfounded. How can they be so arrogant and disrespectful? Chu Kuangren was very arrogant, as was Yin Qi. Yi Wuchen did not lose to them in this department either, but there was no one like Yi Futian. He did not say anything insulting, nor was he presumptuous or sarcastic. He simply ignored your existence. Wineglass in hand, Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian's back. It was impossible to hide the intent to kill in his eyes. Twin spirits and gifts in all elements. Yi Futian was freakishly talented, but these talents still needed time to mature. Luo Junlin was not going to give him the chance to do so. I'm also full, said Yi Wuchen and rose from his seat. If so, then we will take our leave now, Yi Danshan said to Luo Junlin. The group from the Kangyi kingdom stood one by one and exited the venue. Everyone from the Yunchu nation and the Yin kingdom watched coldly as they departed. Powerful cultivators from our 3 countries have gathered for the Tingfeng banquet. By the end of this event, we will know who's the strongest, Chu Kuangren said with a cold demeanor. Following that, he continued to drink. He had no intentions of leaving. Luo Junlin heard what he had said and smiled meaningfully. He had other thoughts in mind. As Yi Futian and the others walked further away from the venue, Lin Yueyao chased after him and arrived by his side. Do you really not care? She asked as she stared at Yi Futian. She was getting more and more curious about this guy. Yi Futian looked over at Lin Yueyao. She was indeed the Kangyi kingdom's #1 beauty. Even though she could not compare to Hua Jieyu, Lin Yueyao was still captivatingly beautiful up close. Why don't you take a guess? Yi Futian chuckled. I'm very curious as to what goes on in that head of yours. Lin Yueyao gave him a beautiful smile. She continued, why don't you just tell me? Seeing her enchanting smile, Yi Futian smiled. Your beauty has no effect me. After all, your looks cannot compare to my fox. Lin Yueyao slowed down and looked dumbfounded as Yi Futian walked past her. She glared at him. Passing by, Bai Qiu and others saw the anger in her eyes. They felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Was this the same cold and indifferent girl? Between her and Yi Futian, who was more indifferent? The group headed back to the palace and split up. Upon arriving at the palace, Yi Futian saw a familiar silhouette waiting outside. When she saw Yi Futian, she headed for him with sparkling eyes. You're back, she said loudly. Yi Futian walked toward the smiling girl. The people behind Yi Futian gave strange looks when they saw the beautiful girl. They remembered when they had arrived at the palace yesterday, a beautiful had come by. What's more, she was the princess of the Nandu nation. Tonight was their second night, and yet another beautiful girl had come for Yi Futian. Had he really escaped to the Kangyi kingdom from the Nandu nation as a fugitive? Lin Yueyao looked at the two figures and was speechless. Isn't his luck with women too ridiculously good? Yi Danshan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Futian with worship in his eyes. Impressive, he muttered. Everyone returned to within the palace. Only Yu Sheng remained, waiting for Yi Futian on the side. Lin Siya, didn't you come with the people from Donghai Academy? What are you doing here? Yi Futian asked. In the day, he saw her amongst the Donghai Academy crowd. His guess was that Lin Siya was cultivating at Donghai Academy. Chapter 136. Lin Siya's pretty eyes focused on Yi Futian. From the close distance, she could see that he'd matured a lot since their first meeting on the ship in the East Sea. He'd become even more handsome and was no longer the youth from before. Yes, I'm cultivating at Donghai Academy. You aren't mad, are you? Lin Siya asked with a smile. Why would I be mad? Yi Futian shook his head. He wasn't that close-minded. He would remember the people from the school of the Emperor's Star, but the conflict had nothing to do with Donghai Academy, let alone a regular disciple from that academy. You still didn't tell me why you're here. Is there something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Can I come to see a friend? Lin Siya smiled gently. Seeing her like that, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Of course. There's nothing much, Lin Xie said. I just saw you at the Tingfeng banquet and wanted to come see you. I was worried for you after what happened at Donghai City. I can't believe you found your place in the Kangyi kingdom so quickly and are even appreciated by the emperor. I worried for nothing. She was natural and poised. Thanks, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Did you hear about Yi Xiang, headmaster of the School of the Finance Star in Donghai City? Lin Xie smiled. Don't worry, Senior Yi should be fine. I asked my father about him. He was hurt after helping you delay the strong cultivators that day but retreated safely. He wasn't Minister Hua's main target, and there wasn't any news afterward, so I'm sure he's fine. Yi Futian was reassured. He knew the old fox wouldn't run into trouble so easily. All right, I said hi to you and now I'm leaving. Lin Xie gave a small smile. Yi Futian nodded. Go back safely. Okay. Lin Xie nodded lightly and turned to leave. Yi Futian watched her receding backside and then walked toward the pavilion. Yu Sheng walked beside him and muttered, How many girls are you gonna ruin? It's not my fault I'm attractive. Yi Futian laughed and glanced at his friend with a smug expression as if saying, Do you see the difference between us? Yu Sheng rolled his eyes and strode off. He didn't want to give Yi Futian the chance to be cocky. Yi Futian blinked and stared at Yu Sheng's back. This wasn't right. Shouldn't he be the one to walk away proudly? You've turned bad, Yi Futian muttered. When he returned to the courtyard, he practiced the guqin to raise his spiritual power rather than rest. Ever since he began cultivating, his experiences and changes in his mind made him desire more and more to advance in planes. Back in Qingzhou City, his godfather's expectations for him to become emperor had seemed like a fantasy. Now, he was truly working toward it. Time passed bit by bit. Late at night, Yi Futian was still playing. Many emotions seemed to be hidden in the song. Returning to the Nandu nation, his home country, this time, his identity had changed. He had come with Emperor Yi to attend the banquet. Everything was like a dream. As the music streamed into the silent air, there was a violent surge of spiritual qi in the air. They rushed into Yi Futian's body, but he didn't seem to feel anything. He continued playing, and the melody gradually rose from the low tone. There was a feeling of throwing the past behind. The spiritual qi grew more furious, dancing with the song. This persisted for a long while. When the last note sounded, there was sudden silence, and the spiritual qi was sucked into his body. His eyes flew open, sparkling. Then Yi Futian smiled. He'd had a breakthrough and entered the 8-star glory plane. After the breakthrough, he still didn't rest and continued to cultivate his martial arts. The strengthening of his spiritual energy could raise his tenacity and was also helpful in cultivating martial arts. Wind came from his punches. Yi Futian activated the imperial tactics and the blood inside him seemed to rumble. He seemed to have the emperor's intent. After the spiritual energy breakthrough, his martial arts cultivation was smoother too. His body was constantly changing. When the first sliver of light appeared at the horizon, shining onto Yi Futian, he raised his head and roared. He punched forward and there was an explosion. The air seemed to tremble. An incomparable power burst from his body. Shadows of dragons and rocks were released from his fist. A terrifying apparition of the ape seemed to appear on him. He was covered entirely with the will of the martial arts. His strength was to the extreme. Martial arts breakthrough. Yi Futian smiled. He had broken through in both sorcery and martial arts in one night. Yi Futian gathered his aura and stopped cultivating. Afterward, he went to wash up and the sky lightened gradually. Today would be the second day of the Tingfeng banquet. Countless people gathered toward the south gate of the palace in the imperial city. Yi Futian traveled with Emperor Ye's group today. On the way there, Emperor Yi called Yi Futian over. Yesterday in the palace, Emperor Luo asked me for you again, Emperor Yi said. Hearing this, Yi Futian was very calm. If Emperor Yi wanted to hand him over, he would have done so long ago. Even if Emperor Yi didn't think highly of him, the two nations were rivals. If Emperor Luo asked him for Yi Futian, he definitely wouldn't agree. How would the world see him then? He knew it was impossible, but he still mentioned it. In addition, I could feel his confidence in his voice. It's as if something will happen at the Tingfeng banquet, Emperor Yi continued. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. Even without him, it was a bit odd that Emperor Luo would invite the emperors of the three nations to watch. Are there possibilities that Emperor Luo forged alliances with Yunshu Nation and the Yin Kingdom? Yi Futian asked softly. Impossible. Emperor Yi shook his head. The four nations have a profound relationship. There's no reason for them to ally with him. Though they had constant conflicts, the countries still had their bottom lines. The emperors wouldn't take action against each other for no reason unless something truly big caused a war. A war between the emperors was not a trivial matter. Once it went full out, no one could withstand it. Guessing is probably useless. Let's wait and see just how emboldened Emperor Luo is. Emperor Yi smiled and shook his head. The group gradually arrived at the location of the Tingfeng banquet. At the moment, it had already been drowned by the endless crowd. However, when they saw Emperor Ye's group, the people in the sky all opened up a path. Many studied Emperor Yi from the close distance. They didn't know how strong the ruler of the Kangyi kingdom was. If the four emperors fought, it would definitely be spectacular, but they knew this was quite impossible. Those girls are so pretty. Someone saw Lin Yueyao and the others behind the emperor. They looked like fairies, and many people gasped involuntarily. That's Yi Futian. He's from the East Prefecture of our country, but he betrayed us and went to the Kangyi kingdom. I heard he's extremely talented, someone whispered, pointing at Yi Futian. Yesterday, the three emperors had come to watch, and many people asked about the people they brought. They'd also heard some news. The people from the Yunshu Nation and Yin Kingdom had already arrived. When Emperor Ye's group came, Chu Kuangren, Yin Qi, and many others gazed at Yi Futian. Yesterday, the number one talent of Kangyi's Fenghua rank had stayed away from battle, but was still memorable. Emperor Luo had come too. The four emperors were all present, and the Tingfeng banquet began again. Yesterday, Junlin invited everyone. Did the prides of all the nations interact with each other? Emperor Luo asked with a smile. The other emperors looked a bit curious. They didn't specifically ask about what happened yesterday. We battled with some from the Fenghua rank, Chu Kuangren said. Just as we predicted, those in the Dharma rank who can be defeated by the glory plane really aren't much. After all, the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet is once every 3 years. It's already impressive like this. Anyone could tell the arrogance in his calm voice. Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang's faces darkened again. They cursed him mentally for bringing this up. The Yin Kingdom seemed to have lost too, Bai Qiu said coldly. All I can say is that the top 3 of the Fenghua rank have some skills, Yin Qi said coolly. Yin Zhan had lost to Yu Shang, who was number 3 of the Fenghua rank. Yi Wuchen is the strongest of the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua rank, but we don't have to rush the duel with him. Let's watch and see what kind of talent can be born from this year's Tingfeng banquet, Chu Kuangren said. What about the first place of the Fenghua rank? Emperor Luo asked with a smile. He seemed to not know Yi Futian. Of course, he really didn't know Yi Futian. Their first meeting was at this Tingfeng banquet. The first place of the Fenghua rank? Chu Kuangren chuckled dryly. I don't know if he's really arrogant or is just using it as an excuse to avoid fighting and hide something. Chu Kuangren hinted that Yi Futian was pretending to be arrogant in order to avoid fighting. If he didn't fight, no one would know what his abilities really were like. He had proved himself at the Fenghua banquet, but only the Kangyi Kingdom had witnessed that. There were top talents from every nation here. Who would think that they weren't as good as the others? Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian, including Lin Yueyao and Bai Qiu. Chu Kuangren seemed to have been provoking him since last night. Would he still be unmoving? Yi Futian continued to sit there, gazing at the battles on the 9 battle platforms. He ignored Chu Kuangren's provocation. Everyone was speechless. This guy, don't you have anything to say? Chu Kuangren asked, looking at Yi Futian. Seeing how insistent he was, Yi Futian finally spared him a glance. Just one glance. Then he continued watching the battles, unbothered. Everyone blanched. Were the battles really that interesting? Many followed his gaze and saw that Zhou Mu from Donghai Academy was fighting on the 7-star glory plane platform. His name is Zhou Mu. He used to be really arrogant, Yi Futian suddenly said as he watched him. Hearing this, everyone looked back. Yi Futian smiled and continued. He became much better behaved after getting wiped out by his staff. Chapter 137. After Yi Futian had spoken, Everyone around could only stare at him wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Even his fellow cultivators on the Finghua rank were speechless. Yi Futian was just too arrogant. But at the same time, hearing him insult others was a great feeling. Even Bai Qiu was feeling better about Yi Futian. Good thing Yi Futian didn't use my defeat as an example. Would Zhoumu spit blood in anger if he heard what Yi Futian said? Emperor Yi blinked a couple of times. The young man he picked for first place on the Finghua rank was one with personality. Everyone from the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom were frozen in shock. They watched as Yi Futian continued to focus on the battle platform. Although it was not specified that Yi Futian was speaking to Chu Kuangren, the latter could not stand what Yi Futian was saying. The emperors could not help but turn their attention to Yi Futian, especially the emperor of the Yunshu nation. Chu Kuangren was his son, so he knew well of his abilities. Where did this glory plain nobody get the courage to speak in such a manner? However, he was an emperor. So naturally, he was not going to involve himself in a conflict between those of the younger generation. But still, listening to what Yi Futian was saying, he was asking for a beating. Chu Kuangren was dazed for a moment. Then, he sneered and said, "All geniuses are arrogant. There is no need for surprise. But to hear a mere glory plane cultivator like yourself speaking out so wildly is a first. It's a bit absurd. If you were in the Dharma plane, I wouldn't have minded personally teaching you how to conduct yourself properly." Yi Futian turned to Chu Kuangren with a slight smile on his face. "All right, if I get the chance, I'll definitely ask for your advice. Let's wait until you enter the Dharma plane." Chu Kuangren turned his head away from Yi Futian, no longer looking at him. Chu Kuangren was not his real name, but this name was much more well-known than his original name. After a while, people had forgotten his real name. This went to show just how wild Chu Kuangren was. But now, Chu Kuangren had met his match. "We'll just wait to test him out after the results of the Tingfeng banquet are announced," said Yan Qi. After listening to Yi Futian's words, even he wanted to beat him up. How could Yi Futian compare Chu Kuangren to an opponent he once defeated, and go as far as to say he'd be much better behaved later? The young man on the battle platform, Zhoumu, was indeed talented, but how could he be compared to Chu Kuangren? Chu Kuangren was the most powerful cultivator of the younger generation in all of Yunshu nation. Yi Futian shook his head lightly. He was not very interested in what they were talking about. The only thing he would gain from defeating the prodigies of the Yunshu nation in the Yin kingdom was praise. It would also make him more enemies. There was no need for Yi Futian to prove himself to the others. Even last night, when Chu Kuangren tried to provoke him, Yi Futian just left, not wanting to deal with him. How fitting of a person who once defied my order, thought Emperor Luo. He then called out, "Yi Futian." Yi Futian's eyes brightened, and he turned his body around, his eyes falling on Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo had eyes filled with arrogance and pressing air of royalty surrounding him. One would not have been able to guess that he had usurped the throne to become emperor. In these 300+ years, he had already gotten used to this identity. He was the emperor of the Nandu nation, the one and only. It was because of this that he was so domineering and had no respect for others. This was also why he was able to make those 2 unreasonable orders. Had you followed my order and come to the imperial city, perhaps I would have given you another chance. Why did you have to try so hard to escape? Now, your ending will remain the same. Do you ever regret your decision? Emperor Luo suddenly asked bluntly. There was no beating around the bush. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo. Just as Emperor Yi had said, he was very confident that he would get Yi Futian. Where did Emperor Luo get this confidence from? What's done is done. Why would I regret it? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You're right, chuckled Emperor Luo. People usually don't have regrets until they reach a dead end. Nandu Nation is my world. My order is the order of the heavens. If you defy my order, then you are going against the mandate of heaven. Even if what ministers will foretold is true, that you really are fated to become emperor, it wouldn't change a thing. The other emperors looked strangely at Emperor Luo, then at Yi Futian. This young man who was first place on the Finghua rank had the fate of an emperor? Hearing these words, Yi Futian remained calm. He was simply curious as to why Emperor Luo would say these things here and now. His every word dripped with arrogance. Only Yi Futian knew. If ministers would truly had told his fortune, he was not just fated to become emperor. Yi Futian looked to ministers who was seated right below Emperor Luo. He sat there quietly, as if he truly no longer cared for such things. "If it makes your majesty happy, you are welcome to say anything you want," smiled Yi Futian. He did not try to go against Emperor Luo. Right now, Yi Futian still lacked the ability to challenge him. "Even if you possess the fate of an emperor, you should consider yourself lucky to be able to become my son's study attendant," said Emperor Luo. "Unfortunately, you did not know to cherish such an opportunity." Yi Futian did not reply. Everyone in the Nandu nation knew that out of all of Emperor Luo's children, he doted on Crown Prince Luo Junlin the most. He was made Crown Prince from a very young age and was going to inherit the throne in the future. His gifts were like no other, and he was thought of as peerless throughout the whole Nandu nation. He was truly extraordinary. Since he possessed such spectacular gifts as his father, Emperor Luo had the utmost confidence in Luo Junlin. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was born a couple of years too early. Otherwise, this rascal would have been able to exchange a few moves and learn a thing or two from him, the emperor of the Yunchu nation said while looking ahead at Chu Kuangren. He also had the same confidence in his own son. "Is that so?" laughed Emperor Luo. His words carried a hint of disdain. Emperor Chu did not argue further. The Tingfeng banquet continued. Young cultivators continued to emerge to the audience. Among them were those with extraordinary talents. At noon, it seemed as if no one had left. The atmosphere in the Tingfeng banquet was still roaring despite the hot, beaming sun. Just then, the emperors turned in the direction of the Nandu nation's imperial palace, their expression strange. There was actually someone who dared to fly in the air above the imperial palace, especially during the Tingfeng banquet. They truly had no respect for the emperor of the Nandu nation. Emperor Yi and the two other emperors looked toward Emperor Luo. They saw a glimmer in his eyes as he stared toward the imperial palace. It was as if he were anticipating something. Rays of light, strong like the sun's rays, shined in their direction. The light moved closer until it was directly above them. A roar erupted through the air, and the audience of the Tingfeng banquet looked up to the sky in shock. Who dares to be so disrespectful in the audience of the four emperors? The Tingfeng banquet will stop for the time being. Everyone, step down from the battle platform. Emperor Luo stood and announced. His voice reached the 9 platforms, sending chills down the backs of all participants. Even those in the midst of a heated duel did not dare to go against the emperor's order and halted immediately. Everyone scampered off the platforms. In midair, 3 figures stood loftily. They were basked in the sun's rays and reflected in even brighter light. The 3 of them floated above the 4 emperors, as if that was how it was meant to be. The haughty expressions on their faces said that they thought nothing of the emperors or the Tingfeng banquet. Noble playing. Emperor Luo, Emperor Chu, and Emperor Yan's eyes sparkled. 3 noble plain cultivators had arrived in the Nandu nation. No wonder they had no regard for anything and even flew over the imperial palace. This was a truly frightening situation. The aura of the 3 guests combined was stronger than that of the 3 emperors. While they were shocked, they were also confused. In the 100 lands of the Eastern Barren Territory, which country could have sent out this terrifying lineup? The large crowd present at the banquet were even more curious. To them, the noble plain meant the emperors. A once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, these 3 people seemed to have powers above the emperors. Who were these people who dared to disregard the emperors? "Where is Luo Junlin?" the leader of the group asked. Emperor Luo's eyes widened. Has the time finally come? It was quicker than he anticipated. Luo Junlin stood, fists clenched. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. With steady steps, he headed toward the trio. Looking up at them, he said, "My most humble greetings, seniors." "Let us take a look," said the leader. Luo Junlin nodded and released a frightening force of energy in front of everyone's eyes. A golden light washed over the skies. Luo Junlin was enveloped in an air of royalty, projecting the aura of a young noble. He was insufferably arrogant. Noble will. Emperor Yi and the 2 other visiting emperors were shocked. They stood from their seats, looking up at the sky. They seemed to have a few things figured out. In this moment, Emperor Yi finally understood why Emperor Luo was so confident. He actually sent Luo Junlin into that place. And Luo Junlin succeeded. This meant that he possessed a scary gift. During your trial in the ancient barren world, you acquired the noble fate. We come from the Eastern Barren Territory's Royal Xian Temple. Are you willing to join us? Asked the leader. Luo Junlin bowed and respected and replied, I am. All right. Are you going to leave with us now, or will you come alone a little later? The leader asked. I still have some business to take care of, and will head over at a later time, answered Luo Junlin. Very good then, nodded the leader. He handed a badge to Luo Junlin and said, This is the Royal Xian emblem. Infuse your spiritual energy into the emblem, and we will know whether you are alive or dead. From now on, you are a student of the Royal Xian Temple. Come within 3 months. Yes, senior, bowed Luo Junlin. Goodbye, nodded the leader. Then, the 3 of them flew away, turning in rays of light. From beginning to end, they did not look at the 4 emperors even once. It was as if in their eyes, the emperors, who were above all, were not worthy of even a single glance. Take care, senior, said Luo Junlin, still bowing. Emperor Yi and the other 2 emperors stared at Luo Junlin. Their inner thoughts were all stirred up. The Royal Xian Temple was an extremely powerful force from far away in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 138. Around the battle platform, countless eyes watched Luo Junlin in the air. They didn't know how powerful the Royal Xian Temple was, but it was clear from Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin's attitude. The Royal Xian Temple was a force far above the Nandu nation. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was favored by the Royal Xian Temple and was accepted as a disciple. He was definitely an unparalleled talent of the Nandu nation now. Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations, Crown Prince. Minister Hua stood up now and bowed to the Emperor and Luo Junlin. Many other Nandu nobles also stood up to bow. Gradually, the attendees of the Tingfeng banquet all followed. The sight was as majestic as tidal waves crashing. Amongst the crowd, the people from the Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star and Nandu clan were stunned, especially the latter. They knew more about the Eastern Barren Territory and knew what this meant. Their ancestor had died in the barren ancient world. Many of the younger generation looked to the crown prince with envy and respect. However, Lin Xie looked at Futian instead. The crown prince seemed to have joined the powerful clan from the outside world. Its power was above a kingdom's. Would the brilliant and handsome youth be able to counter him? The emperors of the 3 nations and the other talents watched this scene quietly. The emperors finally realized the true reason why Emperor Luo invited them. Emperor Luo waved at them all. He smiled and said, Receiving this news during the Tingfeng banquet is truly a celebratory matter. I will greatly reward the most talented of this year's banquet. Let's continue now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone smiled. The Tingfeng banquet continued. The crown prince will cultivate in the Royal Xian Temple and has the noble will. He must become a noble in a few years, Minister Hua said, smiling. Emperor Luo was happy to hear this, but the other emperors knew that Minister Hua was just kissing up to him. Luo Junlin was already at the peak of the Dharma plane, but there was still the Arcana plane after that. Entering the noble plane in a few years was a fool's dream. However, he had received the noble will in the barren ancient world and would cultivate in the Royal Xian Temple. Becoming a noble figure was just a matter of time. Congratulations, Brother Luo. The emperors of Yunchu and Yin commended. They were jealous, but they still had to say something. Once Luo Junlin became a noble, there would be 2 figures of the noble plane in the Nandu nation. In addition, Luo Junlin could reach a higher plane in the Royal Xian Temple. They couldn't become rivals with the Nandu nation's royal family. Thank you. Emperor Luo chuckled and looked over at Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi, what do you think? He asked with a smile. You're quite lucky. Emperor Yi smiled casually. He was thinking that if Futian was also at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, he would sacrifice his own chance to send Futian into the barren ancient world. He might be able to win an opportunity for the youth. However, Futian's cultivation was too weak. It would be hard to establish himself in the barren ancient world, no matter how talented he was. Lucky. Emperor Luo sneered and said, I suggest Emperor Yi reconsider his actions. Perhaps I can overlook the rejection from before. As he spoke, he glanced at Futian. He obviously wanted to force Emperor Yi to hand him over. If you believe in Luo Junlin so much, why must you always ask me for the boy? Emperor Yi asked, looking at Luo Junlin. Or are you unconfident in him, thinking that he's not comparable to Yi Futian? Nonsense. Emperor Luo scoffed. If you insist, then just wait and see. Luo Junlin glanced at Emperor Yi. Then his gaze fell upon Yi Futian, disdain filling his eyes. Yi Futian didn't care about Luo Junlin's gaze. He wasn't familiar with the royal Xin temple. Whether Luo Junlin joined them or not, he wasn't a threat to Yi Futian yet, so why did it matter? It would just be harder to kill him in the future. Right now, Yi Futian was thinking of something else. It had been so familiar when Luo Junlin released his noble will earlier. That day at the brink between life and death in the Donghai city, the emperor's will had appeared in him, giving him the imperial tactics. When he used to imperial tactics afterward, the emperor will would appear. Was this similar to the noble will that Luo Junlin had? Unbelievable, Zhuo Qianfan said from beside Yi Futian. The Nandu nation will most likely have 2 nobles. There's still a while, Hua Zhixin said softly. Better to be safe than sorry. If that day really comes, Kangyi will be in trouble. Zhuo Qianfan glanced at Yi Futian and asked, Don't you all have any thoughts? No one replied, but many looked at Yi Futian. All they received was Yu Sheng's indifferent reply. It's just in the future. At that time, wouldn't we have improved as well? You think someone like you can be a genius? Presumptuous, Zhuo Qianfan replied coldly. Don't you know what the noble will signifies? It's just a plane in cultivation. Is it very powerful? Yu Sheng stared at him. The people of the Fenghua rank all looked at him and saw that there was no fear in his eyes. They seemed to become reacquainted with Yu Sheng through this. Was the noble plane just another plane for this guy? To many, a noble represented the emperor, an unmatchable talent. Zhuo Qianfan studied Yu Sheng and then laughed. He was foolishly arrogant. Emperor Yi was attracted by their argument. He gazed at Yu Sheng's unrelenting eyes and chuckled. Yu Sheng is right. The noble plane is just another plane in cultivation. You are all on the Fenghua rank. Don't you have the intention of entering the noble plane? Seeing that Emperor Yi was speaking up for Yu Sheng, Zhuo Qianfan had no way of replying. Though Emperor Yi wasn't wrong, Zhuo Qianfan knew that it wasn't that easy to enter the noble plane. Not only did it require high talent, one also needed the noble fate and noble will. This was impossible for the majority of people. Your Majesty, where did those people come from? What is the barren ancient world? Hua Zhixin asked now. Her father hadn't told her about this before. Since you've seen them today, I shall tell you, Emperor Yi said after hearing Hua Zhixin's question. Everyone from the Kangyi kingdom looked at him full of curiosity. Both the Kangyi kingdom and Nandu nation are part of the Eastern Barren territory, but that is not all. The territory is boundless. Even as an emperor, I still don't know just how vast the territory is. Apparently, there are hundreds of nations in the region we live in. It is known as the 100 lands of the Eastern Barren territory, stretching an immense amount of land. However, this is not the center of the territory. Emperor Yi continued slowly. The center of the Eastern Barren territory contains countless extremely powerful forces. Those of the noble plane can become kings and emperors in the 100 lands. However, in the central region, there may be countless nobles in the stronger forces. There are even more top forces. The royal Xin temple that came earlier is a very famous one in the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone was stunned. The outside world was far larger than they'd imagined. The 100 lands was just a small part of the Eastern Barren territory. They finally understood the hidden meaning behind Luo Junlin's words yesterday. Is the barren ancient world a secret place for trials? Lin Yueyao asked. No. Emperor Yi shook his head. It's the so-called trial for the people of the 100 lands. In actuality, the barren ancient world is the true Arapavakara. It is the place of fate and the birthplace of nobles. Since the beginning of history, the people of the 100 lands must enter the barren ancient world to take the noble fate in order to enter the noble plane. This allows the noble will to be born in one's body for the breakthrough. The fate that goes against destiny has created countless rare objects, even rare demons. Many of the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory established clans in the barren ancient world. After countless years, It has become just like the outside world. There are clans and kingdoms with the cityscape. Why have we never heard of this type of place? Lin Yueyao asked softly. The people of the 100 Lands can't enter the barren ancient world freely. Only nobles have the chance. Furthermore, the barren ancient world has an upper and lower realm. The upper realm is known as the noble path for people of the 100 Lands. The lower realm can only be entered by people under the Arcana plane. To us, entering the barren ancient world is very difficult, but Emperor Luo gave his chance to Luo Junlin. He brought his son into the lower realm and Luo Junlin returned with the fate. Everyone listened earnestly. They had a general idea about the barren ancient world and was a bit shocked. Yi Futian listened quietly too. He suddenly remembered something. In the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, the imperial advisor had said that he went out for the trial with the Nandu Emperor. The current Emperor Luo had attacked the Emperor of the Nandu nation and stole his fate. Had they gone to the barren ancient world? He had a feeling it was very possible. Emperor Luo had changed his fate in the barren ancient world. Thus, he tried to send his son there to do the same. Now, Luo Junlin had succeeded. He entered the barren ancient world and received the noble fate. He was valued highly by the strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple and was accepted as a disciple. Other than that, there is another path in the barren ancient world, Emperor Yi said. It leads to all directions in the eastern barren territory. The big clans guard these critical entrances. Cultivate well, and when you all reach the peak of the Dharma plane, I may consider sending you to the barren ancient world. All the top talents and various forces are there. Though I've never been there, I'm sure it's an incredible little world. Emperor Yi chuckled. The Tingfeng banquet continued. The Nandu nation citizens were excited. As more and more geniuses appeared, cheers sounded frequently. However, the prides of the Kangyi kingdom seemed distracted. They'd always thought that they were the prides living in the center of the kingdom. Now, they suddenly discovered that there was an even more incredible world out there. They were shaken and really wanted to witness the small world filled with the talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 139. At the end of the Tingfeng banquet's second day, Emperor Luo did not extend an invitation to Emperor Yi as he did the day before. Right now, whether it was Emperor Luo or Luo Junlin, they were immersed in this triumphant moment. Immediately after the banquet ended for the day, Minister Hua and others rushed over to congratulate the crown prince. The nobles of the Nandu nation chimed in agreement with the flattering remarks thrown at Luo Junlin. They all understood. After Crown Prince Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple, there was a chance that he would not inherit the throne to the Nandu nation. He was going to be in an even more fearsome position. If Luo Junlin managed to become a big shot in the Royal Xian Temple, then forget about the Nandu nation. He would be able to do whatever he pleased in the 100 Lands. He could even build a stronger country of his own. In the 100 Lands, some of the most powerful nations were started in this way, all because of the appearances of more than one noble plain cultivator. Naturally, the people of the Kangyi Kingdom did not join the crowd. They had already figured out that this was the true reason behind Emperor Luo's invitation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This put Yi Danshan in such a bad mood that he wanted to return to the Kangyi Kingdom. However, Emperor Yi was against it. Since they were already here, they must wait until the Tingfeng banquet ended, or else people might think that he, an emperor, was jealous of Luo Junlin. After returning to the palace, Yi Futian noticed that Yu Shang kept his head lowered. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I'm in a bad mood," Yu Shang lifted his head to reply. "Because Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Palace?" chuckled Yi Futian. "It's not just that. That father and son duo purposely invited the people of 3 neighboring nations to this event, but it was all so they could gloat. Do they really think that Luo Junlin is all that?" Yu Shang seemed really pissed off. "He's able to enter the Royal Xian Temple, so he must be gifted." Yi Futian smiled. "Who cares about the Royal Xian Temple? They better not interfere when we kill Luo Junlin in the future. If they do, then we'll just have to get rid of them too," Yu Shang said in a fit of rage. Sweat dripped down Yi Futian's face. This rascal is only in the glory plane, and he's talking about annihilating the top power of the Eastern Barren Territory? Yi Futian thought. When Yu Shang was angry, he was indeed illogical. Stop thinking about it. Do you want to go cultivate? Let's not attend tomorrow's Tingfeng banquet, Futian said to Yusheng. Not go? Asked Yusheng. Yeah. Don't you think it's really boring? Futian smiled at Yusheng. We can just go on the last day, he continued. Yusheng's eyes brightened at Futian's words. He seemed to have understood something. He smiled. His mood had been greatly improved. Futian stared at him for a while, and then turned to go cultivate. The night passed, and the next morning, Lingxi came to get them. Futian told her they did not plan to attend today's event. When word got back to Emperor Yi, he ordered some people to stay at the palace to protect Futian, and then led the others to the banquet. News that the Nandu nation's crown prince was admitted into the royal Xian temple as a disciple and was going to become the Nandu nation's second noble plain cultivator spread during the night. Thus, there was an obvious increase in the amount of people at today's banquet. There was such an impressive crowd of people. Obviously, Emperor Luo was in a merry mood. The Tingfeng banquet continued, and he noticed that Futian was not present. The people of the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom had also taken notice. Not only did the first-place winner of the Fenghua rank avoid battle before, he's even going into hiding now? Chu Kuangren let out a mocking statement when he noticed Futian was absent. You're wrong. Out of nowhere, Wuchen said. He probably just thought it was boring. The banquet is boring and so are the people. If I had known, I wouldn't have come today either. Definitely a good reason. You and Futian are very alike, said Chu Kuangren. Perhaps he was deeply affected by what happened yesterday, laughed someone from the Yin kingdom. Although this was the Tingfeng banquet, but the one who stole the show yesterday was definitely Luo Junlin. Many people were stirred, and when they returned home, many of them went to seek information on the Eastern Barren Territory and the ancient Barren world. Your Majesty, I'm not coming tomorrow either, Wuchen said to Emperor Yi. All right, nodded Emperor Yi. What are you trying to run away from? Chu Kuangren smiled at Wuchen. Don't worry. I'll be present on the last day of the Tingfeng banquet, replied Wuchen. Chu Kuangren looked at him, still smiling, and said, Good. I'm looking forward to it. Just as Wuchen said, he did not show up for the fourth day of the Tingfeng banquet. Neither did Futian and Yusheng. Not just on the fourth day, but as the Tingfeng banquet continued, geniuses kept appearing. The atmosphere was lifted to another level. However, Futian and Yusheng were still nowhere to be seen among the group seated by Emperor Yi. Even the people from Donghai Academy and the Nanda clan noticed. They thought that Futian was probably triggered by the fact that the crown prince attracted the attention of such a powerful group. Although Futian possessed terrifying gifts that did not lose to that of Luo Junlin's, cultivation was not only based on gifts. It was also about fate. It seemed that Futian simply was not destined to be compared with the crown prince. After Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple, he was most definitely not going to allow Futian a chance to mature. These past days, Futian and Yusheng stayed in the palace and cultivated. Yusheng, who was still in a sour mood, was especially focused. Every time Futian went looking for him, he was focused on cultivating, and so, Futian decided not to disturb him. Within the palace, Futian practiced his punches in the courtyard where he stayed. The will of the emperor flowed within him, causing his every punch to contain a mysterious aura. As he cultivated, this feeling became more and more obvious. He was able to control it more fluently in his attacks. Ah! A deep roar broke Futian's concentration. It was Yusheng's voice. Futian felt his heart tense, and he ran towards the noise. Very quickly, he arrived at the location where Yusheng was cultivating. Seeing Yusheng's current state, Futian's heart clenched tightly. Every time he saw Yusheng cultivating in this way, his heart hurt with a needle-stabbing pain. Presently, Yusheng was surrounded by a frightening force. A fearsome dim golden light enveloped his being. It was like a giant explosion, burying his whole body in the light. The image of what seemed like a devil overlapped on Yusheng's body. The golden apparition morphed into a terrifying vortex and began to absorb all the spiritual qi in the surrounding area, causing aggressive barbs appeared all over Yusheng. After that, Futian witnessed as something began to raise from Yusheng's back. The bump continued growing outward. It was because of this that Yusheng could not contain his screams of pain. He had his eyes shut tight and was also biting down hard on his lip to try to keep in his screams. Yusheng bit down so hard His lips were now bleeding. It was truly a shocking sight. Futian had his fists clenched tightly, so tightly his knuckles cracked in the process. Why did Godfather make Yushang cultivate in this cruel method? The apparition of the devil kept fading in and out. The bump on his back was also still growing. Ah! There was another pitiful scream. He seemed to be in the most extreme pain. Boom! A loud noise and a large gust of wind. Something seemed to have been broken. The protrusion on Yushang's back finally broke, and out came a pair of fearsome wings. The light golden wings glistened. Every feather seemed to have contained inverted thorns. The wings were very large, matching well with Yushang's large body. If Futian's golden rock wings were said to be the wings of God, then Yushang's wings should be the wings of the devil. They were a terrifying sight. Did the realization of Dharma grow from the method you were cultivating? Futian was shocked. With the birth of these wings, flying would no longer be Yushang's weakness. Spiritual qi from all around surged into Yushang's body. In this moment, Futian noticed that it was not only metal spiritual qi, but wind spiritual qi as well. With the birth of the wings, Yushang had also acquired wind elemental gifts. Just then, Yushang opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out from his pupils, giving off a violent aura. However, it immediately disappeared when he saw Futian. The wild force that coursed through his body also started to calm down. Yushang smiled brightly, like a child, at Futian. There was not a single hint of the violent aura from before. Does it hurt? Futian asked softly. It's no big deal. I can still handle it. I'm also in the 8-starred glory plane now, Yushang said, scratching his head. You idiot. No more cultivating for you today. Get some rest. Futian stared at Yushang, not allowing him to reject his words. All right, nodded Yushang. He had leveled up and was in a better mood now. Futian did not say much more and turned to leave. Yushang said it didn't hurt, but Futian's heart still hurt. He knew as long as Yushang continued to cultivate, he was going to have to keep enduring this pain. Behind extreme power was not just extraordinary gifts. There was also pain intolerable to ordinary people. The days passed one by one, and soon, it was close to the end of the Tingfeng banquet. The final competition between the strongest contenders began. The imperial city of the Nandu nation was boiling with excitement. The best of the best had finally appeared on the platform in front of the audience. They were ready to show their talents and fight to the end. Futian and Yushang still had no clue about what was happening at the banquet. Sometime in the evening, Emperor Luo led the group from the Kangyi kingdom back to the palace. Yilingxi arrived at the courtyard where Futian stayed. Futian, shouted a smiling Yilingxi. Princess. Futian looked in her direction. Don't call me princess. Lingxi is fine, she chuckled. I came to let you know that tomorrow is the last day of the Tingfeng banquet. It's finally ending, laughed Futian. It had been a while since the Tingfeng banquet began. Father said we might head straight back to the Kangyi kingdom tomorrow. Since there's nothing to do tonight, do you want to go for a stroll? The night view of the Nandu nation's imperial city is quite nice. We won't get a chance to enjoy it after tonight, said Yilingxi. Okay, nodded Futian. He had been cultivating in the palace for the past few days. He was bored to death. It would be perfect to take a stroll in the imperial city. The same went for Yushang. Tomorrow was going to be the final battle of the Tingfeng banquet. The Nandu nation's imperial city must be very lively right now. Chapter 140. Yilingxi, Futian, and Yushang walked out of the courtyard. Yi Danshan was waiting outside for them. We also invited Wuchen, Yi Danshan said. That guy has been cultivating in the palace these days. Give him a second. All right. Futian nodded. At this time, two beautiful figures walked by. They were Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin. Seeing them out there, Lin Yueyao smiled and asked, What are you doing here? We want to have a walk in the imperial palace before leaving, Yilingxi replied with a smile. Would you like to go? Lin Yueyao glanced at Futian and Yushang. It had been a long time since she last saw them. She nodded and said, Sure. The two beauties walked to them. Lin Yueyao smiled at Futian. Finally coming out? Yes. Futian smiled too. The Tingfeng banquet will end tomorrow. The people from Yunshu Nation and Yin Kingdom have said many ugly things these days. Are you going tomorrow? Lin Yueyao asked out of curiosity. Is that so? Yi Futian shrugged and smiled. I didn't expect that I have so many fans. I guess I should go meet them tomorrow. Overconfident, aren't you? Lin Yueyao rolled her eyes. This guy is really shameless. After a while, Yi Wuchen came and they left the palace. Jing Yu followed behind, protecting them secretly. As what Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi had thought before, the imperial city of Nandu Nation was very busy this day. The whole city was brightly lit. People thronged restaurants, inns, and streets, talking about talents at the banquet. The most beautiful place of the imperial city was definitely the Qixing Lake. There were many boats nearby. They rented one and floated on the lake. Sitting at the prow, Yi Futian's group felt the breeze blowing their faces comfortably. Yi Futian was reminded of his sweet days with Hua Jieyu. They had held hands at the bank of the Qingzhou River, and it still felt sweet when he thought of the moment. What a pity that she didn't come. What are you smiling about? Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yueyao in astonishment and replied, Why are you so concerned about me? Don't think too much. You don't have a chance. Yi Danshan choked on his wine when he heard Yi Futian's words. No chance? How can he refuse the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom in such a way? Shameless guy. Lin Yueyao glared at Yi Futian with some resentment. She had never been rejected like this. She was so popular in Kangyi Kingdom. Only Yi Futian was this indifferent to her. Tomorrow comes the final round. Who do you think will eventually dominate the 9 platforms? There was a boat nearby, and the people on it were discussing. Shilu, 2nd level Dharma Plane, Sumu, 1st level Dharma Plane, and Yun Tianhao, who had upgraded to the 8-star Glory Plane in the battle, are all extremely strong cultivators, while the rest on the platform are also top talents, someone commented. Yi Futian's group heard the comments too. They had never heard of Shilu and Su Mu, but it was not surprising to know Yun Tianhao became a shining star. Since his life spirit could summon spiritual qi of any attribute to form matrices, Yun Tianhao was undoubtedly very powerful. He had few counterparts in the same plane. It was unexpected but interesting that he leveled up during battle. Yun Tianhao's proceeding in cultivation was no slower than Yi Futian's. It was rare for Haiyan City to have someone like Yun Tianhao, although he still wasn't strong enough to be Yi Futian's match. Indeed, the Tingfeng banquet is held every 10 years, while there are so many talented people. Even among those who have been eliminated, there are bunches of strong cultivators. Those losers just happen to encounter a stronger one. What a pity. I agree with you. But compared with the Crown Prince, those strong cultivators were all eclipsed. The boat moved on and the sound faded. Yi Futian's group were continued enjoying the scenery while drinking. Yi Wuchen looked up to Yi Futian and said, If we attend the Tingfeng banquet tomorrow, there must be many sarcastic comments about us. Moreover, according to Yin Kingdom and Yunshu Nation, they might attend the final too. You want to see those talents' strength? Yi Futian asked Yi Wuchen. Some are just too noisy, Yi Wuchen murmured. Then make them shut up. Yi Futian smirked. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin just thought that the two were really good at pretending to be cool. The boat kept moving forward on the Qixing Lake. People in the boats were all talking about the strong cultivators on the banquet with great interest. There were more boats near the Ayat. People were all attracted by one of the islands where a banquet was being held. Yi Futian's group looked up and found that was exactly where the Crown Prince had treated them. At this time, Luo Junlin was there again to treat the talents of the Tingfeng banquet. Aren't they from the Kangyi Kingdom? Someone noticed Yi Futian's group. Indeed. Apparently, that girl is the top beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom. She really is charming, someone looked at Lin Yueyao and said. 3 beauties were very noticeable, especially beauties like Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Linxi. That man is called Yi Futian, who comes from the Donghai city of Nandu Nation. After violating His Majesty's will, he went to the Kangyi Kingdom and is valued by Emperor Yi. He accompanied the emperor to the Tingfeng banquet. It's said that he has twin spirits with great talent. He's Yi Futian? With such a handsome face, he must be popular with the girls, someone said. But after the people of the royal Xin temple came, and the crown prince shone so radiantly, Yi Futian didn't appear again. Many people on the lake noticed Yi Futian and his friends. They continuously made comments so that even people at the Ayat looked over and saw Yi Futian. People, including Crown Prince Luo Junlin, all looked to Yi Futian's boat in the lake. Yi Futian. Among the people on the island, Yun Tianhao stood up and walked to the edge of the island, looking toward the boat on the water. His sharp eyes fell on Yi Futian. Yi Futian was drinking with head lowered. Seemingly not hearing Yun Tianhao, he didn't respond. Will you come tomorrow? Yun Tianhao didn't mind Yi Futian's indifference. Though they had only met a few times, he knew what kind of person Yi Futian was. Yi Futian still didn't answer his question. Yu Sheng stood up, looked to Yun Tianhao coldly, and then walked closer to Crown Prince Luo Junlin. At this time, Luo Junlin was drinking too. Beside him sat a sexy beauty. Possibly due to the wine, her face was charming and enchanting. She was the daughter of a rich family in the imperial city. Both her looks and talent was very outstanding. The reason why she would drink with the crown prince at the expense of losing her dignity was that she wished that Luo Junlin could take her with him to the royal Xian temple. The sexy woman looked to the boat and saw Yu Sheng. She chuckled and said, "This man is so muscular he's ugly." Many people laughed with her. Cultivators always had good ears, and the woman didn't lower her voice, so people on the boat also heard her words. Yi Futian looked up to the ayat and saw the crown prince as well as the woman beside him. He smiled and said, "Your Highness must be in a pretty good mood with a prostitute accompanying you." The seductive woman's expression changed, instantly feeling embarrassed, but Crown Prince Luo Junlin looked quite calm. These things didn't disturb him anymore. Some people landed on the ayat. One looked to the boat, and a strong temperament spread toward the boat following his eyes. "It's Shi Lu," someone exclaimed. Shi Lu's talent had been proved at the Tingfeng banquet. No one at the second-level Dharma plane could defeat him. Yi Wuchen looked up with eyes sharp as swords. He stood up and walked to the bow. His horrible sword intent turned into a storm to confront Shi Lu's aura. Is a fight starting? People around them grew excited. Who was the winner between the genius of the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet and the peerless talent of the Tingfeng banquet? "Let's go back," Yi Futian said. The boat instantly started going against the current. The two auras were dispersed. Giant waves were lifted between the ayat and the boat projected. Seeing that the Kangyi Kingdom's boat returned, the other side thought they were too scared to fight with the Nandu nation's peerless talent since the crown prince was still on the island. This night was doomed to be a sleepless night. It was the day of the decisive battle. Countless people gathered here in the imperial city for the Tingfeng banquet. Some people even came at midnight to keep a seat so that they could see the banquet clear in the daytime. Those finalists all came in advance, gathering around the platforms and being admired. People of Yunshu Nation and Yin Kingdom arrived too. So far, they had to admit that after rounds and rounds of battles, those left were great talents, many of which weren't any weaker than them. Emperor Luo arrived as well. Seeing such a grand occasion, he smiled. He was quite satisfied with this year's Tingfeng banquet. Moreover, his son, Luo Junlin, was thought highly by the Royal Xian Temple. Of course, he was in a very delighted mood. Even on the last day, some came to congratulate him. This was his second time to feel so happy since he became the emperor. Last time, he saw his own bright future when he ascended to the throne. This time, he saw the future of his son, Luo Junlin, as well as the whole Nandu nation. Emperor Yi walked out of the crowd with Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen. The Kangyi Kingdom's people all appeared today. Looking at the frenetic people, Yi Futian smiled slightly. The most prominent cultivators would be born today at the decennial Tingfeng banquet. If Yi Futian and Yu Sheng weren't here, of course. Chapter 141. As Emperor Ye's group arrived at the observation deck, Emperor Luo and others looked over at them. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen had finally appeared. Chu Kuangren looked over at the three. His gaze and his light smile were slightly cold. Yin Qi looked sharp. He was anticipating what would happen soon. Luo Junlin also turned his attention to the three of them. Things were about to get interesting today. Beside Luo Junlin sat a beautiful girl. It was the girl who drank with Luo Junlin on the island last night. Her name was Shun Rushuang. Her makeup was light, unlike last night. She looked soft and gentle and had the aura of a wealthy family's daughter. Last night, she gave herself to Crown Prince Luo Junlin, and because of that, There was a seat for her next to him today. Many nobles looked over at her. They knew exactly what was going on. They thought, this girl really has a few tricks up her sleeve. Seems like there's no hope for the position of first wife. Maybe a second or third wife. Crown Prince Luo Junlin was only steps away from being a big shot at the Royal Xian Temple. Even if he didn't manage to do that, he could still be emperor of the Nandu nation. A second or third wife wouldn't be so bad. They wouldn't even mind being a concubine. Many people on the battle platform also recognized Shen Rushuang. She had also participated in the Tingfeng banquet. Plus, she was a well-known beauty in the imperial city. She was disqualified during yesterday's banquet, but who would have thought that she would receive the crown prince's sympathy? Shen Rushuang glanced coldly at Yi Futian but did not say anything. However, Yi Futian paid no attention to the gazes that fell upon him. He took his seat and looked out onto the 9 battle platforms ahead. He also observed the crowd quietly. Just then, a few bursts of light shined from a distance in the skies above. Multiple figures appeared in mid-air. The leader of the group had a majestic aura, just like a mighty emperor. "Brother Luo, how come you didn't invite me for a drink to celebrate this big news?" asked the leader. Based on the way he greeted Emperor Luo, it was easy to guess his status. To be on the same level as Emperor Luo, this person must be an emperor as well. The emperor of the Mo kingdom has graced us with his presence. What an honor. Emperor Luo stood to welcome his guests. "Please join us and have a seat." "I have also come to join the fun," laughed another person. In the sky above the crowd, a bright light erupted and a figure bathed in a red light stepped forward. "Congratulations to the Nandu nation's crown prince for entering the Royal Xian Temple. There will be yet another noble plain cultivator in the future," said the newcomer. His voice was clear and his aura powerful. What a surprise! The emperor of the Hongye kingdom is also here. "Please, have a seat," said Emperor Luo. "The Donglin kingdom has come to congratulate the Nandu nation for the Tingfeng banquet." Another group appeared in mid-air. The Tianluo kingdom would like to congratulate Luo Junlin for entering the Royal Xian Temple. More people arrived in the opposite direction the emperor of the Donglin kingdom came from. Seeing the majestic figures in the skies made many people from the Nandu nation nervous. The atmosphere was raging. No one expected the arrivals of yet another 4 emperors. Now, there were 8 emperors present at the Tingfeng banquet. This was a grand occasion unseen in the last 300 years. The last time something similar happened was during Emperor Luo's coronation. Without being told, many people understood that this was not simply because of the Tingfeng banquet. If it had been so, then there was no need for them to show up uninvited and unannounced. It was good enough that the 3 emperors Emperor Luo personally invited came to attend the banquet. Obviously, they had gotten the news that Crown Prince Luo Junlin was accepted by the Royal Xian Temple. They did not show up during any of the other days of the Tingfeng banquet, but all chose to appear on the last day, as if they had planned it together. Emperor Luo smiled happily. The 4 emperors were all from close-by nations. The Yunshu nation's neighboring country was present, as was the neighbor of the Yin kingdom. Now that they were all gathered to congratulate him, even though he was already an emperor, Emperor Luo still felt proud. This was a big boost to his ego. "Everyone, please have a seat," Emperor Luo said as he toned down the smile on his face. Immediately, the 4 newly arrived emperors descended onto the observation deck, landing in different directions. Emperor Yi and the 3 other emperors watched them quietly. They felt slightly conflicted on the inside. Had the emperors of these 4 large nations really come to attend the Tingfeng banquet personally? It seemed like they were keeping close tabs on the banquet, or else they would not have been able to make it here so quickly. From this scene, it was possible to foretell the future rise of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian also observed quietly. He watched the proud Emperor Luo and the lively audience. All of this was brought about by Luo Junlin's admission to the Royal Xian Temple. Today seemed to be an unprecedented day, worthy of celebration. Unfortunately, the people of the Nandu nation were probably going to be highly disappointed. "Let's begin." Emperor Luo smiled. Immediately, a loud whistle came from the crowd and 18 genius cultivators stepped onto the 9 battle platforms, welcoming their final battle. On every platform were the best cultivators of each plane. Shi Lu, Yun Tianhao, Supporters called out to them from the lively audience. With their spectacular gifts, many of the contenders on the platforms had impressed the people and were worshipped by them. Yun Tianhao was an example of this. He broke through the 7-starred glory plane and made his way on to the 8-starred glory plane platform. He remained peerless as always. As soon as his matrix appeared, no one was able to counter the force. The results would remain the same even if his opponent was in the 9-starred glory plane. The most outstanding contender from the glory plane was definitely Yun Tianhao. If it wasn't him, then it had to be 9-starred glory plane cultivator, Jing Xian. His abilities were terrifying. He was most likely able to battle against common realizations of Dharma. The battles of the 9 platforms began. The platforms shook with the force. The sounds resonated beyond the platforms and washed over the area. The most powerful contenders fought with full force for their final battle. Every battle was nerve-wracking to watch. My friends, what do you think of the geniuses of our Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet? Asked Emperor Luo. He smiled brightly from his seat on the observation deck. In due time, they will become the pillars of the nation, said a fellow emperor. They are indeed outstanding. At the very least, they're much better than those on the Fenghua rank, said the emperor of the Yin kingdom. Yi Futian glanced coldly at him. It was evident that the emperors had a bias. None of them wanted to get on Emperor Luo's bad side. However, Emperor Yi did not seem to care. He continued to watch quietly. To be completely honest, he had to admit that the contenders of the platforms were indeed very gifted. Their combat abilities were very strong. Had it not been for Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen, the Fenghua banquet may have truly lost in comparison to the Tingfeng banquet. Emperor Yi had a sudden thought. What would the Tingfeng banquet have been like if Emperor Luo hadn't chased out Yi Futian and Yu Shang? Finally, the battles ended one by one. The victors of each battle did not leave the platform, for they were the stars of the Tingfeng banquet, the center of attention. They waited for the rewards from the emperor. In the crowd, the people from Donghai Academy looked to the figure standing proudly on the 8-starred glory plane platform. All of them had a satisfied smile on their faces. Although Xueqing was disqualified, Yun Tianhao was able to make it to the end. On top of that, he used his great powers to completely destroy his opponent, gaining his victory. He fought hard to be the last one standing on that platform. As a student of Donghai Academy, Yun Tianhao had brought them great honor. Among the crowd from Donghai Academy, Headmaster Tang of Haiyan City's Haiyan Academy was also present. Beside him was Tang Yu. She still had some unresolved conflict with Yi Futian from way back on Mount Tianyao. Seeing that the young Yun Tianhao was able to make it to this stage, they also felt proud and happy for him. They had also spotted Yi Futian. Rumors had it that he was freakishly powerful. He had once fought against Yun Tianhao. It was unforeseen that he would become the best of a nation. However, the Yun Tianhao in the present was not any weaker than Yi Futian. In the end, 9 figures stood on the battle platforms with the utmost glory. The Tingfeng banquet's best of each plane had finally revealed themselves. A smile spread across Emperor Luo's face. He was very satisfied with these 9 people. They all possessed extraordinary gifts. Perhaps with proper guidance, they could become great aides for his son, Luo Junlin. The strongest 9 have been born. The prodigy cultivators from our 4 nations are now gathered here. Would it be all right if we verified each other's abilities? Asked Chu Kuangren. Emperor Luo smiled at the 9 figures on the platforms in front of him and said, "The best of the Yunchu nation, Kangyi Kingdom, and Yin Kingdom would like to test your abilities. Do you guys accept their challenge?" "Please to. Let's go." The 9 figures were ready to fight. Very good. Emperor Luo nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to look at the cultivators of the 3 visiting nations and said, "I leave them to you now." Chu Kuangren nodded and shifted his gaze in the direction of the Kangyi group. "You've avoided it for so many days and will finally show your face. Today marks the end of the Tingfeng banquet. You should have no more excuses." He stared straight at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen as he spoke. On a platform, Yun Tianhao also had his eyes on Yi Futian. Speaking out loud and clear, he asked, "Yi Futian, do you dare battle with me?" His voice vibrated through the air. The best of the 8-starred glory plane cultivators at the Tingfeng banquet had challenged Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked as calm as ever. Whether it be the people from the Yunchu nation or Yun Tianhao, their provocations were unable to shake him. He lifted his head and looked at Chu Kuangren as well as Yun Tianhao. He replied with a smile, "It's okay that you guys pick a fight with us, but are you willing to pay the price?" Yi Futian sounded so calm, far from how resonant Chu Kuangren and Yun Tianhao sounded. However, this calm voice also bore extreme arrogance. Yi Futian did not seem to give a damn about these genius cultivators from the Yunchu nation, nor did he care about those from the Tingfeng banquet. "It's okay that you guys pick a fight with us, but are you willing to pay the price?" "I'm willing to pay whatever price it takes," Chu Kuangren answered with a cold demeanor. "Let's fight." This was all Yun Tianhao said. His intent to battle was an overload. Yi Futian turned back to look at Emperor Yi, who was seated behind him. 8 emperors had gathered today, a day of glory and pride for Emperor Luo. All the other emperors were friends of Emperor Yi, so if he didn't want Yi Futian to fight, then he wouldn't. But when their eyes met, Yi Futian saw Emperor Yi break out into a huge smile and listened as he said casually, "I've got your back." Chapter 142. Okay. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Emperor Ye's words. He stood up and looked towards the battle platform. Countless gazes fell upon him. Was the battle between the prides of the 4 kingdoms starting? Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. His battle intent was rumbling, and the people of Nandu became even more enthusiastic after feeling it around him. "Yu Shang," Yi Futian called softly just then. Yu Shang looked over to see Yi Futian, scanning the mass of people from the Nandu nation. Yi Futian smiled and said, "Everyone's eyes are on this battle. News of the Tingfeng banquet will be spread throughout the Nandu nation." Yu Shang understood what Yi Futian was implying. If his master was still in the country, he would know about today's battle. "Yu Shang, this is your battle," Yi Futian continued. "Let them know who you are." "Okay." Yu Shang nodded and stepped onto the platform. The surrounding people all looked at them with shock. Their conversation seemed to have some deep meaning. Would Yu Shang fight in this battle? He walked down the platform and stared in the direction of Yun Tianhao. "Yu Shang, 8-star glory plane." "Yun Tianhao, 8-star glory plane," Yun Tianhao said coldly, seeing that Yi Futian still wasn't fighting. "Since you want a battle, I'll defeat you first." As soon as he finished, his life spirit appeared. The formation flashed, and he walked forward. There was a matrix with each step. The spiritual qi gathered around him furiously. Yun Tianhao had witnessed Yu Shang's fighting before. He was extremely confident in himself, but he would never go easy on his opponent. As if sensing the powerful battle intent and strength from Yun Tianhao, there were the screams of a storm from the heavens. Yun Tianhao had taken the first place of the battle platform with an excellent performance. He was also peerless amongst those who passed this round. Today, he would defeat the prides of the other 3 nations to prove himself. The pride of the Nandu nation, Yun Tianhao, would declare his name to the world with this battle. Countless people from the Donghai Academy and Haiyan Academy all looked at Yun Tianhao. They knew how powerful Yu Shang was, while this battle would be Yun Tianhao's. Thud. At that moment, there was a heavy thud on the ground. Everyone saw Yu Shang take a heavy step. His body transformed into a bow and began sprinting toward the battle platform. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook with Yu Shang's every step. There seemed to be a strange melody. The shaking earth sounded heavier than usual compared to the sound waves of the storm. Yun Tianhao watched Yu Shang racing to the platform. A matrix formed with each of Yun Tianhao's steps. Various altars appeared around him. Mysterious light rushed out from the 4 directions. Countless fire dragons spiraled up, the flames about to swallow everything. More terrifyingly, there seemed to be frost filling the air above the scalding space. Ice and fire shouldn't mix, but now, they appeared at the same time. The destructive power was horrible. Seeing the shocking matrix, the Nandu crowd came to life, extremely roused up. Was this the ability of Yun Tianhao, the pride of the Tingfeng banquet? Many girls were attracted. He was a true genius. Boom. With a loud sound, Yu Shang came below the battle platform. With a step, he shot up and appeared in the sky above the platform. Then he descended towards where Yun Tianhao was. Countless eyes looked up at Yu Shang's descending body. For a moment, he looked like a god coming to the mortal world. His muscular body was covered in a dazzling dark gold armor. There was a faint yet terrifying shadow on him, like a demon. The descending body had unstoppable power. Yun Tianhao roared and the world was covered by ice. Yushang seemed to be sealed with ice as well. The fire dragon spiraled up, melting into Yushang's frozen body. The combined power of fire and ice was painful enough to make one wish to die. But everyone realized that the godlike figure didn't stop. The ice seal shattered. Bathing in the power of the ice and fire, Yushang allowed the fire dragons to roar and bite without being affected. At that moment, he really looked like a god. How is this possible? Yun Tianhao stared at the descending godlike figure in shock. Without any time to react, Yushang had arrived. Crack. There was a crisp sound. The spiritual qi within the formation danced wildly. Everyone watched with shock as the godlike figure stepped onto Yun Tianhao's shoulder. The bone cracked and Yun Tianhao fell to his knees with a pained cry. The horrible power forced him down. The matrix formation extinguished. Everyone in the endless Nandu crowd had their eyes focused. The storm instantly stopped. The skies and earth fell silent. Time seemed to stop flowing. The entire world seemed to quiet down. Yun Tianhao, the one who had shone so brightly at the Tingfeng banquet, catching everyone's eyes, the genius worshipped by countless, had been squashed under the foot of the descending figure. Without any extra movements, without any pauses, Yun Tianhao had knelt directly. Genius? Peerless? Unmatchable in the Nandu nation? At this moment, Yushang faced the endless crowd from the Nandu nation. Looking at that cold and hard face, the Nandu citizens felt that they would never forget that merciless step. Not only had he stepped on Yun Tianhao, he'd also stepped on the faces of all Nandu citizens. Yun Tianhao was the most dazzling genius they'd chosen within the decade. Yushang took a step forward and knelt down. Grabbing Yun Tianhao's neck, he tossed the other into the Nandu crowd. He didn't look at the other again as if Yun Tianhao, a talented figure, didn't deserve another glance. Turning around, Yushang gazed at the people from the Yunchu nation and Yin kingdom. He asked indifferently, "Next?" Neither the prides of Yunchu nor Yin came out. They all trained their eyes on the figure. Was Yun Tianhao really weak? They'd witnessed his entire path, and his talent was indisputable. However, Yushang had descended like a god and Yun Tianhao couldn't even fight back. How could anyone battle with someone like that? All was silent. Yu Wuchen gazed at Chu Kuangren and said coldly, "Are you mute now?" The prides of the two kingdoms looked uncomfortable, but Yushang didn't bother with them anymore. He didn't even show any expression. Instead, he started towards the 9-star glory plane battle platform nearby. Then he started running again. When he reached the side, he jumped again. With a boom, he soared like a god and appeared in the air above the battle platform. Jing Xian was the strongest of the 9-star glory plane. When he looked up at Yushang, his eyes showed fear. The godlike figure was unstoppable. He gathered all his strength. The surrounding spiritual qi went wild. Then he attacked first, the wild power booming into the sky. With a huge thud, Yushang landed before Jing Xian. The battle platform shook and the aggressive power just roared past without even touching him. As one of the best of the Tingfeng banquet, this shouldn't have happened. However, Jing Xian's fear turned this into an embarrassment. Yushang punched. Jing Xian flew off the platform towards the crowd. This battle couldn't even be described as a battle. Yushang continued walking toward the battle platform of the Dharma plane. Will he challenge Su Mu? Some muttered. Was he crazy? Su Mu was at the first-level Dharma plane. He was one of the most talented of this year's Tingfeng banquet. Other than Shi Lu and Yun Tianhao, he was the most popular. Was Yushang going to challenge Su Mu? There was another thud. Yushang flew up again, shooting toward the platform for the first-level Dharma plane. Su Mu raised his head. Seeing the figure in the air, he sneered. Flashing, he shot into the sky too. He was Su Mu, not Yun Tianhao, and definitely not Jing Xian. Countless heads were raised to look at Yushang. How would he attack this time? The wind roared. A pair of giant wings appeared behind Yushang with a flash. Dark gold light flowed through them. Every feather had a menacing point, as if they were the wings of a demon. This moment, Yushang seemed to have turned into a demon. The wings flapped, and Yushang moved towards Su Mu. Rather than dodging, a terrifying dragon appeared behind Su Mu. When Yusheng charged over, there was an earth-shaking roar. Countless dragons dove at Yusheng. The feathers on Yusheng's wings continuously overlapped, transforming into an extremely sharp dark gold vortex. It opened and closed, slicing up the incoming dragons. The dragon above Su Mu was as enormous as a true dragon. It moved to swallow Yusheng. Yusheng's wings opened, and he looked forward. He streaked toward the dragon like a bolt of lightning. Under everyone's shocked eyes, he rushed into the dragon's mouth. With a boom, the dragon exploded and Yusheng rushed out. Su Mu's expression was uncomfortable. An extremely aggressive aura erupted. He transformed into a dragon and charged at Yusheng. His dharma and body had become one. The dragon came, engulfing Yusheng. He reached out and grabbed the dragon's mouth. With a loud roar, he put endless strength into his arms and ripped the dragon apart with his bare hands. Su Mu screamed in pain, and the realization of dharma shattered. Yusheng's wings changed. The feathers dislocated and unbelievably turned into tentacles that grabbed Su Mu's body, hoisting it into the air. Seeing this scene, the endless crowd focused on the demonic figure, their hearts trembling. Hovering in the air, Yusheng gazed at the mass of people with wild eyes. He roared, "My name is Yusheng. I am Yusheng, the disciple of Yi Xiang, headmaster of Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star of Donghai City, Nandu Nation." The violent sound waves swept through the sky and earth, resounding in the ears of everyone in the Nandu Nation. He was Yusheng, the disciple of Yi Xiang, headmaster of Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star of Donghai City, Nandu Nation. Chapter 143. Yusheng. From this moment on, it was the name no one in the Nandu Nation would ever forget. His name was Yusheng. He was from the Nandu Nation's Donghai City, disciple of Yi Xiang. The people had many questions. Who is Yi Xiang? Why is such an outstanding student from Donghai Academy fighting for the Kangyi Kingdom? As for Yun Tianhao, he seemed to be Donghai's Academy best student. Then what about Yusheng? Presently, the people from Donghai Academy were shocked into silence. There was a bitter taste in their mouths. Yun Tianhao, who the Haiyan Academy had high hopes in, had captured the attention of everyone. But what of it now? The three hotshots had all faded into the background while Yusheng stood out among them. Futian smiled at that figure. Of course, he knew the reason behind Yusheng's outburst. After this battle, Yusheng's name was going to circulate all over the Nandu Nation. He was going to become a legend. And because he came from Donghai City, from Donghai Academy, it was only natural that the news would reach the city. As long as Yi Xiang was still there, he was definitely going to hear his disciples' call from the Tingfeng banquet. "Senior Yi, you really hit the jackpot with this disciple/son-in-law," thought Futian. He smiled brightly as he wondered what kind of expression that sly old fox would have when he heard the news. He would definitely be very proud. Beside Futian, the people of the Kangyi Kingdom were also in shock at the sight of the wings on Yusheng's back. Did Yusheng hide his true abilities during the Fenghua banquet? Or are these devil-like wings the result of his cultivation in the Nandu Nation? Back when Yusheng was in the 7-starred glory plane, his inability to fly was the reason why he could not win against his opponent's realization of Dharma. Now, he was in the 8-starred glory plane, and with these wings, he had brutally defeated Su Mu, who was in the Dharma plane. Not only them, but even the 8 emperors present were in shock. Yusheng's combat skills were too violent. He was able to destroy his opponents with pure and absolute strength. His powers disregarded all else. Who cared if you had shocking sorcery skills, or if you had a million tricks up your sleeves? His strength was able to destroy it all. The intent to kill in Emperor Luo's eyes grew stronger. He had only focused on killing Futian and Hua Jieyu, but now he realized he missed one person. The disciple of the Finance Star School's headmaster Yi Xiang. Was this meant for Yi Xiang? How preposterous. He used this battle platform and stepped all over the pride of the Tingfeng banquet just to tell his master, Yi Xiang, that he was here. Beside Emperor Luo, Luo Junlin and Minister Hua had similar looks in their eyes. Shen Rushuang sat next to Luo Junlin and stared at Yusheng, stupefied. She had mocked Yusheng last night, calling him ugly, but after tonight, who would dare to use the word ugly to describe this devil-like being? Even Minister Zhua, who sat without a single word, lifted his head to look at Yu Sheng. He took a good look at his devil-like silhouette and then turned to look at Futian among the Kengi group. Ministers had only told the fortunes of Futian and Huajieyu, but he had just now realized this terrifying existence by Futian's side. How could a person with such a special fate as Futian not have a protector? It seemed like everything had already been arranged by fate. His empress was here, as was his protector. The royal Xian temple set their sights on Crown Prince Luo Junlin, and the 8 emperors of different nations had gathered in own place in celebration. Everyone had thought that the Nandu nation was going to grow stronger in the Hundred Lands, but no one thought that this was just the beginning of the end. Whom the gods would destroy they first make mad. Standing on the battle platform, Yu Sheng's eyes swept over the wave of people. His outburst from before seemed to have relieved him of the stress built up over the past days. Afterward, he flapped his wings, and they carried him towards the observation deck. Yu Sheng did not continue to battle. What he had done was enough to carry his message to his master. All Yi Xiang had to do was ask around a bit, and he would know that Yu Sheng fought for Emperor Yi of the Kengi Kingdom. After that, it was only a matter of time until he would join them in the Kengi Kingdom. Upon returning to the observation deck, Yu Sheng retracted his wings. His fellow Fenghua rank cultivators saw him in a different light. Some looked at him in admiration, some in jealousy. Yu Sheng's scream from before had them all shaken up. They thought of Yu Sheng's previous exchange with Zhuo Qianfan. Isn't the noble plane just another plane in cultivation? Is it very powerful? Perhaps it was very powerful to Yu Sheng now, but what about in 10 years? 20 years? One day, when he acquired the noble fate, he would definitely be one of the most domineering noble plane cultivators. Emperor Yi looked at Yu Sheng with even more admiration, not only because of his gifts, but also because of the meaning behind his outburst. After ranking in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank, his request was to find his master. Now, at the Tingfeng banquet, his reason behind this shocking battle was still the same. Even though he was an emperor, the one above all, he was envious of Yi Xiang. Emperor Yi was very curious what kind of person Yu Sheng's master was. Although Yu Sheng had already stepped off the battle platform, the venue was still filled with silence. The rowdy and loud atmosphere was no more. In the past, the Tingfeng banquet was something that excited the people of the Nandu nation. It was an event that pushed everyone's emotion to its limit. It was a time for them to witness their nation reach new heights. But that energy was broken upon Yu Sheng's appearance. Looking back now, the Tingfeng banquet seemed like such a joke. Once every 10 years? Just one battle was able to wipe away everything in the past. This was the true definition of peerless. A single person who was able to outshine all others, defeating every one of the so-called prides of the Tingfeng banquet. Do you still want to fight? Emperor Yi broke the silence with his question. With a smile on his face, his every word conveyed his confidence. Yu Sheng's battle had lifted his mood. He felt so refreshed. This was just one battle in the battle of the 4 nations. Of course, we have to continue, said Chu Kuangren. When Yu Sheng had asked for new opponents earlier, no one from the Yunchu nation or the Yin kingdom answered. It was truly embarrassing, but Yu Sheng's performance was just too violent. He was so much stronger than the reports they received about the 3rd place of the Fenghua rank had stated. He had surprised them. However, they were the prides of their nations. They could not be weak. No need for the trouble, someone said coldly. Yi Wuchen stood and continued. After so many days of blabbering, you guys don't even have the guts to step up for a challenge. I would have shut my mouth early on if I were you. Chu Kuangren looked at Yi Wuchen with a darkened expression. No one had any retorts for not answering to Yu Sheng's challenge. You guys can step up as you please, said Yi Wuchen. His sword intent released, and his body shot forward like a blade. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived on the platform where Yun Tianhao stood. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Wuchen. He stood there casually with his hands behind his back. He gave off a carefree feeling, very unlike a person who was about to be confronted in an intense battle. Brother Yin, are you going or shall I? Chu Kuangren asked Yin Qi. They were both in the 2nd-level Dharma plane, just like Yi Wuchen. You guys can come together, Yi Wuchen said nonchalantly. Preposterous, said Yin Qi. He specializes in swords, and I specialize in knives. Let me go, Yin Qi said to Chu Kuangren. All right, replied Chu Kuangren, As he continued his icy stare at Yi Wuchen, Yin Qi stood, and in a single step, he lifted into the air. From his being, a force of knife intent was released, wanting to cut through everything in its way. Yin Qi was peerless in the Yin kingdom and was bestowed the title of a prince. His knife once cut through a cultivator in the 4th-level Dharma plane. One step at a time, Yin Qi made his way into the skies above the battle platform. His knife intent permeated through the skies, and like an invisible knife, it aimed to cut through Yi Wuchen's body. Yi Wuchen lifted his head. Looking ahead, his sword intent released, destroying the knife intent. The two powerful forces crashed into each other in mid-air. A large knife appeared in Yin Qi's hand. He suddenly sped up, and like a flash of lightning, his knife was thrown forward. The wind enveloped the knife, and the images of thousands of knives cut down at the same time. Yi Wuchen lifted a finger, and from it came a seemingly endless force of sword intent. It was under the sword intent that the thousands of knives were destroyed one after another. Yin Qi circled the skies above and released an even stronger force of knife intent. This second knife swung downward, more powerful than the first. Yi Wuchen still looked incredibly calm. He lifted slowly into the air, and the sword intent traveled with him. Countless swords appeared around him, real swords. Go! Yi Wuchen pointed his finger, and the swords shot forward with a whistle, all charging crazily at Yin Qi. Yin Qi saw this and changed his tactic immediately. In front of him, the swords separated and got into a circle formation, surrounding him and raced toward him in all directions. Behind him appeared a black knife. A terrifying force of knife intent came from the weapon, and endless images of the knife revolved around him so quickly, no wind or rain could make its way through this makeshift force field. There was still a change in Yi Wuchen's expression. Around him, sword intent was released yet again, and more swords attacked Yin Qi at the point of Yi Wuchen's finger. The swords came endlessly. The people watched as Yin Qi continued to wave his knife around. His knife skills were very strong. Both his attacks and defenses were fearsome. However, there seemed to be no end to Yi Wuchen's swords. Just when Yin Qi thought he could let down his defense to attack, his swords charged at Yin Qi's weak point as if they had eyes of their own. At this, Yin Qi realized that it was hopeless. There was nothing he could do besides defend himself. Forfeit or death? Yi Wuchen spoke unfeelingly. He reached out both hands, and the sword intent circling Yin Qi turned into a storm, completely burying his body in a storm of swords. In the air, there were only swords. There was no Yin Qi. I forfeit. Yin Qi's voice rang in the midst of the storm. In the next moment, the storm of swords disappeared, and Yin Qi was seen once again. The scene just now kept replaying in everyone's minds. After witnessing this battle, the Kangyi group realized that Yi Wuchen did not reveal his true abilities during the Fenghua banquet. There was no need for him to give it his all, because even without doing so, he was already invincible. Emperor Yi should be the one who knew best about Yi Wuchen's abilities. He was his nephew after all. Had it not been for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's appearance, first place on the Fenghua rank would have been Yi Wuchen, no questions asked. It was all because Yi Futian was able to defeat a Dharma plane cultivator. During the Fenghua banquet, there was actually no one fit to be Yi Wuchen's opponent. Not counting Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen was truly the top pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi kingdom. Chapter 144. Yi Wuchen's power once again shocked everyone present. The prides of the Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom all looked uncomfortable. There had been so many challenges, but this was the result. Yu Sheng went without saying. They didn't even dare challenge him. Now, Yi Wuchen had defeated Yin Qi. The Kangyi kingdom had completely overshadowed the Tingfeng banquet through these two rounds. At the same time, the Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom were fully humiliated. There had only been 2 battles between the 4 nations, but it was more like the Kangyi kingdom solos how. It seemed to prove Yi Wuchen's words from before. He didn't like trouble. Who else? Yi Wuchen asked indifferently. He didn't name anyone because he was too lazy to challenge anyone. He didn't care who wanted to fight him. If no one dared to, this battle of the 4 nations would be meaningless and could end. Chu Kuangren's eyes were extremely cold. Even someone as strong as Yin Qi had lost to Yi Wuchen so badly. Yi Wuchen hadn't even released his life spirit yet. Even now, they didn't know what kind of cultivator Yi Wuchen was. He was clearly a swordsman, but what else? Was he only a swordsman? If so, he was a terrifying swordsman who could fight, creating a storm of swords that wrapped around Yin Qi, each sword seeming to have its own life that searched for Yin Qi's flaws. "Me," a voice said. It came from above the battle platform rather than below. It was Shilu, one of the most excellent figures of this year's Tingfeng banquet, at the second-level Dharma plane platform. Yi Wuchen looked over. They stared at each other like at the Qixing Lake last night. Two artistic conceptions were released at once. One was sharp, the other was cold. Without a word, Yi Wuchen stepped forward. Instantly, endless sword and tint came out of him and flew toward Shilu, 2 platforms away. Shilu's eyes were indifferent. A frightening artistic conception bloomed from him. The world became frigid as endless double elemental spiritual qi of water and earth danced in the air. The sword and tint grew heavy and seemed to be frozen by ice. They slowed down and stopped before arriving at Shilu. The entire area seemed to stop. So cold. Someone close to the platform shivered. It felt like the entire world slowed down, even the blood flowing in their veins. Yi Wuchen and Shilu walked towards each other at once, moving to the platform beside them. This way, the two occupied one platform and became even closer. The sword and tint on Yi Wuchen strengthened. He reached out and the swords whistled. They sliced through the air towards Shilu's body. Shilu's aura grew colder. The surrounding environment grew heavier. Everyone knew that this was the terrifying effect of combining the Earth Elemental's gravity spell and Water Elemental's ice spell. Countless straight ice sculptures in the shape of swords appeared in the sky. They slowed down bit by bit and then exploded. Shilu continued walking forward. At the edge of the platform, he hovered in the air. No wonder he's one of the Tingfeng banquet's monsters, the people of the Nandu nation thought. Shilu and Yun Tianhao were probably the most popular contenders of the banquet's winner. It was clear that Shilu's abilities were stronger than Yin Qi. As Shilu hovered in the air, the Dharma appeared behind him. It looked like 2 half-circles. One was water and the other was earth. They fused together, transforming into a full moon. The moment the moon was released, the double elemental spiritual qi went wild. It gathered furiously as if it wanted to cover the entire world. After that, light shot out from the moon. White and earthy yellow light alternated like moonlight. Everything in its path seemed to slow down until they exploded from the ice. The sword and tint flowing across Yi Wuchen's body was destroyed crazily. The moon's radiance showered onto Yi Wuchen. The spell was released with the Dharma's light, making the power shocking. This is true Dharma, many thought, stunned. Shilu was only at the second-level Dharma plane, but he already had the essence of Dharma. His talent was peerless and his spells were extraordinary. There was no limit for him in the future. Feeling the incoming aura, Yi Wuchen's eyes grew serious. A beam of silver light shone behind him. Everyone watched as silver filled the sky. A small silver sword floated behind Yi Wuchen as if it was his life spirit. Boundless sword and tint gathered around the small sword, transforming into a sword river that flowed forward. It clashed against the glow of the 2 half-moons. Time seemed to stop. The 2 different forces were both being destroyed. A terrifying ice seal spell descended from the surrounding sky. Bit by bit, the air turned into frost, burying Yi Wuchen inside. However, silver light flashed through his eyes. The small sword sliced through the air, rushing into the moonlight and destroying everything. Shilu reached out to freeze the small sword, but there was a boom and the spell shattered. The sword continued forward without any obstructions. Spells continued to descend, but the small sword shone like a spirit. It continuously broke through the spells, so fast the naked eye couldn't keep track of its path. Finally, with a terrifying rumble, the sword appeared between Shilu's brows with terrifying sword intent. Shilu didn't dodge. He stared down at the small silver sword as if he could see Yi Wuchen's eyes. At that moment, he finally knew what kind of cultivator Yi Wuchen was. "You lost," Yi Wuchen said. The aura around Shilu scattered, and he collected his Dharma. He was defeated. After the sword returned, Yi Wuchen looked at Shilu and said calmly, "Not bad." Countless people were shocked. Yi Wuchen was the victor, but said this to Shilu. It was a bit. However, His voice sounded so natural, as if he really thought that. He was truly an arrogant guy without any ingenuity. After that, Yi Wuqian scanned the Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom. Finally, he went back to the Kangyi kingdom's spot. The teeming crowd was silent. All the prides of the Tingfeng banquet had been defeated with no wins. Emperor Luo's expression was dark, while the other emperors watched quietly. They'd come to show their support and unexpectedly witnessed this show. Luo Junlin, crown prince of the Nandu nation, was seen highly by the royal Xian temple, and the Tingfeng banquet was held smoothly. It should have been great news, but Emperor Luo couldn't feel happy now. The Fenghua banquet of the Kangyi kingdom is held once every 3 years. The people that come from it aren't bad, right? Emperor Yi said with a smile. His mood was getting better and better. Emperor Luo had invited him just to gloat, but now, it'll be impressive if the man could still smile. The Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom finally shut up. They couldn't say anything anymore. 2 battles are enough for the battle between us. You all can continue, but we'll be leaving, Emperor Yi said proudly. The battle between the 4 nations can't end with only 2 challenges. It's too early, Emperor Luo said coolly. 4 of the most brilliant of this year's Tingfeng banquet had been defeated. Since they were already at this state, they couldn't just give up now. What do you mean? Emperor Yi asked coldly. Emperor Luo looked over at the prides of the Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom and said, "You've seen the 2nd and 3rd place of the Fenghua rank. Don't you want to witness how strong the 1st place is?" Yi Futian frowned. Emperor Luo was trying to force him to fight, but why? The 1st place of the Fenghua rank has been avoiding the fight this entire time. He's probably all talk and no substance, Chu Kuangren said. Many of the Kangyi kingdom frowned. Chu Kuangren was the prince of the Yunshu nation, but he spoke with no tact. Or rather, was he purposely cooperating with Emperor Luo after seeing that he wanted to force Yi Futian out? Can you shut up? Yi Wuqian's eyes were sharp. He really despised Chu Kuangren. Who was the one that had no substance? Emperor Yi didn't look at Chu Kuangren. Instead, he looked at Emperor Luo and smiled. Then he said to Yi Futian, "Since everyone wants to see your ability, you mustn't be impolite as a guest." Seeing his gaze, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He walked towards the battle platforms. He also went towards the one Yun Tianhao had been at. When he stood atop it, countless gazes fell on him. According to gossip, Yi Futian was from the Donghai city, and the emperor had wanted to confer a title upon him, but he refused and turned towards the Kangyi kingdom. Yu Shang, the rare talent from before, was his friend. Yu Shang was 3rd on the Fenghua rank while he was 1st. The people of the Donghai Academy and Nandu clan looked at Yi Futian too. They inhaled sharply. At the last day of the previous year, Yi Futian had displayed unparalleled talent. How much more powerful was he now? Yi Futian, 8-star glory plane. Standing on the battle platform, Yi Futian gazed at the spectators and smiled. "I am unskilled with an ordinary talent. I was made 1st of the Fenghua rank due to luck. Now, I'm terrified because all the prides of the 4 nations are gathered here. Faced with the brilliant figures of the Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom, I don't dare to come out to fight. However, Emperor Luo requested me, so I must come out and challenge the geniuses of the same plane." Emperor Yi coughed, a bit shocked. Was this still the arrogant Yi Futian from the Fenghua banquet? When did he become so low-key? And same plane? How could he say that with his talent? The others of the Kangyi kingdom also grew annoyed. Lin Yueyao blinked her pretty eyes while Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang were dumbfounded. They'd never seen someone so shameless. Not only them, the people of the other nations were stunned as well. Yi Futian said that he was unskilled with an ordinary talent, while the Yunshu nation and Yin kingdom were brilliant. How could they respond to such shameless words? Same plane? Did Yi Futian take them as idiots? Chapter 145. Although the Yunshu and the Yin groups had insulted Yi Futian, there was no way they would actually believe that the person picked by Emperor Yi to be in 1st place on the Fenghua rank had actually gotten there by pure luck. To be able to defeat a Dharma plane cultivator, even one with an ordinary realization of Dharma, he was definitely a monster. What's more, the people he defeated were also on the Fenghua rank. So according to their original plan, they were going to have Yi Futian fight against someone in the Dharma plane. But this shameless jerk was just too unpredictable. They could not argue back with a thing Yi Futian said. He spoke politely, made himself sound weak and modest, and complimented the prides of the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom. What could they say to that? Was there anything wrong with him wanting to fight against someone in the same plane in a battle of the four nations? There was nothing they could say. Brother Yi, you must be joking. How could the person in the first place on the Finghua rank be ordinary? Chu Kuangren racked his brain for something to say. Deep down, he was cursing Yi Futian for being so shameless. He knew clearly that Yi Futian's opponent would lose. No questions asked if it was someone in the same level. Brother Yi, are we close? Yi Futian chuckled at Chu Kuangren. Besides, didn't you say I was all talk? Now you're saying that I'm no ordinary person? What is it that you want? Do you want to fight or not? Chu Kuangren's face fell. Seated with the others from the Kangyi kingdom, Hua Jixin couldn't hold in her laugh at the sight of his expression. She thought to herself, Yi Futian is really bad, the way he bullies others. Emperor Yi had wanted to leave, but Chu Kuangren wanted to continue the battle of the four nations. Without an excuse, how would he be so thick-skinned as to request that Yi Futian battle with a Dharma Plane cultivator? Yi Futian, during the Kangyi Kingdom's Finghua banquet, you defeated multiple cultivators in the Dharma Plane. You are truly gifted. Why are you insulting yourself by putting on this facade? Since you have set impressive records, let's have each of the other three nations send out one person in the Dharma Plane. We'll settle things on the battle platform, said Emperor Luo. Many people gave him a strange look. It was true that Yi Futian had set some impressive records, but it was slightly out of place for an emperor to request a battle between a glory plane cultivator and those in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo. When Emperor Yi planned to leave earlier, Emperor Luo refused to let them go and tried to force Yi Futian into battle. He was still not willing to give up. If so, then Yi Futian was going to make his wish come true. So, the Battle of Four Nations means that our Kangyi Kingdom has to fight Glory Plane to Dharma Plane. Emperor Luo is truly brilliant, Yi Futian said sarcastically. He then turned to the cultivators of the three nations and said, since it has already been spoken, what's the point of lying to yourselves and calling this the Battle of Four Nations? Each nation, choose one person in the Dharma Plane. Come at me all together. In this moment, Yi Futian lost the playful attitude. His voice was low, and everyone could see the change in his eyes. This should be the real him. Yi Futian, an 8-star glory plane, said to powerful cultivators from 3 other nations, each nation, choose one person in the Dharma plane. Come at me all together. Not only did he have to fight against their Dharma, he also had to fight 3 people who were going to gang up on him. Even Yu Shang, who was extremely domineering, was not as arrogant as Yi Futian. Emperor Yi looked to the figure on the battle platform. He did not say any. Since Yi Futian had already spoken, then he believed that he could do it. Emperor Luo let out a smile. The Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom sent out one person. They were both the strongest of their first-level Dharma plane cultivators. Who is willing to fight for our Nandu nation? Emperor Luo looked out at the crowd. Their best first-level Dharma plane cultivator, Su Mu, had already been destroyed by Yu Shang. It was a given that they had to pick another person. I am willing to fight for your majesty. A figure emerged from the crowd. It's Zhong Yin. Everyone's eyes brightened. This person was the one who fought with Su Mu to be number 1 among the first-level Dharma plane cultivators. He was also very capable. Despite not being as good as Su Mu, he was not too far off. All right, nodded Emperor Luo. At the same time, the cultivators from the other 2 nations made their way to join Yi Futian on the battle platform. Zhong Yin lifted into the air and looked down from the skies at Yi Futian on the platform. Countless pairs of eyes fell on the handsome young man on the platform. An 8-star glory plane fighting 3 dermas? This was about to get crazy. The individual from the Yunshu nation wore an armor of flames, and his body was bathed in the red glow. Behind him, a fearsome realization of Dharma appeared. It was a large area of flames, like an ocean of magma. It looked like a river of liquid fire. The flames made the surrounding area look red. He's already this powerful in the first-level Dharma plane? Everyone watching shook in fear. The cultivator sent out by the Yin kingdom also possessed a terrifying Dharma. A large demon ape appeared behind him, causing his entire body to fill with an indescribable strength. He became wild and ferocious, prepared for destruction. The The two of them reached the sides of the battle platform very quickly and stood there staring at Futian. They wanted to know how Futian would defeat a realization of Dharma. Zhong Yin floated above the platform. A long spear appeared in his hand. A strong energy seeped out from the weapon. Futian stood at the center of the battle platform. His aura was ready. A long golden rod appeared in this hand. The Yunchu cultivator took a step forward, and immediately, a wave of flames headed for Futian in the form of a fire dragon. The golden rod danced in Futian's hand. A large force of energy descended upon him, and on his back sprung his golden rock wings. With a flap of his wings, Futian was lifted into the air. The fire dragon charged forward. Apparitions of the rod revolved around Futian, collecting energy. Slowly, a great force of energy permeated from his being. Boom! His wings spread, and Futian transformed into a giant rock, soaring through the skies. The other three looked up at him to see he fly even higher. It was a magnificent sight. All the while, the force continued to grow stronger. After that, they watched as Futian charged towards the cultivator from the Yunchu nation. He was unbelievably fast. The flames formed by the cultivator's dharma raged and flowed like magma toward Futian. A massive hand formed by the flames reached out to grab Futian, who was floating in midair. Futian turned into a ray of golden light and did not stop for even a split second. The rod swung down in single swipe. Genesis. The large palm of flame split apart from the middle. This one swipe was headed straight for the Yunchu cultivator with a force so strong, it was possible to split the sky in half. The cultivator's fire sorcery exploded wildly. Just like flowing magma, the hellfire headed for Futian, but with one swing of the rod, a magnificent golden light blocked the cultivator's body from advance. The path separated the wave of flames. There was nothing strong enough for the rod. Boom! This loud noise could mean nothing else. The Yunchu cultivator had been struck by the golden rod and was now lying face down on the battle platform. Was the Dharma plane this week? The audience was shocked. He was handpicked by the people of the Yunchu nation, so he must have an impressive dharma, but he could not even withstand one attack. Down with one swing of the rod. The people of the Yunchu nation sat in their seats with darkened expressions. They had previously mocked the dharmas defeated by a glory plane cultivator. What kind of dharma was that? They asked. Now, the Yunchu nation's dharma plane cultivator had also been defeated by Futian in the glory plane. In one strike, one might add. After this one attack, not only did Futian's energy not weaken, it actually got stronger. At the sight of this, the cultivator from the Yin kingdom, who had refused to gang up on Futian for the sake of his reputation, could feel his heart speed up. With a growl from the demon ape, an apparition of the ape overlapped on the cultivator's body. He was filled with immense strength. But when he saw Futian fly his way like a giant rock, the cultivator could feel the descent of his aura even before he got to him. His aura was strong enough to suppress everything. Boom! The Yin cultivator stepped forward, and the atmosphere became heavy. The demon ape roared in a fury, loud enough to shake the mountains. He lifted his hand to throw a fist, prepared for destruction. It was during this wild fit that Futian swung his rod for the second time. As the long golden rod came closer, it looked bigger and bigger in the cultivator's eyes. The rod came down with such strength, everything was destroyed. The enormous demon ape was ready to charge forward, but was struck by the attack of the rod. Boom! Another crash. The Yin Kingdom's Dharma plane cultivator was thrown backwards, faster than the speed of the wind. Everyone was simply speechless. There were no words fit to describe this situation. Futian did not slow down one bit. He headed straight for his third opponent. Once again, with a swing of the rod. The aura around Zhong Yin was shocking. His long spear shot out and, of course, it was destroyed by the rod. His body was sent flying. However, Futian saw Zhong Yin's body exploding as he was thrown through the air. A residual image could be seen, descending like a shadow at an incredible speed. What seemed to be a dagger pierced toward Futian. The blade glimmered in the sky. This sudden scene caused everyone in the audience to feel a clench in their hearts, especially for the Kangi group. Their eyes were frozen on Futian. There was the slight noise. The dagger seemed to have broken skin, piercing into Yi Futian's body. It looked like his heart. However, the dagger never made it in. Yi Futian had caught it in his left hand, but he was still hurt. Fresh blood gushed from the wound. Zhong Yin lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. He had a peculiar look in his eyes. Was Yi Futian physically that strong? He was able to stop Zhong Yan's critical strike. Zhong Yin. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. He never displayed these abilities in battle with Su Mu. That attack was too strange. A determining strike. He almost killed Yi Futian. But Yi Futian was actually able to stop this critical attack. It was easy to see just how scary fast his reflexes were. A dragon roar sounded. Yi Futian threw his arms out, throwing Zhong Yin to the side. Then, his rock wings fluttered, carrying him upwards while his rod swung downwards. A loud crash resonated through the area as Zhong Yin crashed into the ground. However, this was not the end. At an incredible speed, Yi Futian picked up Zhong Yin by the waist with his rod and tossed him up into the air. Whoosh! His wings brought he into the air above Zhong Yan's body. Yi Futian's eyes were ice-cold and filled with the intent to kill. I forf! Zhong Yin tried to scream out with blood in his mouth, but before he could finish the word forfeit, his utterance was disrupted by a loud noise. Boom! Zhong Yan's body shook in midair and then fell to the ground. His arms were limp as if he was no longer able to raise them. But of course, a dead person would never be able to raise their arms again. Chapter 146. With a slight sound, Zhong Yan's body fell down on the platform, not moving anymore. The boundless void was so quiet. Yu Sheng defeated Su Mu of second-level Dharma Plane with wild attacks, while Yi Futian killed Zhong Yin directly with his staff. Even the talents of the Dharma Plane from the Yunchu Nation and Yin Kingdom couldn't resist his staff. It was unprecedented that a man of the Glory Plane could be so strong. The people of Donghai Academy and the Nandu clan felt complicated about Yi Futian's change. He was even strong enough to defeat people of the first-level Dharma Plane. Once he upgraded to the Dharma Plane, he would be able to defeat people of the third-level Dharma Plane very easily. But at this moment, Yi Futian didn't feel the pleasure of victory. He looked at the blood on his chest with cold eyes, and then gazed at Emperor Luo in the stands. Yi Futian watched the final battle too. He witnessed the battle between Su Mu and Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin didn't play such a trick before. He seemed to save this just to fight with Yi Futian as the fatal attack. And before, the Emperor had egged him on to fight. The talents of the Tingfeng banquet had been defeated, so with Emperor Luo's status, it should have been unnecessary to do. All this seemed premeditated. But he couldn't accuse Emperor Luo. Everything happened within the rules. No one could be blamed even if he was killed on the platform. It was he who promised to fight and no one forced him. The man who fought with him was of the first-level Dharma Plane. Nothing was beyond the rule. If he died, even Emperor Yi would be unable to say anything. If Yi Futian could figure out this conspiracy, so could Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi looked at Emperor Luo coldly but didn't say anything. The battle was fair enough. What could he say? I learned a lot, thank you, Yi Futian said to people on the stands. Hearing this, people of the Yunchu Nation and Yin Kingdom looked troubled. The Kangi Kingdom had won all 3 rounds. Yu Sheng had defeated many talents. The Yunchu Nation and Yin Kingdom dared not to fight anymore. Yi Wuchen defeated Yin Qi and Shi Lu very easily. Yi Futian defeated 3 talents in the Dharma Plane just with his staff. The last cultivator was directly killed on the spot. No one could blame Yi Futian. Everyone knew that it was Zhong Yin who wanted to kill Yi Futian at first. That was why Yi Futian had to kill him. Even Emperor Luo couldn't accuse him of anything. The battles of the 4 kingdoms are over now, Emperor Yi said coldly and turned to Yi Futian. Come back. Wait, Emperor Luo spoke at this moment. Many people then descended onto the platform, surrounding Yi Futian. These people were the best of the Imperial Guards. Seeing this, many people were shocked. Yu Sheng was even furious. What's the intention, Your Majesty? Emperor Yi looked at Emperor Luo with extremely cold eyes. Don't you know that Yi Futian betrayed my Nandu nation? Emperor said slowly, he rebelled and killed my subordinate. The head of the East Sea Prefecture, Xiafeng, died because of him. Now he dares return to the Nandu nation. Thus, he shall die. I hope you will understand. Let me repeat that Yi Futian is my citizen now. He is also my foster daughter's lover, the future bridegroom of the Kangyi Kingdom's princess, Emperor Yi said coldly, staring at Emperor Luo. The two men locked their eyes on each other, commanding a powerful presence. Seeing this, the 6 other emperors felt complicated. It seemed that Emperor Luo really wanted Yi Futian to die. But clearly, Emperor Luo couldn't easily do so because Yi Futian was brought here by Emperor Yi. What if I insist on killing him? Emperor Luo pointed at Yi Futian. Suddenly, all the imperial bodyguards rushed to Yi Futian, putting him in great danger. Yi Futian stood still and remained silent. He knew that Emperor Luo could kill him easily but didn't dare do so. Are you testing my resolution? Emperor Yi sneered, and then a great sword and tint rolled over. Clouds gathered above the sky. Sharp swords whistled and gathered wildly, enveloping Emperor Luo and the noble families of the Nandu nation. At the same time, endless sword and tint roared past, going straight to the imperial palace. Many people looked up to the sky, seeing the streaks going straight to the palace without returning. The sword and tint could be sensed even far away. Let me tell you, I brought him here, and I will certainly bring him back. I can't stop you if you really want to kill him, but it won't be difficult for me to turn your imperial palace into a bloodbath. Emperor Yi didn't look at Yi Futian. Both of them knew that Emperor Luo could kill Yi Futian at any time, but he didn't dare to. The reason he didn't dare to was Emperor Yi. No one could imagine what crazy actions he would make if Yi Futian was killed. Once the emperor was enraged, it was not an exaggeration that the whole city would be bathed by blood. Countless eyes fell on them. The relations between the two emperors were strained because of Yi Futian. The other emperors watched the two emperors' confrontation quietly. The relations between nations could be very subtle. Any dispute needed to be controlled within the rules that everyone was acquiescent to. For instance, if any one of the two died on the platform, there could be no complaints since the two had had a promise. Even if Emperor Luo really wanted to kill Yi Futian, he couldn't kill him in public. Since Emperor Yi had claimed that Yi Futian was his man, Emperor Luo couldn't kill Yi Futian at this time, or he would disobey the rules. Disobedience was intolerable. If Emperor Luo killed Yi Futian now, who could guarantee that he wouldn't kill the prince or princess of the Kangyi Kingdom? Once one side broke the rules, the other side would not let it go, and the consequences could be disastrous. Even though Emperor Luo wanted Yi Futian to die, no one believed that he would kill him before test Emperor Ye's attitude. At this moment, he just wanted to figure out how strong Emperor Ye's resolution was to protect Yi Futian. Once Emperor Yi showed the slightest concession and Emperor Luo felt it, Yi Futian would be killed on the spot. Clearly, Emperor Luo was disappointed. In the sky, all the sword and tints heading to the imperial place signified Emperor Ye's attitude. What do Emperor Chu and Emperor Yin think? Emperor Luo suddenly turned to the other two emperors and asked. The two emperors looked at each other, silently cursing Emperor Luo for dragging them into this. When disobeying the emperor's will, Yi Futian still belonged to the Nandu nation. I think there should be an explanation, said the emperor of Yunshu nation. Emperor Yi overacted a little bit, said Emperor Yin. The two emperors were all on Emperor Luo's side. However, Emperor Yi didn't care. As neighboring countries, wouldn't they be threatened by the Nandu nation's rise? They were just pretending to be friendly, but didn't truly support Nandu nation. You have heard what the two emperors just said. Now I promise, as emperor, that as long as you leave him here, the Nandu nation will forgive all offenses and leave Kangyi alone. Emperor Luo gazed at Emperor Yi and suggested. Emperor Yi knew the promising future Luo Junlin would have after he entered the royal Xian temple. The other emperors hesitated. Will Emperor Yi take this into consideration? Though Yi Futian was very gifted, he was only a hero who had not grown up yet, while Luo Junlin's future was promising. Giving up Yi Futian meant when the Nandu nation rose, the Kangyi Kingdom would have no worries. Protecting Yi Futian meant the Kangyi Kingdom could be in great danger once there were two kings in the Nandu nation. If I can't even protect a man, how can I protect the whole kingdom? Asked Emperor Yi. Emperor Luo, you don't need to waste your energy on this. I must take him away. Emperor Yi was determined that he must take Yi Futian away. It was silent and awkward. If Emperor Yi didn't concede, then Emperor Luo couldn't kill Yi Futian. Do you have to do this just for him? Despite whatever the consequences will be? Emperor Luo asked coldly. I was invited here but didn't expect that this banquet would be so tragic. Since it is so, we shall go now. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Futian and said, Come over here. Yi Futian nodded and walked toward Emperor Yi. The strong cultivators remained around Yi Futian. They looked at Emperor Luo, waiting for his order. Once Emperor Luo gave the order, they would kill him. But in the end, the emperor's order didn't come. Yi Futian returned to Emperor Yi. A dragon roared in the distance and descended from the sky. From now on, I will start a war against the Kangyi kingdom until it is totally destroyed, Emperor Luo said coldly. I'll play this game with you. Emperor Yi responded indifferently and said to his men, Let's go. As soon as he spoke, the people of Kangyi all climbed onto the dragon. Emperor Yi was the last to embark. With a growl, the dragon soared into the air. The sword intense between the heaven and land disappeared. Emperor Luo looked up to the sky, gazing at those people coldly. Yi Futian was staring at him too without any evasion. The dragon flew into the distance, ready to leave. Yu Sheng was also on the back of the dragon, gazing at Emperor Luo's group with great murderous intent. Countless eyes gazed at the dragon as well as the figures on its back. Everything that happened in the Tingfeng banquet was like a dream. This banquet of the Nandu nation seemed to be held for Yi Futian's group. This 17-year-old youth became the reason of the two emperors' conflict. At this moment, countless beams of dazzling light shot over from the distance. The dragon stopped and Yi Futian's group looked at the light. Another emperor has arrived? Emperor Yi was confused. Above the dragon, a few figures flashed by without even glancing at them. When Emperor Ye's group looked toward that direction, the light stopped in the air above the platforms. Countless figures looked up to the sky. The several figures looked dazzling under the sunshine. Did they come to congratulate too? These people seemed to be more powerful than of the strong cultivators from the royal Xian temple, shining brightly like gods. Emperor Luo also looked up to the sky. His eyes shone, full of excitement. After 3 months, the gate to the ancient barren world will open to the 100 Lands forever. Everyone can enter the gate freely. A voice was heard from above the sky. Hearing this, the 8 emperors became extremely excited. This voice claimed that a new era was coming. Chapter 147. The Ancient Barren World. A land of fate, the road to become a noble plain cultivator, the link to the Eastern Barren Territory. For countless years, the ancient barren world had no relations with the 100 Lands. There weren't many here in the 100 Lands that knew of the ancient barren world's existence. Despite how much the 100 Lands grew, the distance between it and the center of the Eastern Barren Territory was still enormous. The 100 Lands were the areas forgotten by the Eastern Barren Territory. But now, the ancient barren world was to be forever open to the 100 Lands. This meant that from now on, the genius cultivators of the 100 Lands had a chance to prove their worth in the Eastern Barren Territory. There probably wouldn't be any immediate effect, but through the hard work of generations of people, the 100 Lands would surely flourish. This voice marked a revolutionary moment for the 100 Lands. Emperor Luo's excitement dissipated in the blink of an eye. Replacing it was a darkened expression. Why had he invited the emperors of other nations to the banquet? Why had other emperors come forth to congratulate him? It was all because his son, Luo Junlin, acquired the noble fate from the ancient barren world and was viewed highly by the royal Xian temple. These accomplishments required not only strong talent but also a chance of luck. The other emperors probably wouldn't have been willing to pass the chance to enter the ancient barren world to the younger generation. But now, the ancient barren world was going to be open to the 100 Lands forever. This meant that all the powerful cultivators of 100 Lands would flood to the ancient barren world. There was bound to be some of them who would acquire the noble fate and be deemed a valuable asset. All this meant that Luo Junlin no longer had an advantage over others. What's more, based on how gifted Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were, what on earth would happen once they reached the highest level of the Dharma plane and stepped into the ancient barren world? It was all so unpredictable. And so, to Emperor Luo, it was good news that he and the prodigies of his nation could enter the ancient barren world freely, but now he no longer had an advantage over the other nations. Now, Others would have the same chances as Luo Junlin. However, this was such exciting news to the other 7 emperors. One by one, they rose from their seats, their eyes sparkling. Those who had already heard of the ancient barren world were all incredibly excited. Their chances for entering the noble plane had greatly increased. Also, it was going to be extremely interesting to be in the same world as genius cultivators from the Eastern Barren Territory. Their stage was no longer limited to a nation or to the 100 lands. We still have to notify other nations. Please excuse us, the figure continued without pause. Then, it morphed into rays of bright light and disappeared. Emperor Ye's eyes swept over the ill-looking Emperor Luo and mounted the dragon. Rising into the skies, they headed far away. Goodbye, Emperor Luo. Since the Tingfeng banquet has ended, we will also take our leave now. The emperors took turns saying their goodbyes to Emperor Luo. The ancient barren world would open forever in 3 months. They had to return to their own kingdoms to make preparations. Although there was still plenty of time, the emperors could not wait any longer. Very quickly, all 7 emperors had left with their people. Emperor Luo stood there with a dark expression on his face. The Tingfeng banquet had ended and the crowd was still present, but all the banquet left behind was a mess. The geniuses picked out from the Tingfeng banquet were all defeated in 3 rounds of battle. Someone was even murdered at the event. The Tingfeng banquet was the Nandu nation's imperial event, but there was nothing to be proud of anymore. There were only reminders of their failure. It seemed that their proud nation fell in just the span of a day. Emperor Luo did not speak. The vast space was filled with many people, but it was also filled with silence. The atmosphere was suffocating. Ministers took in everything calmly. Seeing the reminders of their failure today was like a sneak peek into the Nandu nation's future. Minister Hua, Emperor Luo called out suddenly. I'm here, Minister Hua stood up to reply. Prepare for war with the Kangyi Kingdom, ordered Emperor Luo. Yes, Your Majesty. Minister Hua bowed in acknowledgement of the order. The 9 victors of the Tingfeng banquet will enter the imperial palace for their rewards, Emperor Luo announced to the crowd. Although the geniuses completely embarrassed him today, he could not ignore his promise. An emperor must never go back on his words. He could not lose the support of his people. Now that the ancient barren world was about to open, Emperor Luo needed to strengthen his relationship with all types of powerful cultivators in the Nandu nation. Perhaps there would be another person who would be able to a lucky break like Luo Junlin did. However, the chances were very slim. Since prodigies from all over Nandu nation have gathered here in the imperial city, I will hold another event sometime in the following days. There, I will pick out the best of Dharma Plain cultivators, announced Emperor Luo. And this event will be held once a year from now on. The time will be set for the beginning of the Tingfeng banquet. It was obvious, Emperor Luo was already preparing for the opening of the ancient barren world. The ancient barren world was divided into an upper and lower world. Only those in the Dharma Plain and below could enter the lower ancient barren world. This year's Tingfeng banquet is now officially over, said Emperor Luo. The countless figures below had lost their excitement long before. The final battle of the Tingfeng banquet just a while ago had been so spectacular. However, 3 battles were all it took to completely ruin the Tingfeng banquet. In the first battle, the disciple of Donghai Academy's Yi Xiang from the Nandu nation's Donghai city, Yu Shang, imprinted the image of his large figure and his name into the brains of everyone in the audience with his roaring outburst. In the second battle, the peerless Yi Wuchen defeated Yin Qi and held a sword at Shilu. In the third battle, Yi Futian defeated realizations of Dharma with a single swing of his rod and killed Zhong Yin on the battle platform. It was almost as if the Tingfeng banquet was held for the Kangyi Kingdom. The ironic part was that now everyone knew that Yi Futian and Yu Shang were from the Nandu nation. They had once studied in the Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star. Emperor Luo's imperial order drove them away from their homes and into the Kangyi Kingdom. It was there that they received high praise from the Kangyi Kingdom's emperor. This was the reason why the Tingfeng banquet ended the way it did. Everything thought, would Yi Futian and Yu Shang have been the ones standing victoriously on the Tingfeng banquet's battle platforms had they not left the Nandu nation? But there were no what-ifs. What the people didn't know was that right before the imperial order arrived in Donghai City, Yi Futian had just begun to prepare to set off for the imperial city to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Among the crowd, those from Donghai City felt the most unsettled. They were the people from Donghai Academy and members of the Nandu clan. Presently seated with the others from Donghai Academy, Yun Tianhao had lost his prideful expression. He looked so dispirited. The devil-like figure that descended from the skies had scarred him, probably for life. He had thought that his gifts were unbeatable and that there was no one else like him present at the Tingfeng banquet. Yun Tianhao thought he had what it took to challenge Yi Futian. But that single ruthless stomp from Yu Sheng took away his honor and his pride. After that, seeing Yi Futian defeat the Dharma Plane cultivators made Yun Tianhao understand that Yi Futian would never bother to fight him. The crowd began to disperse. After a little while, the area around Tingfeng Banquet's 9 battle platforms were completely empty. The area looked extra bleak. People who had traveled for afar began their journey back home, but there were also many high-level Dharma Plane cultivators who stayed in the imperial city. They were prepared to attend this other event Emperor Luo spoke of. However, there was no way this event would be as extravagant as the Tingfeng banquet. As everyone traveled in all different directions, the happenings of the Tingfeng banquet spread quickly through the nation. The names of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng traveled quickly to places all over the Nandu nation, not only because of their eye-catching appearances, but also because of their history in the Nandu nation. The news spread most wildly in Donghai City because that was where Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had started. The imperial order given out in the last 2 days of Divine Prefecture calendar year 10,000, and the battle the Nandu clan's palace were still fresh in many people's minds. It was something brought up as small talk after a meal. In just a little over a month, Yi Futian had returned stronger than ever before and ruined the Tingfeng banquet. Plus, Yu Sheng's outburst. How could this not cause an uproar? At the moment, many people were discussing the events of the Tingfeng banquet in one of Donghai City's many restaurants. I heard that everything was started by the Crown Prince. Back in Donghai Academy some time ago, he had asked Yi Futian to work under him but was rejected. That was the starting point of everything that followed. His Highness was accepted into the Royal Xin Palace, and Yi Futian displayed such extraordinary gifts. They were both shining stars. The Nandu nation has no space for the both of them. Perhaps they were destined to be rivals. Both of them? Aren't you forgetting about Yu Sheng? My teacher witnessed the battle at the Tingfeng banquet with his own 2 eyes. He told me that when Yu Sheng stepped up for battle, he was invincible like the devil. Is he really that fierce? Of course. Do you guys know of Yun Tianhao? He's the star pupil of Donghai Academy and was deemed the future of the academy. His performance at the Tingfeng banquet was simply breathtaking. He was unbeatable. Then, he challenged Yi Futian, but Yu Sheng stepped up for the battle instead. Yu Sheng descended like a deity from the heavens and had Yun Tianhao under his feet. After being forced to his knees, Yu Sheng picked him up by the neck and tossed him to the side. Yu Sheng didn't even spare him a glance. After that, Yu Sheng defeated the star of the 9-star Glory Plane cultivators with a single punch. Then after that, he released a pair of devil-like wings and fought against a realization of Dharma. He tore apart a dragon with his bare hands and had the audience shaking in their seats after his roaring outburst. Some of them were shaking in excitement. You guys should know what he screamed out, right? Everyone grew serious and someone repeated Yu Sheng's words in a deep voice. My name is Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, the disciple of Yi Xiang, headmaster of Donghai Academy School of the Finance Star located in Donghai City of the Nandu Nation. How domineering. It's just as exciting listening to it now. Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star should be very happy to have a disciple like him. Everyone in the restaurant agreed. That's right. It's said that Yi Xiang left Donghai Academy. I really want to meet him. I saw Yi Xiang once at Donghai Academy's Assembly of 7 Schools. It was that very day that he left the academy with Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. He truly was a character, said a young man. In this moment, seated quietly in a corner of the restaurant, was a figure wearing a wide-brimmed bamboo hat. Hearing what everyone had to say, his eyes watered, but a smile spread across his face. I've been alive for so many years, and I'm only now feeling sentimental, said the figure. He removed his hat and continued, My disciple would have never thought of something like this, This should be one of your many rotten ideas. Isn't that right, you little punk? Many people turned to look at the man who was talking to himself. There was a twinkle in the eyes of a young man who had previously spoken. Senior Yi Xiang? Yi Xiang lifted his head to look at him. He smiled freely and replied, "Yes, it's me." The entire restaurant was thrown into a wild frenzy. Many people stared at him in shock. So, he was Yi Xiang? There were also many people who were feeling very conflicted. He was a wanted man in the Nandu nation. "Senior, for you to reveal yourself here, I'm afraid," the young man tried to warn him. Hearing his words, Yi Xiang laughed out loud. He then turned around to leave the restaurant. Wanted? How many people in Donghai City could hold him down? "Where are you going, senior?" the young man asked. "To the Kangyi Kingdom, to find my disciple," Yi Xiang answered loudly as he walked away with his head held high. Chapter 148. After Emperor Yi brought them back to the imperial city of the Kangyi Kingdom, everyone went back to their own places. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng followed Emperor Yi into the palace. "The Hundred Lands will probably get busy. What are your plans?" Emperor Yi asked while walking in the palace. After the trip to the Nandu nation, the two parties had become much closer and were like a senior with juniors. "Your Majesty, you've been to the ancient barren world. What's in there?" Yi Futian asked. "I've only been to the upper ancient barren world and not the lower one," Emperor Yi said. "Other than the fate, chance, and secret realms, everything is the same to the outer world. They have clans, forces, and cities. There are people there from all over the Eastern Barren Territory. You can see it as a microcosm of the Eastern Barren Territory. However, it's more dangerous and competition is fiercer. Murder is an everyday thing, so I suggest you wait until you're in a high plane before visiting it." "There's no time," Yi Futian said quietly. "Emperor Luo said he will declare war against the Kangyi Kingdom. I don't think he's bluffing. Luo Junlin will go cultivate at the Royal Xian Temple too." "My kingdom is not weaker than the Nandu nation," Emperor Yi said. "If he wants to declare war, I'll cooperate. Even without you, it'll come to this sooner or later. As for Luo Junlin, he's troublesome indeed. Because of him, the other emperors will side with Emperor Luo." Yi Futian thought of the attitude from the Yunshu nation and Yin Kingdom emperors earlier and chuckled. If they support Emperor Luo because of Luo Junlin, they're caring for the Nandu nation's reputation, but aren't they scared of pissing me off? Emperor Yi gave Yi Futian a look. This guy was very talented, but he was still in the glory plane with a long road ahead. Luo Junlin was different though. He'd snatched the noble fate and entered the Royal Xian Temple. He already had one foot in the noble plane. Did they still have to choose? They still didn't have any news of the ancient barren world being opened up. "I'm looked down on." Yi Futian was a bit sad. "They'll regret it," Yu Sheng said seriously from the side. Emperor Yi glanced at him. He realized that Yu Sheng would become serious whenever something had to do with Yi Futian. He wondered what exactly their relationship was. "Yeah, I believe they'll regret it too," Emperor Yi said, nodding. "All right, you two can go." They bid farewell and walked toward the mountain the imperial advisor stayed at. Hearing that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were back, everyone walked out and gathered together. Yi Futian's eyes fell upon Hua Fenglu. He asked with anticipation, "Master, has your life spirit recovered?" "Yes, we can make them pay for everything they did recently. Last time, who was the one that didn't want to be my disciple in the Guqing Gardens?" Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian with a knowing smile. Yi Futian cursed inwardly, like father, like daughter. That smile. "Master, don't you know that I was doing it with you in mind? Plus, I helped get Mistress back for you," Yi Futian said. Looking at Nandu Wanin, "Oh right, where's my wife?" Hua Fenglu was still looking at Yi Futian, so he changed the topic. "Did I agree to that?" Hua Fenglu laughed. "Are you going to bully your disciple as soon as your health recovers? Aren't you satisfied with such a great disciple? Plus, I already betrothed Jieyu to Futian. Don't you agree?" Nandu Wanin said from the side. Hua Fenglu glanced at her and muttered, "Whatever you say." Yi Futian blinked and moved to Nandu Wanin. "Mistress is the best." It seemed that he would have to stick to his mistress from now on. Futian, Jieyu is cultivating in isolation. After the imperial advisor cured your master, he busied himself with Jieyu's cultivation, Nandu Wanyin said gently. Hua Fenglu was still looking at Yi Futian dispiritedly. Their attitudes were way too different. Yi Futian gazed at imperial advisor Mo He. He seemed to have aged considerably, so Yi Futian asked, "What happened to Senior?" "It's all because of Jieyu. He wasn't even like this when healing your master," Nandu Wanyin said, a little ashamed. "Princess, no need to worry. The royal family's life spirit is very strong. If Jieyu is evolving again, I will do whatever I can for her unique talent," Emohi said with a sigh. "If only I could have met her earlier." No one in Donghai city of Nandu Nation understood the royal life spirit, let alone Jieyu's life spirit. "We are fortunate to meet you," Hua Fenglu also said. Emohi was the imperial mage of the Nandu Nation's previous dynasty and went into war with the emperor. He was undoubtedly the one who understood the royal life spirit the most. His cultivated ability was special as well. Yi Futian smiled at their words. It appeared that Fox was more talented than he'd thought. It was a good thing that she met the right teacher. "How was the Nandu Nation? Did you stir up a commotion at the Tingfeng banquet?" Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian. "I only fought one battle." Yi Futian shrugged. He wasn't that sort of high-key person. "No news of Headmaster Yi?" Hua Fenglu asked again. "Senior Yi left safely after the Donghai city fight. If he's still in the country, he should hear about us," Yi Futian said. He was sure that Yu Shang's exclamation would travel throughout the country. "Really?" Yi Qingxian gazed at him. "There was one winner from the 9 battle platforms of the Tingfeng banquet, and all 9 are regarded highly. But your man went up and stepped on one, punched another guy down, and then ripped apart a guy in the first-level Dharma plane. Then he yelled to everyone that he was Yu Shang, a disciple of Yi Xiang. So what do you think?" Yi Futian said to Yi Qingxian. Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone gaped at Yu Shang. He was too crazy. Yi Qingxian looked at him with reddening eyes while he just scratched his head boyishly. Yi Qingxian walked up and hit Yu Shang's chest with her small fists. "Can you go somewhere else with your public displays of affection?" Yi Futian asked with a laugh. "Sure." Yi Qingxian smiled and pulled Yu Shang away. The others talked about what happened at the Nandu Nation, and then Yi Futian went to cultivate. The ancient barren world was about to open up. Luo Junlin was going to the Royal Xian Temple to cultivate, and war was about to erupt between the Nandu Nation and Kangyi Kingdom. Time was running out. Soon after, violence broke out at the border between the two nations, and the Nandu Nation invaded the Kangyi Kingdom. Of course, the Kangyi Kingdom was well prepared. They had an eye on the Nandu Nation, so a big war erupted. After countless days, someone came from the Kangyi Palace, saying he was Yu Shang's master. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Yi Qingxian, Tang Lan, Hua Fenglu, and the others all came out to welcome the guest and sought Yi Xiang. "Father!" Yi Qingxian ran into Yi Xiang's arms, tears flowing instantly. "What are you crying for?" "You should be happy," Yi Xiang said gently, patting his daughter's hair. "Master!" Yu Shang and Tang Lan walked up. Senior Yi, Hua Fenglu, and Nandu Wanyin called. Yi Xiang had entered the Nandu clan because of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. He'd risked his own life to fight off the school of the Emperor's star headmaster to help all of them escape. Yi Xiang looked at everyone and then said to Tang Lan, "They're all family, so what are you doing here?" "Master," Tang Lan replied a bit awkwardly. "Senior Yi," Nandu Wanyin said, walking up, "I've been thinking about Fenglu and Tang Lan's wedding. Since you're here now, you can host it personally." Everyone gaped at Nandu Wanyin. Even Hua Fenglu didn't know about this. "Wanyin, Hua Fenglu said. "You let Tang Lang down years ago. Do you want to do it again?" Nandu Wanyin asked while Hua Fenglu smiled wryly. "You're talking nonsense." Tang Lan stared at Nandu Wanyin. "Don't be stubborn. You went through so much these years. What's there to be insistent and reserved for? If you could move on, why did you buy the Guqin Gardens, take him in, and do so much for him?" Nandu Wanyin said. Tang Lan didn't know what to say. Yi Futian watched all this, dumbfounded. His masteress was helping his master find another woman. He wondered if he should tell Jieyu to learn from her mother. Seeing that Tang Lan didn't refute Nandu Wanyin's words, Yi Xiang glanced at Hua Fenglu and said, "This can do." "Master," Tang Lan looked at Yi Xiang. "You went against me for him back in the day. Where's your courage now? Yixiang said, looking hard at her. Don't worry. With me here, no one can mistreat you. I'll take charge of this. This can do. He obviously understood his disciple. If she didn't feel strongly for him, she wouldn't keep Hua Fenglu by her side. However, without a title, she would have to leave sooner or later and live alone miserably. I think it can do too. Aunt Tang, I'll have to call you second masteress from now on, Futian said. He was the clearest about this relationship. Since masteress was willing to urge it on, there was no reason why it couldn't work out. Yixiang looked at Futian, his eyes approving the youth grudgingly. Yilingxi walked over at this moment. Princess, what are you here for? Futian asked. I heard that Senior Yi was here, so I wanted to meet him, Yilingxi said with a smile. Yixiang was a bit confused. You're too polite. No, it's just that Senior Yi is a legend nowadays. My father would like to meet you too. In order to not disturb your reunion, my father prepared a dinner banquet to welcome Senior Yi, Yilingxi said. Okay, I will go. Yixiang nodded. Then I'll leave now, Yilingxi said with a warm smile and left. Not bad. Yixiang eyed Futian. Being invited personally by the princess and welcomed with a feast by the emperor was clearly not because of him. He also heard that Emperor Yi was even willing to go to war with Emperor Luo to protect Futian. Of course, I'm the disciple of the School of the Finance Star. I can't embarrass you, headmaster, Futian replied, chuckling. That's logical. Let's go. Yixiang nodded, and the group headed into the palace. Everyone smiled brightly because they were finally all here. Emperor Ye's dinner banquet would definitely have a great atmosphere. Chapter 149. Time went by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already been about 3 months since the Nandu Nation's Tingfeng banquet. The ancient barren world was about to open. The 100 lands were shaken up. Only God knows just how many cultivators from each nation were headed for the doors of the ancient barren world. Large armies set out and young prodigies were headed there as well. Things were the same in the Kangyi kingdom. Prodigies and cultivators of all kinds gathered in the imperial city. They were ready to head out with the emperor. Emperor Yi was going to personally see them off. He wanted to make sure all of his people made it to the ancient barren world, safe and sound. In the imperial palace, on the mountain, these past few days, Futian and Yushang had been focused on closed-door cultivation. Their level of cultivation had seen improvement. They had both stepped into the 9-star glory plane. They were only 1 step away from the Dharma plane. On this day, Futian ended his closed-door cultivation. You're finally willing to come out? From a corner of the courtyard, Tang Lan saw Futian and gave him a smile. It's been a while since I last saw this rascal. Second masteress, you're getting more and more beautiful. He smiled at her teasingly. A couple days after Nandu Wanyin proposed the marriage, Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan held a simple ceremony on the mountain and tied the knot with Yixiang as their witness. They were truly one big family now. Are you itching to get beat? Tang Lan laughed at Futian. This punk really shows no respect for his elders. However, she had also noticed herself become more beautiful. Perhaps it was because of her good mood. Second masteress, I'm only stating facts. After you got together with Master, you have indeed become more beautiful, Futian explained, sincerely. Tang Lan glared at him for a while, and then turned away. Her face flushed red like a little girl. I'm so envious of Master, Futian thought to himself. I'm heading out of the mountains for a bit. After that, he left the courtyard and made his way down to the imperial palace. He went looking for Yi Danshin and Yilingxi. Then, they went to see Emperor Yi all together. I heard you've been conducting closed-door cultivation sessions. Why did you stop? Asked Emperor Yi. We have to head for the ancient barren world in a couple of days. I've thought it over. I want to go with you guys, answered Futian. You want to enter the ancient barren world while still in the glory plane? Emperor Yi stared at him. Do you know how big of a deal this is? All of the 100 lands are shaken up. Even I can't predict just how many people will show up. Besides, this is just the cultivators from the 100 lands. Not counting those in the ancient barren world, your current level of cultivation is truly a little too low. Your Majesty, didn't you say that aside from fate and chance the ancient barren world is no different from the outside world? We can just think of it as outdoor training. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll keep a low profile, said Futian. If you go, Emperor Luo will definitely send people after you, said Emperor Yi. This will actually be a hassle. Your Majesty, then why don't you lend me some magical items? Attack, defense, and escape. How about a couple items for each? Futian asked with a genuine smile. Emperor Yi smiled at Futian. He finally realized that he couldn't get too friendly with this rascal. Emperor Yi refused to believe that Futian had not considered the Nandu nation. Futian was obviously scamming him. Borrow some magical items? Would he really return what he borrowed? Futian continued when Emperor Yi didn't speak. Your Majesty, prodigies from all throughout the 100 lands are headed for the ancient barren world. I can't let you be embarrassed as the future groom of a princess. Good point. Emperor Yi smiled at him. Are you the only one going? Yushang should be coming along, answered Futian. You too, bring him and Yushang to the treasury to pick their magical items, Emperor Yi said to Yi Danchin and his sister. Thank you, Your Majesty. Futian smiled. Emperor Yi was even willing to start a war with Emperor Luo for his sake. Futian knew that he wouldn't be stingy with just a couple magical items. Futian kept note of everything he owed to Emperor Yi in his heart. The door to the lower ancient barren world cannot hold the energy of the Arcana plane. So, even for magical items, you can only bring those of the highest level Dharma plane. Also, magical items are only supplementary. It does not directly give you the power of the Dharma plane. The use of magical items is also not beneficial to cultivation. Only use the items when you are in dire need to do so, warned Emperor Yi. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I know this very well, said Futian. He wouldn't have thought to use magical items if his level wasn't so low. Days later, a cool morning on the mountains. Quite a lot of people were gathered in the courtyard. Futian and Yushang were about to head out for the ancient barren world. Yixiang would be joining them on this journey. He also wanted to train in the upper ancient barren world. Futian, be very careful when you get there, reminded Nandu Wanin. Don't worry, Masteress. I'll be fine, nodded Futian. I'm going to see Jieyu now. All right. Nandu Wanin nodded her head, and Futian headed for the back mountains. Hua Jieyu was sitting cross-legged. With her eyes closed, an invisible force field of spiritual energy encapsulated her. There were rocks floating in the air, revolving around her at a steady pace. It seemed as though the spiritual chi revolved around her in a set orbit. It was as if it were possible to communicate with and control everything on earth with spiritual energy. Futian became curious. When he had stepped into this area which was filled with spiritual energy, he could feel himself being wrapped in the energy. He had experienced this same feeling only once better. It was during that battle in front of the school of the Emperor's Star. Except, this time, the feeling was much stronger. I'm leaving now. Next time, we'll go together. Futian spoke to the goddess-like Hua Jieyu quietly sitting there. His eyes were gentle and a warm smile spread across his face. Then, he turned around and left. A group of people left the mountains and walked out of the imperial palace. Outside the palace, crowds of people were already gathered. Some of them were already well acquainted with Futian. The pride of the Fenghua rank, Wuchen, had also decided to head to the ancient barren world. He was now in the third-level Dharma plane, so obviously he was not going to wait any longer. There were also many students of Kengi College who wanted to enter the ancient barren world. Their uniforms made them stick out like a sore thumb. Zhou Qianfan and Yu Jiang were also among the crowd. They obviously wanted to tag along with some senior brothers from the college to do the trial. Cultivators from the Qing clan and Demon clan had gathered as well. Bai Qiu was also present. Even Lin Yueyao was going. The Fenghua banquet and the Tingfeng banquet had greatly affected her. After 3 months of cultivation, she had made her way into the Dharma plane. Now, she was able to enter the ancient barren world with the rest of her clan. There were also many other clans Futian did not know of. Imagine all that power gathered in one place. Looks like nobody could stand the wait, thought Futian. The mysterious ancient barren world was just too tempting. Many lower-level Dharma plane cultivators could not wait to step into this new world. And of course, besides those in the Dharma plane, There were many powerful elders present as well. Powerful Arcana Plane cultivators wanted to head into the upper ancient barren world. Just then, Emperor Yi arrived with his people following behind as they trailed out of the palace. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." Everyone bowed to greet Emperor Yi and the young man beside him. His features were sharp, and he had a strong aura. He was Emperor Ye's eldest son, Yi Shao. He was in the highest-level Dharma plane. Yi Futian had seen Yi Shao at the Finghua banquet, but there were no exchanges between them. He was only close with Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi because they were close in age. Yi Shao would be the only one of the emperor's children entering the ancient barren world. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi's level of cultivation was still too low. Besides Yi Shao, there were many more high-level Dharma plane cultivators following behind Emperor Yi. They were well-trained imperial guards and would be accompanying the group on their journey. "Are you all ready?" Emperor Yi asked everyone in the crowd. Sweeping his eyes across each face, he saw many of them nod. "Let's go then." At this, everyone lifted up into the skies and headed in the same direction. Mounted on the dragon in the sky were Emperor Yi and his people. Everyone else had their own form of transportation. The demon clan had an array of beasts, a truly impressive lineup indeed. Just then, a black-winged eagle landed on the back of the dragon and settled beside Yi Futian. The people around looked over at Yi Futian in confusion. This guy is now super famous in the imperial city. Is this thing his beast companion? Seems quite unfitting. But Yi Futian did not care what they thought. He simply petted the eagle's head. This beast was gifted to him by the snow ape, but regardless of that reason, they had built a deep relationship over time. The black-winged eagle's powers were nothing out of the ordinary, but what of it? Who says they couldn't improve? There was only one entrance to the ancient barren world in the Hundred Lands. It was located at the border of the Hundred Lands. Starting in the Kangyi Kingdom, Emperor Yi and the rest passed over multiple nations before arriving many days later. It was an extremely mountainous area. Upon arrival, Yi Futian and the others discovered palaces built all around. They seemed like clan residences. This was nothing like the barren lands that Emperor Yi had told them about. They sure do get things done quickly. Looking down from the sky, Emperor Yi saw that the once barren land had been transformed into a city. Many buildings had been erected. It was obvious to him, the other countries had already begun to claim their land. Rumors say that the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory settle at the entrance of the ancient barren world. They dominate the entrance, allowing clan members to enter the ancient barren world as they pleased. Seems like our friends from the Hundred Lands learn quite quickly. But there doesn't seem to be a single person who has been able to completely monopolize the entrance, said Emperor Yi. Everyone listened as the emperor spoke, and they reached an understanding. This was the difference between regular people and those of great power. Powerful people treated the ancient barren world as their personal resource for cultivation. Meanwhile, the people of the Hundred Lands had only just been granted access to the ancient barren world. They were so far behind. Everyone looked straight ahead and saw a mystical space in the sky. This area was warped around an enormous door. Below it was a massive matrix. In the center of the terrifying matrix formation was a beam of light radiating with the noble power. The beam struck onto the door in the sky, causing this door leading to the ancient barren world to become distorted, as if it were about to open at any moment. This matrix was most likely created by the powerful cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was placed here to activate the door to the ancient barren world. Right now, there were hordes of people gathered in the area around the door. Emperors of every country in the Hundred Lands had led the people here. Each of their lineups seemed extremely strong. Emperor Yi and his people slowed down as they approached the large group. The emperors already gathered turned their attention to the newcomers and smiled. Another kingdom has arrived. Chapter 150. Emperor Yi, an emperor in the noble plain, called from the near distance. They clearly knew each other. Emperor Yi smiled at the other. Emperor Han, you came so quickly. I'm actually quite late. When I arrived, the palaces were already built, Emperor Han said, smiling. It's a waste of time, another emperor said from the side. He stood on a mountain peak, his hands behind his back with an arrogant aura. Indeed, there is no use in snatching territories when the barren ancient world opens. The most important thing is to take the noble fate and create noble figures. Of course, if a young talent becomes noticed by a strong force while doing so, it's the same. The noble fate is not so easy to receive. This time, the lineup is very big and powerful, but how many can actually become nobles? One emperor was not optimistic. With so many prides here, there must be some monstrously talented ones, Emperor Han said. As long as they can create the noble fate, they'll catch the attention of the Eastern Barren Territories forces. I heard that this was so for the Nandu nation's crown prince, resulting in the royal Xian temple accepting him as a disciple. I heard that Emperor Yi had caused a commotion in the Nandu nation earlier too. I was only invited to attend by Emperor Luo. Emperor Yi replied with a light chuckle. Emperor Yi, no need to be modest. I heard that the Kangyi kingdom has 3 new monstrous figures and displayed amazing talent at the Tingfeng banquet. Unfortunately, their planes are quite low. Otherwise, they would definitely steal the show in the barren ancient world. Emperor Han laughed. Judging from your good mood, you must be very confident in the prides of your kingdom, Emperor Yi replied. The emperors conversed mindlessly, while the youths behind them all looked at each other with sharp eyes. Coming to the barren ancient world this time, they must get the noble fate. If they could catch the attention of the strong forces, they could rise to the top like Luo Junlin and be congratulated by all the emperors. And that was only due to becoming a disciple of the royal Xian temple. If they could really become a noble, it would be even better. Emperor Yi, you haven't changed. A group of figures strode over from the side. Emperor Yi looked and saw Emperor Chu with the people of the Yunchu nation. Chu Kuangren was amongst that crowd. His sharp eyes scanned the group behind Emperor Yi and fell upon Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and the others. His eyes turned cold. Yi Futian seemed to sense it. Seeing Chu Kuangren looking at him, he smiled. To Chu Kuangren, the smile was mocking and his eyes turned frigid. The people of the Yin Kingdom and Nandu Nation had arrived too. Seeing the Kangyi citizens, their eyes all shot over to Yi Futian. Emperor Luo even uttered some orders to the people beside him. He couldn't believe Yi Futian really had the guts to come. As time passed, more and more strong cultivators arrived. Around the matrix, the spiritual qi went wild. They gathered within the matrix and shot above the barren ancient world's floating door, distorting it. Countless eyes looked at the door in the air, full of anticipation. A terrifying sound rang out from the air. The distorted gate opened and transformed into 2 halves. Black vortexes appeared, spinning in turn, like black holes trying to swallow everything. A powerful force tried to close again but was blocked by the power shooting from the matrix. What a strong matrix! No wonder the barren ancient world is separated from the Hundred Lands, everyone thought. With the abilities of the people of the Hundred Lands, they couldn't create this matrix at all. All the powerful cultivators gathered. Looking up to the air, it was like a terrifying army going out to war. Remember, an emperor reminded his people, those under the Arcana plane can't take weapons of the Arcana plane. The doors to the upper and lower ancient barren worlds are one entity and the lower world can't take the Arcana aura. It will take you to the upper world. He was worried someone would secretly take a valuable item of the Arcana plane. Go now. I must return with the noble fate during this expedition into the barren ancient world. Countless voices rang out. The army surged into the vortex in the air and disappeared. Go, Emperor Yi said as well. Yi Shao instantly led the strong cultivators of the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Futian followed the group into the vortex. A terrifying engulfing power descended. He felt the air distort, and he was swallowed into the unknown space. Boom. Landing. Yi Futian stabilized himself and looked up at the world. The blue sky, white clouds, and vast land stretched as far as he could see. This legendary world looked just like the outside world. The people of the Kangyi kingdom gradually descended around them. They'd gone through the vortex and landed together. The people of other countries were in the distance. Looking back, the black hole was still in the sky. Yi Futian's eyes fell on Yi Shao in the near distance. Your Highness, let's go. The Nandu people had been staring at Yi Futian, probably wanting to cause trouble. He didn't want that. We're here to challenge ourselves. My father said to not rely on others. Yi Futian, we won't travel together, Yi Shao said. Yi Futian was taken aback. Many people moved towards Yi Xiao. They were from the Kangyi College, which caused him to make a face. Chuckling indifferently, Yi Futian said, "Goodbye." Then he called, "Yu Sheng." He climbed onto the black wind eagle. Yu Sheng followed and glared at Yi Xiao. Yi Futian pulled out a spell scroll. Instantly, a strong wind spell fell upon the black wind eagle. They transformed into a gust of wind and left. A moment later, the strong cultivators of the Nandu nation landed in another part of the barren ancient world. They all scanned the Kangyi group, but were taken aback when they couldn't find Yi Futian. Where did he go? They walked toward the Kangyi group and asked coolly, "Where's Yi Futian?" Yi Xiao gazed coldly and ignored him. "Go catch him yourself," Zhou Qianfan said from the Kangyi College group. The man from the Nandu nation's eyes flashed and he waved. "Go." Yi Futian would sometimes go to the side while advancing, avoiding a straight line. He also continuously used the spell scroll to travel at top speed. Wind beat down on them from atop the black wind eagle. "Why did Yi Xiao do that?" Yu Sheng asked. Everyone knew that Emperor Yi thought highly of them and their brilliant talent. "I heard that the Kangyi College is backed by the royalty. Some princes cultivate there." Yi Futian chuckled nonchalantly. He'd offended the Kangyi College at the Finghua banquet. Of course, that's not the main reason. Yi Futian glanced at Yu Sheng. "The emperor treats us well, and we have a good relationship with Yi Danshan." Yu Sheng's eyes were cold. "We don't want to be involved in their family matters." "That's not what others think," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Don't overthink the small things. Isn't it great like this?" Yi Futian looked at the vast land up ahead and felt his entire heart opening up. He'd been restricted ever since he started cultivating and felt quite repressed. The ancient barren world was like a free land, and he was like a bird that could fly as high as he wanted. Yu Sheng looked forward, feeling the same kind of freedom. The lower ancient barren world can only contain those in the Dharma plane. We'll take over it within 5 years. Can you be a bit more subtle? Yi Futian gave him a look. He was only in the glory plane, but he already wanted to control the lower ancient barren world. The strongest cultivators of the entire eastern barren territory were gathered here. Yu Sheng looked at him. Does this guy know what subtle means? Yi Futian looked forward and smiled. Isn't 5 years too long? Yu Sheng blinked. The two continued forward without seeing anyone. The barren ancient world was a microcosm of the eastern barren territory, but for people under the Arcana plane, it was still extremely vast. After countless days, Yi Futian could only see the occasional demon flying in the sky or beasts on the ground. Sometimes, they were even in the Dharma plane. When the demons watched them, Yi Futian ignored them and forged on. However, there was a demon hovering above and following them now. It was a wind rock at the Dharma plane, and it was extremely fast. Yi Futian stared at the rock. He could feel a strange melody coming from it as it flew. He observed it with the freedom meditation and realized that it would sometimes become one with the wind and ride the wind. Yu Sheng, he called. Yu Sheng took a step back on the black wind eagle. He carried a huge hammer, and the 9-star glory plane aura was released. As if sensing his weak aura, menace flashed past the wind rock's eyes. It transformed into wind and caught up with the black wind eagle, clawing at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng flashed and jumped down. Wings sprouted and his hammer radiated with a frightening aura. It flashed with dazzling gold light, and he brought it down on the wind rock. Sensing danger, the wind rock actually sped up when Yu Sheng's hammer came down. It transformed into an afterimage that moved with the wind and charged out of Yu Sheng's range, coming directly for Yi Futian. Yi Futian had been watching the wind rock's moves. He grasped a wand that glowed with green light. The wood elemental spiritual chi surged, and the lock of 1,000 vines was released. It loomed towards the wind rock. The strange rhythmic strength appeared on the wind rock again. However, the lock of 1,000 vines spell seemed to predict its path. It locked onto the wind rock and wrapped around it. Yu Sheng landed and swung his hammer. The wind rock cried and dropped to the ground. "We can eat rock for dinner," Yi Futian said. The black wind eagle landed. After a while, there was a delicious smell. The 2 humans and 1 demon enjoyed the delicious roasted wind rock. "Oh!" Yi Futian arched his eyebrow. His body released an ephemeral aura. "Is this fate?" Yi Futian had an odd expression. The same kind of aura came from Yusheng as well. Yi Futian glanced at the black wind eagle, and then the bird shot into the sky. It flew with a pleasantly strange rhythm. Seeming to understand something instantly, a smile appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. "So that's what fate is," he murmured. The black wind eagle landed before him with a pitiful look. "Want more?" Seeing the black wind eagle's gaze, Yi Futian petted its head and chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll let you live a good life from now on." Chapter 151. Yi Futian and Yusheng continued on their merry way. They traveled through a barren area where demon beasts roamed from time to time. However, there was not another person to be seen. On the black wind eagle, Yusheng asked, "Do you know what fate is?" Yi Futian nodded his head. Fate is similar to the power of will. That beast was able to assimilate into the wind. It probably has a strong will of the wind that it acquired in some hidden ancient plane within the ancient barren world. Or maybe he ate something special to gain this power, and in the ancient barren world, this type of power transformed into fate. Once this fate grows to a certain point, it might be able to go through some changes, resulting in noble fate. A person who acquires noble fate had the potential to become a strong noble plane cultivator. This process probably depends on how well you can grasp the concepts. Yi Futian hypothesized as such because he had once felt the power of will. This felt similar. "You can see the fate of that beast?" asked Yusheng. "As long as it reveals these types of powers, it's easy to tell," Yi Futian smiled. The black wind eagle continued forward. Every now and then, they would leave behind fire and the sweet smells of barbecued meat. On their journey, the good food never stopped. The fate within their bodies was collecting and growing. Yi Futian and Yusheng discovered that it was possible to incorporate this fate into their own powers, increasing their abilities. Half a month later, Yi Futian and Yusheng finally saw other human beings. They were hunting on these barren lands. Not too far ahead, the ground was shaking. Yi Futian looked over and saw a crazed demon bear running around. The beast was completely white. The ground it walked across frosted over. "Yusheng," called Yi Futian. Yusheng understood right away. He bolted toward the demon bear with the hammer in his hand. The demon beast lifted its head. Its eyes blazed with anger. It roared loudly, and Yusheng was covered in a layer of frost. He was going to be sealed in ice. An icy cold force of will exploded from the demon bear. Golden armor appeared on Yusheng's body, and with both hands, he waved around a giant hammer. The power from this action broke through the ice seal, and the force charged at the beast. It was as if the demon beast could feel that Yusheng did not have much energy because it lifted into the air abruptly and tried to attack him with full force. There was a loud noise followed by a heart-wrenching scream from the demon bear. Its large body then fell from the skies and crashed into the ground. "That's going to be another big meal," said Yi Futian with shining eyes. The power of fire in his body gathered, and a moment later, dinner was served. A line of figures approached from afar and stopped in the air above Yi Futian. Among the group, there were 3 males and 2 females. They were all fairly young. The 2 females looked very similar, and although they each gave off a different vibe, they were both extremely beautiful. "Pardon me, but we have been chasing after that ice bear for quite a while, and we're also the ones who incapacitated the beast," said a young man. Yusheng looked over him emotionlessly. "Within the 4 seas, all men are brothers. Come eat with us." Yi Futian nonchalantly invited the group to join in on their meal. The 5 exchanged looks of concern. They were unclear of Yi Futian and Yusheng's abilities. They all nodded and seated themselves on the ground. "Are the 2 of you also from Qinming City?" asked the young man. "Qinming City?" Yi Futian's eyes lit up. It seemed like they were nearing the city. The 2 of them had spent these past days in barren land and were bored out of their minds. "You guys don't know?" asked one girl on the side. Yi Futian looked over at her and replied, "No, we don't. We entered the ancient barren land not too long ago and have been traveling through the deserted land. We have yet to reach a city. Is Qinming a city nearby?" "Are you guys from the Hundred Lands?" the other girl asked. "Yeah," Yi Futian nodded. It seemed these people had reached the city before they could, but that was normal. After all, the black wind eagle was not very fast, and they made many detours. The 2 of them had also stopped to hunt demon beasts along the way. It was only natural that their speed was slower than others. Seeing Futian nod his head, the three youths finally let down their guard. So, they're natives of the Hundred Lands. The Hundred Lands was located at the border of the Eastern Barren Territory. The youths had heard that the door to the ancient barren world had just opened to them not too long ago. Since you guys are from the Hundred Lands, you must not know much about the ancient barren world, said one of the young men. He then bent down to chow down on the barbecued meat. There was no need to hold back anymore. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone of voice. That's true. So, please take care of us in the future, Futian chuckled. My name is Futian, and this is my brother from another mother, Yushang. He introduced Futian's smile made him look as harmless as a baby. Although the 17-year-old was now much more mature, he had yet to evolve completely. He was still partly that same immature, happy-go-lucky boy he used to be. My name is Ruayu, and this is my older sister, Ruachio, said one of the girls. Her sweet smile gave her a gentle, loving vibe while her sister looked to be more on the cold and distant side. Very nice, said a young man. He smiled lightly, but did not introduce himself. One of his friends followed. You both look so young. To be able into the ancient barren world from the Hundred Lands, you guys must have some outstanding gifts. Our gifts are nothing out of the ordinary. We're only in the 9-star glory plane, Futian answered matter-of-factly. Brother Yi, you must be joking. The highest level of cultivation among our group is a 4th-level Dharma plane, and we were still unable to stop that beast. We had our own beast to help in its capture. Besides, the demon bear was already hurt. We were barely able to defeat it ourselves, replied Futian. The group looked over at the black wind eagle and nodded. All of them continued to feast as they chatted, and very quickly, Futian was able to gather information as well as get a feel for each of them. Wangju, 4th-level Dharma plane, had the highest level of cultivation among the group. Gucheng was in the 3rd-level Dharma plane. Gujiang, 2nd-level Dharma plane, was Gucheng's younger brother. Ruachio was also 2nd level, while Ruayu was in the 1st level. The 5 of them had the same powerful force backing them. Wangju was steady, the Gu brothers were a little arrogant, Ruachio was aloof, and Ruayu was very friendly and uncalculating. Most of the information Futian acquired was thanks to her. They all came from a city not far from where they were, Qinming City. The demon bear was devoured and settled nicely in the stomachs of the 7 youths. As the group of 5 was preparing to depart, Ruayu asked, Are you guys going to Qinming City? Want to go together? All right. Futian nodded in agreement. There was still a lot he wanted to find out. Have a lot of people from the Hundred Lands arrived at Qinming City? Asked Futian, mounted on the black wind eagle. The group had made their way into the skies. Quite a few. There has been quite some commotion in the city, answered Gujiang. Futian, the people from the Hundred Lands all arrived in Qinming City in large groups. You guys didn't ally with great powers? It's embarrassing to talk about it. We were abandoned by our group because of our low levels of cultivation, Futian answered sadly. So that's why. Well, you guys were able to travel so far without becoming a meal for demon beasts. You should already count yourselves lucky, laughed Gujiang. You guys sure have guts, entering the ancient barren world in the glory plane. Ruayu chuckled and flew closer to land on the black wind eagle. The ancient barren world opened and many people came. It was only natural that we would also want to give it a try ourselves. We're not fighting for anything with anyone, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Said Futian. Ruayu nodded lightly. There are a couple ways to acquire fate. Demon beasts. Some rare plants have hidden fate, and the many relics in the ancient barren world. You can acquire fate in these ways, but the most direct way would be to steal it. You guys are of such a low level of cultivation, plus you guys don't possess much fate within, so naturally, no one would try to steal from you too. Stealing is also a way? Asked Futian. The rest of the Qinming group looked at Futian and had a laugh. They were indeed natives from the Hundred Lands. They didn't even know how to acquire fate. Of course, use your own fate to swallow that of others. With the aid of fate, powerful cultivators can defeat others and order them to release their own fates to be absorbed by the stronger force. People who are truly cruel will simply kill their opponents to take their fate, explained Ruayu. She looked at Futian. You don't even know this? There was now a sparkle in Futian's eyes. It seemed he finally understood how Emperor Luo stole the fate of the original Nandu emperor all those years ago. He was sly, stealing all of the emperor's fate. It was no longer a mystery why Emperor Yi tried to persuade Yi Futian not to enter the ancient barren world at a low level of cultivation. In here, people at the lower level of cultivation were prey for the others. They were at the mercy of everyone else. Even if they managed to acquire fate, in the end, it was only going to benefit those who were more powerful. They continued forward until finally, Yi Futian was able to catch his first glimpse of the city. More and more people came into view. The city ahead was not very big. It could not even compare with the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city, but the beauty was in its simplicity. It was a city of the ancient barren world after all. The people who came here were after fate. Everything they did was for the sake of cultivation. "This is Qinming City," said Ruoyu as she looked ahead. "This city was made by our fellow Qinming citizens as a meeting point in the ancient barren world. Entering the ancient barren world from the Qinming area, we are able to arrive directly in this historic city." Yi Futian already knew this, even on the way here. The Qinming area was similar to the Hundred Lands in the sense that they also had many family clans, but the difference was, their clans were stronger and more powerful. All their clans had a common leader who controlled all of Qinming as well as their entrance to the ancient barren world. In the outside world, in order to get from the Hundred Lands to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory, you must pass through the Qinming area. The group entered the city. In the air with them were demon beasts all around. Among them were some very rare powerful demons. Compared to them, the Black Wind Eagle did indeed look very ordinary. The ancient Qinming city consisted of people in all different planes. People of power from the Qinming area would enter the ancient barren world for practice, even if they were not in the upper-level Dharma planes. After some time, the group of youths arrived at an inn. Many people were gathered in the lobby, drinking and chatting. "You're back," a young man said to Ruoqiu and the others. "Senior brother Yin," greeted Ruoqiu. The others followed suit. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. Then, his eyes fell on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Who are they?" he asked. "They're from the Hundred Lands. We met them on the way, and since we were all headed here, we served as their guide," answered Ruoqiu. "The Hundred Lands?" The young man lifted his brows and followed by saying, "Don't just bring any back here in the future." "Then, I'll make them leave," said Ruoqiu. "No need. I'll let it go this time." The young man shook his head, then said, "We'll head to the Tsang Mountain relic together tomorrow." A look crossed Ruoqiu's face, but she only nodded her head. The young man walked away from the group. Yi Futian stood quietly in the back and observed the whole scene. He had a weird expression in his eyes. "Seems like we treated them to a meal of bear meat for no reason." Ruoqiu's words made things very obvious. There was not a single hint of gratitude. Chapter 152. Ruoyu looked at Yi Futian apologetically and said softly, "Don't be angry. Senior Yin is like that. He's strict, but his cultivation talent is extraordinarily high." "I'm not angry at him." Yi Futian shrugged. Senior Yin didn't know him, so it was logical to not want to bring him with. However, Ruoqiu's words weren't that nice. "Is this in part of your clan?" Yi Futian asked. "No." Ruoyu shook her head. "I see. Then I won't have to worry about getting kicked out." Yi Futian walked away with a smile. Yu Sheng and the Black Wind Eagle followed behind him. They found a worker and prepared to stay here. Brother Ye's temper is quite big. Gu Jiang smiled faintly after hearing Yi Futian's words. "Let's go," Wang Ju said. Ruoyu's eyes sparkled. She finally knew why Yi Futian was angry. Thinking for a bit, she walked up to her sister and said, "They invited us to eat the demon bear's meat and we could travel together because we were going to the same place. Why did you have to say that?" "What do you know?" Ruoqiu glared at her. "You're inexperienced. In that situation, those two 9-star glory plane cultivators had to invite us, but did you see how he tried to get close? I think he has an ulterior motive." "I think Yi Futian isn't that bad," Ruoyu said nonchalantly. "Even if he has another motive, it'll just be to explore the lower ancient barren world deeper. It's not that big of a deal." "Ruoyu, you trust people too easily," Gucheng said. "You should be a bit more cautious for these chance meetings." "I know," Ruoyu replied, still not caring. "You all go first." With that, She waited in place. A few moments later, the worker brought Futian over. Waiting for me? Futian asked her. Yeah. Ruo Yu nodded. My sister has a bad temper. Please don't mind her. She might have misjudged you. Your sister probably thinks I have an ulterior motive, which isn't wrong. I know nothing about the ancient barren world. I really do want to learn some things from you all, Futian admitted honestly. That doesn't count, Ruo Yu said, shaking her head. I can tell you whatever you want to know. What is the Tsang Mountain relic that your senior was talking about? Are there other relics around Qinming City? Futian asked. The Tsang Mountain relic has some stone walls carved with words and paintings. It's a mysterious place, but it contains fate, Ruo Yu said. Many people go there every day, and a good many of talented people reach enlightenment there. However, no one has ever been able to completely solve the mystery. Perhaps they aren't high enough in plane. Other relics definitely exist, but tomorrow, let's go to the Tsang Mountain relic. You can see a lot of powerful figures from the Qinming City. Many people from your 100 lands should be there too. I'll go by myself, Futian said, smiling. I'll take you there without them. You don't know the way, Ruo Yu said after pondering for a moment. Okay, let's go together. I don't want your senior and sister to be unhappy. Futian saw how stubborn Ruo Yu was and didn't want to make it hard for her. Okay, I'll go find you tomorrow when we set out, Ruo Yu said. The next day, Ruo Yu really did come to find Futian, and they left soon after. Ruo Chio's group was already outside the inn. Seeing Ruo Yu with Futian, Ruo Chio glared while Gu Jiang smiled. Brother Yi, are you going to the Tsang Mountain relic too? Yes, I want to take a look. Futian nodded. Since we're going to the same place, let's go together, Gu Jiang said, slightly smiling. Futian and Yu Shang were still going to follow them. Two glory plane cultivators had to find some support in the ancient barren world. Let's go, Yin Lu said, and the group instantly soared into the sky. Futian and Yu Shang followed behind on the Black Wind Eagle. Ruo Yu also rode with them, chatting mindlessly. As the name implied, the Tsang Mountain relic was in the Tsang Mountain, south of the Qinming City. It was beside the sea, standing right where the mountains and sea met. Strange rocks were everywhere, and many were smooth as if people sat on them a lot. The Tsang Mountain relic was here. The strange rocks faced various stone walls in different directions. The walls were all carved with writing and images. When Futian's group arrived, there were already many people there. This was one of the places where fate could be born, so strong cultivators came for enlightenment throughout the year. Yin Lu and the others weren't so eye-catching anymore. Everyone here was the cream of the crop of Qinming City, and there were more than enough famous figures. It's senior sister Yun, Ruo Chio said, looking somewhere. Yin Lu and the others followed her gaze. A beautiful figure stood atop a large rock in the middle of the stone walls. The sea wind blew in from the sea, fluttering her clothing. Her clothes and hair flew in the breeze while she focused calmly on a wall. Her brows were curved like crescent moons. She was extremely dazzling and many eyes fell on her. She was obviously an extraordinary figure and stood out from the crowd. Yin Lu's group approached her and bowed in greeting. Senior Yun. Yun Qinma glanced at Yin Lu. She nodded and then focused back on the stone wall. Didn't you all enter the ancient barren world together? Futian asked Ruo Yu curiously. Ruo Yu rolled her eyes. The ancient barren world has always been open. Whoever wants to train can come with whoever they want. Clans don't all come at once unless something big happened. Plus, our clan is big while senior sister Yun is an upper disciple. We rarely see each other, let alone come together. Futian started to understand this. The Qinming City must have many powerful clans, and the ancient barren world had been open for years. He couldn't see things from the point of the 100 lands. Yun Qinma, how are you feeling? A voice suddenly rang out. It was a figure standing on another large stone. He wore a long dark robe and was extraordinarily handsome. Yun Qinma glanced at him indifferently and didn't reply. The youth smiled, not minding. Continuing to look at the stone wall before him, he smiled and said, I received some inspiration, but I still need some time to understand this wall. Lu Yuan, Ruo Yu said softly. He's one of the top geniuses of the Qinming area. He's extremely talented. Futian nodded. Those two had taken great spots. There were geniuses from other places studying around them. At this moment, Yin Lu's group all walked toward a wall, the one Yun Qianma was studying. Yi Futian also looked over and saw a line of words. 1,000 threads of rain, 100 meters of mountain. A sword's cold flash cuts the sadness of farewell, Yi Futian murmured as he looked at the wall. It seemed to be a poem. He wondered who would carve such poetic words. He could also feel a sharp sword aura from the words. It seemed as if the words would jump out and transform into sword intent. It's sword techniques, Yi Futian said. Brother Yi, do you think we don't know? Gu Jiang asked, turning around and chuckling. Indeed, it is a set of sword techniques, but no one has been able to completely decipher its artistic conception, Ruoyu said. Many copied it down and took it back to their elders, but they still couldn't be enlightened. However, the talented ones can feel a shred of the artistic conception and receive fate of varying levels. Yi Futian chuckled. His freedom meditation spun, and the world instantly changed before his eyes. All details became extremely clear. He looked at the stone wall, and the words seemed to jump into his mind, becoming three-dimensional. They changed, subtly becoming some sort of shape, no longer ordinary words. They were more like the shape of a sword. At that moment, Yi Futian clearly felt a powerful sword intent rush into his mind, as if he could begin practicing swordsmanship if he wanted. With the will, Yi Futian felt a shred of sword fate in his body. He gathered his thoughts and looked at Ruoyu with an odd expression. What's wrong? Ruoyu had to ask after seeing Yi Futian's strange look. Nothing, he replied quietly. The so-called artistic conception of the poem seemed to be pretty easy. 1,000 threads of rain. The sword is like 1,000 threads, splashing like rain. Yin Lu mumbled as he looked at the wall. Ruochu's eyes brightened and she smiled, saying, such a great artistic conception. This set of sword techniques must be shockingly strong. But what does the 100 meters of mountain mean? If the first sentence is saying that the sword is as fast as rain, is the second describing the sword's weight? Yin Lu was uncertain. Senior brother, you are so wise. There seems to be a way to decipher the artistic conception of the poem, Gu Jiang said. Yi Futian couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that this wasn't a poem, so there obviously wasn't an artistic conception of the poem. What are you laughing about? Ruochu turned around and asked. No one could decipher the poem's artistic conception all these years. Isn't it a waste of time to go down the same path? Yi Futian asked in return. So you understand? Ruochu replied coldly. Then tell me the true meaning of this poem. Perhaps it isn't a poem, and it doesn't have an artistic conception. Perhaps they're just words, Yi Futian said. Nonsense. Ruochu heard Yi Futian's words and said coolly, for countless years, talents have found the artistic conception and received their fates. They just couldn't decipher it completely, and yet you think they're only words? Do you think they're all wrong? Maybe, Yi Futian said with a smile. Ruochu froze and then scoffed. You're only in the glory plane, and yet you speak so brazenly. Are you trying to seem unique to attract our attention? Yi Futian looked at Ruochu. This woman was even more conceited than him. Why would he want to attract her attention? You got me. Yi Futian sighed and shrugged at Yusheng. Let's go. Ruochu smirked. I knew it. Yusheng glanced at her coolly. With her looks? Where did she get the confidence? Chapter 153. Seeing that Yi Futian and Yusheng were walking away, Ruoyu glared at Ruochu and said, Sis, can you stop talking with such a nasty attitude? Didn't you hear him admit it himself? Ruochu asked calmly. Ruoyu, don't get too close to that kind of people, said Yenlu. Ruoyu looked at her senior brother. Even though she disagreed with what her senior brother had said, she did not say anything. She looked up ahead. She watched as Yi Futian and Yusheng walked towards a large rock. There, a graceful young man stood silently. When they reached him, he spoke. Got hated on? Like watching me suffer? Yi Futian looked at the young man in front of him, slightly upset. Yi Wuchen took a quick look at Ruochu, who was not too far away, and then back at the dispirited Yi Futian. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. This guy is such a hotshot in both the Kangi Kingdom and the Nandu Nation. He even rejected when a beauty like Lin Yueyao tried to get acquainted. Who would have thought that there would be a day when Yi Futian would be despised by a girl? Where's Yi Xiao? Asked Yi Futian. We split up a long while ago, answered Yi Wuchen. Yi Xiao cultivates at the Kangyi College. If he plans on inheriting the throne in the future, it would be useful to have the support of the school. Yi Futian nodded. Of course, he understood what Yi Wuchen was trying to say. The students of Kangyi College who entered the ancient barren world now would be the future leaders of Kangyi College. What did you get from this? Asked Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen looked at the stone wall. His brows furrowed. I can only feel some sword intent, but I don't know how to approach it. Perhaps it's still not the right time. Maybe we need to give it more time. Yi Futian walked up next to him and squatted down. Yi Wuchen looked down at him. He watched as Yi Futian used spiritual qi to carve something into the stone. It looked like a word. It was the first word of the poem, 1000. After the word was carved, it actually began to change. It looked like it was moving and morphed into the shape of a sword. Yi Wuchen's eyes brightened at this sight. His gaze was glued to the stone wall ahead. Don't try to decipher its artistic conception or whatever. Break up the words, said Yi Futian. All right, nodded Yi Wuchen. When he looked at the stone wall again, it seemed as if the words had changed again. Just then, the black-winged eagle, who was standing off to the side, gently flapped its wings. Its eyes twinkled as it looked at Yi Futian with anticipation. You want to learn as well? Asked Yi Futian. The black-winged eagle nodded. You really are becoming too smart for your own good, muttered Yi Futian. It seemed that the beast had reaped some benefits from acquiring fate. Their spirits were linked, so it should be easy to teach it. Let me get a feel for it first. Yi Futian sat down on the large boulder, once again focusing on the stone wall. Every word carved into that wall seemed to be morphing into swords. The will of sword kept rushing into his mind. Even though he saw the sword forms and felt the sword intent, if Yi Futian wanted to cultivate this sword technique, he would first need to understand it. He was not a swordsman, so he was not going to waste his time to do so. It was enough for him to get a feel for the fate. Yi Futian was going to leave the cultivation of this sword technique to Yi Wuchen. Following that, Yi Futian continued to observe. At the same time, he would tell Yi Wuchen the form of the swords. Slowly, Yi Wuchen fell into the rhythm as well and became able to see for himself. There was no longer need for pointers from Yi Futian. The strange thing was, the black-winged eagle, standing next to Yi Futian, continued to stare at the stone wall. It did not even blink. It seemed as if the beast was beginning to comprehend it as well. Standing off to the side, Yu Sheng witnessed this scene and was shocked. He couldn't even do what a demon beast could. After a while, Yi Futian collected himself and looked over at Yi Wuchen. His eyes were closed shut, and a faint hint of sword intent flowed around him. By the looks of it, Yi Wuchen had comprehended the sword techniques hidden in the lines of poetry. Let's take a look at the other walls, said Yi Futian. The black-winged eagle's eyes brightened and flapped its wings, carrying itself in another direction. It landed on a large boulder in front of a wall with engraved art. This engraving depicted a large golden rock charging into the heavens. Its apparitions were also shown, serving as an indicator of the beasts soaring through the skies. Yi Futian glanced at the black-winged eagle. Looks like this guy had its eyes set on this wall beforehand. But Yi Futian felt like this depiction also suited himself. The black-winged eagle and Yu Sheng could cultivate it too. His freedom meditation began to spin in his mind again. An image appeared in his mind. It was the very scene engraved on the wall. A golden rock spread its wings to soar through the skies. It roared loudly. It moved faster than the wind, not leaving an afterimage. Its movements were swift and natural like the flow of the wind. The scene and his memories overlapped slightly, making the image clearer. Unknowingly, Yi Futian's thoughts fell into a mystical state where he felt like he had transformed into the rock, breaking through the clouds into the heavens. Using the freedom meditation, he was able to decipher the true meanings behind the poem and the image on the stone walls. However, it was completely up to his own comprehension abilities to find out what they truly meant. Slowly, Yi Futian's eyes closed. To him, it no longer felt like he was standing on the boulder in front of the wall. He felt as if he was zooming through the clouds in the sky. A strong force of will came from the stone wall and rushed into his mind endlessly. The more he was able to decipher and understand from the image on the wall, the more powerful the fate and will would get. The Black Wind Eagle and Yusheng were both doing their best as well. However, the artistic conception they had was more on the simple side. The beast was affected by its natural gifts, while Yusheng's gifts did not belong in this category. Around them, many cultivators who specialized in the element of wind were doing the same. From time to time, a light would shine from their bodies as these people attempted to incorporate their perceptions with their original abilities. After a long time, Futian opened his eyes to see the Black Wind Eagle looking at himself with a pitiful expression. Using his spiritual energy, Futian transferred the results of his meditation his beast companion. Following this, the Black Wind Eagle also began its own cultivation with the deciphered messages. Yusheng, that wall really suits you, said Futian. He was pointing to a stone wall in another direction. This wall was close to the ocean, and on it were engravings of large, roaring waves. With one simple look, you could almost feel the artistic conception of the image rushing at you like a terrifying force. The two friends headed for that wall. Standing in front of it, the ocean waves rolled in and smacked against the side of Tsang Mountain. The great tide seemed to match with the artistic conception given off by the image on the wall. "What do you feel?" asked Futian. "Ferocity and power," said Yusheng. "That's right," nodded Futian. Because he was able to use the freedom meditation, he could see things more clearly. It was as if the image was moving. Each wave was higher than the last. Its power was destructive. This image was not a sword, nor was it wind. It was pure ferocity and power. The two studied it in silence, and after a long while, Futian left alone. He walked over to another stone wall by the ocean. This was the last Tsang Mountain wall with engravings. There was no one standing in front of this wall. The other three walls were somewhat comprehensible, but this one, no one understood. They couldn't feel any fate from this wall. The image on the stone wall depicted a figure clad in white seated with both hands on a guqin. There was no artistic conception. Futian used the freedom meditation, but he could only see the person in the image playing the guqin. He was not able to feel any will from the image. However, this made the image even more extraordinary. If even the freedom meditation didn't work, it only proved that Futian's level of cultivation was not yet high enough. Futian stood there quietly, simply looking at the stone wall. There was only him. Wuchen was in front of the sword wall, the Black Wind Eagle at the golden rock wall, and Yusheng at the wave wall. The four of them each had a wall that enlightened them. Futian's world became very quiet, but in reality, there were people everywhere at the Tsang Mountain relic. Ruochio's eyes wandered in Futian's direction. He stood out too much. He was the only one in front of that wall. No one has ever deciphered the message behind that image, but look at him, pretending he knows what he's doing. "You should know the type of person he is now," she said to Ruoyu. They hadn't even been here for long, but Futian had already stopped in front of every wall. He was purely wasting time here. Ruoyu looked over at him briefly. She could not understand his actions. "Senior brother Yin was able to get a bit of sword intent from studying the stone wall," said Ruochio. She had a smile on her face as she watched Yin Lu, who stood not too far away in front of her. Sword intent came from the stone wall and revolved around him. Yin Lu took a deep breath before saying, "This poem is indeed hiding a powerful artistic conception. By the studying its form, it is possible to feel the will of the sword. If I want to understand it completely, I'm afraid it will take a fairly long time." "Senior brother Yin, you're so talented. Normal people can't even compare to you," smiled Ruochio. "I'm still lacking quite a bit in comparison to senior sister Yun." Yin Lu lifted his head to look at Yun Qianma. She was perched on top of a tall boulder. Yun Qianma had a wave of sword intent revolving around her. It was obvious that her understanding of the image on the stone wall was greater than that of Yin Lu. More and more people arrived at the Tsang Mountain relic, making the environment crowded and lively. Just then, a figure had grasped the attention of a large group of people. This person had looks that made them stand out. In terms of looks, even Yun Qianma didn't shine as brightly anymore in comparison. There were many powerful guards next to this newcomer. This person was the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. In the matter of outer appearance, It was only natural not a lot of people could compare to her. Her eyes drifted off to a certain direction and immediately saw Wuchen. Her glamorous body sauntered over next to him. Gu Cheng, Ruo Qiu, and the others looked over in their direction. A little while ago, Futian seemed to be acquainted with Wuchen. Now, this girl had also headed over to him. Who was this Wuchen? Was this shockingly beautiful girl also from the Hundred Lands? Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yueyao. She screamed and snapped her eyes shut. It felt as if a sword had pierced into her eyes. "Are you okay?" asked Wuchen. Lin Yueyao opened her eyes slowly. They were slightly red. She looked at him and replied, "Are you trying to kill me?" "I was cultivating. Didn't know it was you," he explained. She was speechless. Then, she turned to look at the stone wall and muttered lowly, "So this is the stone wall of the Tsang Mountain relic? How come I can't feel anything from it? How did you get the artistic conception?" "I actually didn't get much from it originally, but an unordinary guy showed up," he said. "An unordinary guy?" Lin Yueyao asked with a questioning look. Her eyes shifted elsewhere, and she saw a lonely figure standing in front of a stone wall. He looked as if he was the only person on earth. A strange look crossed her face. Can this guy stop living in his own solitude world? Wuchen was right. He definitely was an unordinary guy. Chapter 154. Lin Yueyao looked at Futian's backside. From Wuchen's words, she guessed that he was only enlightened with Futian's help. This guy was only in the glory plane. Why was he so scary? But from his performance at the Fenghua banquet and Tingfeng banquet, he truly couldn't be treated like a regular person. What's he doing? Lin Yueyao asked quietly. He's probably getting inspired. This is the last stone wall, Wuchen said calmly. Lin Yueyao's gaze moved to the other walls. She saw Yusheng and the Black Wind Eagle. Was the Black Wind Eagle cultivating too? Being enlightened and inspired by the Tsang Mountain relic? It was one thing for the ones beside Futian, Yusheng, and Hua Jieyu to be so scarily talented, but now was his ordinary demon beast cultivating too? Futian didn't know what Lin Yueyao was thinking. He didn't even know she was there. He was still quietly sensing the stone wall. Closing his eyes, he emptied everything. The mountains on all sides of him were imprinted in his mind. Waves crashed, one tide higher than the last. Gradually, a picture appeared in his mind. It was of a white-robed figure playing guqin on the Tsang Mountain. Someone was practicing the sword on the beach. The sword technique seemed desolate. The waves came and fell into the sword intent, transforming into 1,000 threads of rain. On the mountain, hundreds of meters tall, the blade flashed coldly and cut the pain of separation. He realized that the poem truly did have an artistic conception. A golden rock soared into the sky, wanting to bid farewell to the man. It cried beside the sea and transformed into countless afterimages, sweeping up the tides. All of this seemed to become a painting. The walls on all sides were not separate entities. Their artistic conceptions were one. There was a flash, and Futian's guqin spirit appeared. He sat, crossing his legs, and began playing his guqin alone. The graceful melody streamed out, attracting much attention. Many people gazed at him with an odd expression. A 9-star glory plane musical sorcerer was playing his instrument before the stone wall that no one could decipher. Had he really sensed the artistic conception? Lin Yueyao's eyes sparkled. This guy really acted as if the others didn't exist. Interesting. Lu Yuan glanced at Futian and smiled lightly. Shock also flashed past Yun Qinma's pretty eyes. There was some otherworldliness in the melody, as if it was being played from space. In the melody's artistic conception, waves crashed onto the empty mountain, rocks soared in the air, and people cut the pain of separation with their swords. The emotion and scene went with the music perfectly. As Futian played, the will inside the stone wall went together with his music, resonating. Shortly after, a burst of music intent landed inside Futian's mind, strengthening the artistic conception. It was as if Futian was playing the artistic conception directly. That was not all. In that moment, he seemed to be resonating with the other 3 walls as well. The sword intent, golden rock intent, and sea wave intent all rushed into his mind, coming back out as music. An image appeared with the music. It snuck into Yusheng's mind, and he shook violently. He instantly felt the artistic conceptions of the sea wave wall and golden rock wall appear clearly in his mind, allowing him to directly sense them. The same artistic conception entered the black wind eagle's mind. It flapped its wings, appearing to be excited. After that, Yi Wuchen, standing to the side, suddenly felt sword intent enter his ear with the music. His eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the sword wall. It was as if he could feel an extremely clear picture. An illusory figure was practicing a set of sword techniques. Ruo Yu had the same treatment as Yi Wuchen, but she didn't understand it at first. When the artistic conception in the music became stronger and stronger, she looked at Yi Futian in shock and finally understood. Then she looked to the sword wall and started sensing. However, the others didn't know about the changes in their bodies. They continued to sense quietly, but their savviness seemed to improve under the music. They could sense deeper things, and they rejoiced inwardly, continuing to cultivate quietly. A strange sight appeared. There was no other sound in this area except for the soothing guqin. Seemingly after a long time, the music finally stopped. Yi Futian felt the changes in his body and smiled faintly. It appeared that he didn't have to worry about not receiving a fate in the ancient barren world. Luo Junlin received the noble fate in the ancient barren world and caught the attention of the royal Xian temple. Which force would notice Yi Futian? As the music stopped, people smiled one after another. They had all improved, but they didn't know it was the effect brought upon by the music's artistic conception. They thought they were enlightened by themselves. Only a small minority felt that the music had done something, and that the music's artistic conception matched the scene. A string of sword intent flowed up and down Yi Wuchen's body and then disappeared. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt that Yi Futian wasn't normal. This wasn't something a normal person could do. Yi Wuchen understood that Yi Futian had most likely understood the entire Tsang Mountain relic. No one had ever done this before, but he did it. What happened? Lin Yueyao asked. That guy taught me how to cultivate swordsmanship, Yi Wuchen said softly. He taught you? Lin Yueyao was surprised. When Yi Wuchen nodded seriously, she understood immediately and shot a resentful gaze at Yi Futian. She was part of the Fenghua rank too. Why couldn't he help her too? Sword intent flowed across Yen Lu's body. Eyes sharp, he looked at his group. How do you feel? Senior brother, I have some enlightenment, Gu Jiang said. Me too. Ruo Qiu was a bit excited. Not bad. Ruo Yu, what about you? Yen Lu nodded and turned to Ruo Yu to see her eyes wide open, still in shock. Had she really cultivated the sword technique from the wall? She felt crazy. How did she receive enlightenment just like that? The music had brought the artistic conception right into her mind, and then she looked at the wall and saw the sword technique. Okay. Ruo Yu was still out of it. What do you even think about all day? Ruo Qiu couldn't help but say, seeing her sister so dazed. Yun Qianma, Lu Yuan said, looking at her again. Want to fight and see how enlightened you are? Don't have time, Yun Qianma replied coolly. Lu Yuan smiled. Wind whistled around him, and everyone looked over. A strong wind intent appeared on him, causing a violent wind to scream around him. The fate bloomed and actually fused into the wind intent. A shocking black windstorm swept toward Yun Qianma. Every strand of wind in the terrifying tornado transformed into sharp blades. They were extremely sharp and converged into a storm that could rip apart everything. It was frightening. Melding fate into the wind intent and casting a spell, he attacked without caring if Yun Qianma agreed or not. Such strong intent. As expected of the Lu family of the Qiming area, everyone looked at Lu Yuan. It was obvious that he had comprehended quite a bit. Yun Qianma turned around. Her robes fluttered in the wild wind, and a sword appeared in her hand. Her fate also bloomed and fused into the sword intent. Then it whistled as she waved her sword, and a curtain of swords appeared around her. The tornado ripped towards her and collided with the sword intent. The world changed and the boulders were pulverized. Yun Qianma soared into the air, her long hair flying. The sword intent strengthened and cut the tornado up bit by bit. When the storm disappeared, Yun Qianma hovered in the air alone. As expected of senior sister Yun, Ruo Qiu gasped. I seem to feel the artistic conception of the wall and those sword techniques. Ruo Yu's eyes flashed and she mumbled, Her techniques were wrong. What nonsense! Ruoqiu glared at her. Let's only test the strength that we comprehended here, Lu Yuan said. As soon as he spoke, he rushed into the air, charging at Yun Qianma like a rock. For a moment, he seemed to have transformed into a rock. Wielding her sword, it seemed that the sword's artistic conception descended around Yun Qianma. Seeing the rock cut through the air, she swung her sword and the blade transformed into a light that sliced the sky. Various afterimages came out of the rock. The two moved instantaneously and were too fast for the naked eye to keep up. Boom! Lu Yuan's body had already left, but Yun Qianma's beautiful body continued to descend. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was hovering arrogantly in the air. He smiled thinly. Yun Qianma, it appears that you didn't comprehend enough. The senior disciple of your clan is just so-so. Everyone looked at them. Even though Lu Yuan had the upper hand, it didn't mean that Yun Qianma's enlightenment wasn't as good as his. Other than the tablet that no one could understand, the sword stone was the most difficult one. Its artistic conception was hidden inside the poem, and thus it was unfair. Lu Yuan had taken advantage of this. It was as if he did that before Yun Qianma on purpose. The disciples of the Qinming area's sword clan were all enraged. Ruoyu was upset as well, and she said, "Senior Sister Yun, your sword technique can be improved." Yun Qianma gazed at her. Yin Lu and the others did so as well, wondering what nonsense this girl was saying. Ignoring all their looks, Ruoyu produced a sword filled with the sword intent. She swung the blade, and at that moment, countless shadows appeared. The sword transformed into threads of rain, and each drop was filled with the power to cut through the air. Paired with the sword intent in her body, it was clearly more advanced than Yun Qianma's artistic conception. Many people were surprised at this. Ruoqiu also looked at her sister in shock. Ruoyu's talent couldn't be compared to Yun Qianma's, but her technique was clearly more powerful. If Yun Qianma had used this, Lu Yuan would have been completely obliterated. Junior sister, how did you comprehend this? Yin Lu and the others all came over to scrutinize Ruoyu. Yun Qianma looked at her too and asked, "How did you do it?" Everyone's gazes fell upon her. How could a young disciple of the Sword Clan in the first-level Dharma plane decipher the swordsmanship technique of the Sword Wall? Chapter 155. Seeing that almost everyone was looking at herself, Ruoyu immediately felt a great wave of pressure. Her eyes drifted over to Yi Futian, but she instantly withdrew her gaze. If she told the truth, it was bound to bring him trouble. She was in her own clan. The Sword Clan of the Qinming area was a great power, and not many people dared to start trouble with them. I don't know either. I was just suddenly enlightened, said Ruoyu in a low voice. Ruoqiu looked at Ruoyu strangely. Enlightened? As twins, Ruoqiu was very clear about Ruoyu's abilities. How would she be suddenly enlightened? However, Ruoyu was by her side the whole time and did not come into contact with anyone else. Other than enlightenment, there was no other explanation. Lin Yueyao looked over at Ruoyu and then back at Yi Futian. Could it be that she was able taught by the sound of Yi Futian's guqin? It is a good thing to get such a rare opportunity, said Yun Qianma. She did not question Ruoyu any further. If Ruoyu did, in fact, know the secret to deciphering the meaning behind the stone walls, this was not the place to question her. Yun Qianma glanced at Lu Yuan, having no intentions to continue their fight. Her attention shifted back to the sword wall. Even Ruoyu had been enlightened, yet she had achieved nothing. Yin Lu and the others all had strange looks on their faces as they continued their cultivation. You know, you guys should actually reconsider what Yi Futian said earlier, Ruoyu mumbled lowly. Ruoqiu and the rest of their group furrowed their brows and all turned their attention to Yi Futian. At that same moment, Yi Futian had descended from the large boulder in front of the stone wall and was headed their way. Yusheng and the Black Wind Eagle were also by his side. They had both already been enlightened on the true meanings behind the images on the walls with the help of Yi Futian. Hello, my little friend. Gu Jiang smiled at Yi Futian. Done with all 4 walls? Yeah, Yi Futian nodded with a smile on his face. Seeing that Yi Futian had actually nodded, Gu Jiang could not help but let out a look of interest. This guy is really thick-skinned. How much information did you get? Gu Jiang continued to ask. A little bit from each of the walls, I guess, Yi Futian answered nonchalantly. He looked at Ruoyu and said, Ruoyu, I'm heading back first. Good luck with your cultivation. I'm done as well. I'll head back with you, she said as she stepped up closer to him. Yi Futian transferred the knowledge of the sword techniques to her today. It was definitely a great favor. This guy. Not far away, Lin Yueyao watched this scene and everything was now crystal clear. Ruoyu was indeed taught by Yi Futian. Ruoyu frowned at her sister's words. Had her younger sister gone crazy? Have you had enough? Ruoyu asked Yi Futian coldly. He looked at her with no words to say. How did I piss her off now? Sis, what are you doing? Ruoyu was angry with the way her older sister acted. Ruoyu looked at Ruoyu and said, Did he really put some spell over you? I just want you to see how fake he really is. Yi Futian, since you said that you were enlightened by the stone walls, all we have to do in order to know if you're telling the truth is to fight. Gujiang, give it a go, said Ruoyu. Gujiang chuckled with his reply. All right. I also want to know what type of enlightenment you had. My little friend, Gujiang smiled at Yi Futian. What's going on? Lin Yueyao saw what was going on and asked Yi Wuchen, who was standing beside her. Yi Wuchen could not hold in his smile. He said some things to Lin Yueyao, and after she heard what he had to say, a strange expression crossed her face. She looked at Ruoyu and busted out in laughter. Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian. Who would have thought this day would come for that rascal? Yi Futian glanced at Gujiang and then at Ruoyu. A smile spread across his face before that word slipped out of his mouth. Idiots. He turned around and walked towards Yi Wuchen. Gujiang frowned. Ruoyu had an icy look in her eyes. Did Yi Futian just call them idiots? A sharp ray of sword intent released from Gujiang as he took one step in Yi Futian's direction. With the sword intent revolving his body, he warned Yi Futian, Watch out, my little friend. He finished what he had to say and released his sword techniques. At the same time, a black shadow whisked by at an unbelievable speed. It was a demon beast. Maybe a rock? Huh. Ruoyu and her friends furrowed their brows in confusion. A storm seemed to have started in the area around them. Gujiang hadn't even released his sword when the shadow descended from the sky with its claws charging straight down. It struck Gujiang in the chest, propelling him backward. He now had blood streaming down the front of his chest. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past and the shadow of the rock had returned. It floated in the air behind Yi Futian. It was a demon beast, all right, but it was not a rock. It was a black wind eagle. The artistic conception of the stone wall. The members of the sword clan lifted their heads to look at the wall where Lu Yuan was. The image of a large golden rock. The beast behind Yi Futian had released that artistic conception. How could an ordinary black wind eagle have such an understanding? Gujiang. Guchang and the others walked over next to Gujiang. He climbed up from the ground and looked at Yi Futian's silhouette with cold eyes. This black wind eagle is strange. It has such strong comprehension skills to understand the artistic conception, said Gujiang. Yin Lu nodded in agreement. He had also noticed this fact. The group headed towards Yi Futian. Ruoyu did not look too good in this current situation. Are the members of the sword clan going to start a conflict with Yi Futian? They watched as Yi Futian stopped in place. He did not spare them a glance, but instead looked at Yi Wuchen and asked, Together? Sure, Yi Wuchen nodded. He was obviously not going to turn down Yi Futian's invitation. He was also thinking the same thing. Hey, I heard someone have you the cold shoulder. Lin Yueyao chuckled at Yi Futian. Taking pleasure in my misfortune? Yi Futian smiled at her. Is it her? Lin Yueyao looked at Ruoyu. Ruoyu saw Lin Yueyao looking over and frowned. What does she mean? Since when has your taste gotten so bad? Lin Yueyao teased. She had finally gotten her revenge. This rascal is always ignoring me. Now he'll know what it's like to get the cold shoulder. The group of Sword Clan members witnessed everything. Was she insulting Ruoyu? However, in comparison to this girl in front of them, Ruochu's looks were a far cry from her beauty. Is it funny? Yi Futian never thought Lin Yueyao had this side to her. It seemed like this girl had held quite a grudge. It's pretty funny. She nodded seriously. She then asked, Can you bring me along too? Yi Futian looked at her with a strange look in his eyes. What goes on in this girl's brain? To be honest, The Lin Yueyao before would have never made such a request, but seeing Yi Futian help Yi Wuchen become enlightened with his Guqin, and even a girl he met in the ancient barren world, it did not make her feel great. Did she really lack the appeal? She was always getting ignored by this jerk. Seeing the look in Yi Futian's eyes, Lin Yueyao gave him a glare. Don't worry. I know I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend. I won't have any crazy thoughts about you. I just want to train with you in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian glanced at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen said nothing and stared at him, almost as if he were saying, do what you want. Only then did Yi Futian nod his head. Fine. Can you not say it so reluctantly? Lin Yueyao said as she bites her lip, upset. Yi Futian shrugged. Whatever. You, Lin Yueyao did not know what to say to him. The anger on her face gave her a unique look. The Sword Clan members standing on the side were stupefied just looking at her. Ruo Qiu was also frozen. A strange expression fell on the faces of Yin Lu and his group. Yi Futian did not seem to give a crap about Lin Yueyao's looks. It also seemed like this beautiful girl had been previously rejected by Yi Futian. She even said that Yi Futian's girlfriend was more beautiful than she was, and that she wouldn't have any crazy thoughts about him. Would Yi Futian really try something with Ruo Qiu and her sister? It was obvious now. Ruo Qiu was thinking too much, especially when Lin Yueyao had looked at her with the smile that wasn't really a smile. Ruo Qiu felt insulted. Are you happy now? Ruo Yu asked her sister. It was obvious that Yi Futian had no ulterior motives being with them. All he wanted were travel companions. He even taught her the sword technique from the stone wall. Yi Futian. Just then, Gu Cheng walked up and spoke to him with a cold demeanor. How could you allow that demon beast to attack Gu Jiang? Scram. Yi Futian gave him a quick, emotionless glance. He did not want to waste his breath on these people. If it weren't for Ruo Yu, he wouldn't have bothered to say a single word to these people after the Yin incident. At the sight of how arrogant Yi Futian was acting, the Sword Clan members were enraged. Where did this 9-star glory plane get such courage? That demon beast, leave it with us, said Wang Ju. He didn't want to discuss any further either. Stepping up, sword intent was released from his body. Feeling the power of the 4th-level Dharma plane, Yi Wuchen frowned. With one step forward, a strong force of sword will erupted from his body. In an instant, the whole area was enveloped by the powerful force. This force of will was like that of the sword wall. Do you have a death wish? Asked Yi Wuchen. His tone was sharp like the blade of a sword. The will dominated Wang Ju. He was using the will of sword to repress Wang Ju's sword intent. Yin Lu and the others looked at Yi Wuchen in great shock. How was he also enlightened by the Stonewall sword will? This attracted many people to look over. Yun Qinma also made her way over. Seeing that the conflict was growing, Ruo Yu grew worried. You have also been enlightened by the Stonewall sword will? Asked Yin Lu. In just one day, 2 people have been enlightened. There was also the Black Wind Eagle. It was enlightened by the artistic conception hidden in the Golden Rock Wall. Yin Lu stepped forward, and a stronger force of sword intent was released. The destructive power of the 6th-level Dharma plane rolled towards Yi Futian's group. Everything that happened today could only be described as strange. Since things had already come to this, they could not let Yi Futian get away so easily. Yin Lu needed answers now. Yi Futian felt Yin Lu's sword intent coming in their direction, as if he wanted to encapsulate them, forcing them to stay. Seems like I was being too nice. Yi Futian's gaze sharpened, and he looked over at Yin Lu to say, Do you have a death wish? Chapter 156. After Yi Futian spoke, the surrounding gazes all fell on him. A 9-star glory plane cultivator had asked a level 6 Dharma plane cultivator if he wanted to die. However, Yi Futian's eyes were sharp. His aura really made one feel a slight pressure as if it wasn't just a threat. Where did he get the confidence from? At least, where did he get the qualifications to say those words? Yin Lu arched an eyebrow. The sword intent was still present on his body. He gazed behind Lin Yueyao, and a few guards walked forward. This was probably the source of Yi Futian's confidence. You can try, Yin Lu uttered coldly, staring at Yi Futian. As he spoke, the air around him seemed to turn solid. The people on the stone walls watched the fight quietly. Cold animosity bloomed on Yi Futian's face. Enough. Ruoyu walked forward at this moment and stood before Yi Futian. Senior brother Yin, you've crossed the line. Come back, Ruoqiu reprimanded when she saw Ruoyu run out. Shut up, Ruoyu said to Ruoqiu. This all started because of you. Yi Futian invited us to a meal at our first meeting. Instead of being grateful, you said those ugly words at the inn. What ulterior motive would he have? Didn't you want to know how I comprehended my swordsmanship technique? Yi Futian taught me. Everyone was fixated. Yi Futian taught Ruoyu to comprehend the techniques from the stone wall? How is this possible? You're joking, Ruoqiu said coldly. You think I'm joking? Ruoyu shot back. Ruoqiu and everyone else was in disbelief. Did Yi Futian really teach it to Ruoyu? Are you speaking the truth? Yun Qinma asked. She walked forward and looked down from her position in the air. Absolutely. Otherwise, how can I do it? Ruoyu said to her. Senior sister Yun, this is all my sister's fault. Yi Futian never did anything to us. Please tell senior brother Yin to stop. Yun Qinma gazed at Yi Futian and saw him standing there quietly. Sensing her eyes, he looked up at her. Was it the musical sorcery? Yun Qinma looked at him and subtly guessed that the music from before was unordinary. Do you want to learn? Yi Futian looked at her with a smile. Yun Qinma met his eyes and said, If you're willing, you'll be the Sword Clan's friend. We will protect your safety in the Qinming city. If they became friends, today's scuffle would end and there'd be no need for more words. Yi Futian looked up at Yun Qinma. She was very pretty with some coldness. As the top disciple of the Sword Clan, she was qualified to say those words. If you want to learn, then sure. Yi Futian smiled and walked toward the music wall near the sea. Yi Wuchen, Lin Yuyo, and the others followed him. The Guqin wall was in the highest spot. Yi Futian sat down, crossing his legs, and released his Guqin spirit. He strummed the strings and music streamed out, creating an artistic conception. Then, there seemed to be unique artistic conception strength on the Guqin wall. It resonated with Yi Futian's music. It was of a figure clothed in white, playing his Guqin. Sword and Tint was born and a rock appeared. Waves crashed against land. When this artistic conception descended, the walls on each side seemed to resonate with the music. The sword and tint and music went from the sword wall to Yin Lu, digging into his ears. At that moment, he felt himself in that special artistic conception. He saw the sword in the stone wall's artistic conception. The sword transformed into thousands of threads of rain, cutting everything apart. No! That moment, everyone heard Yin Lu cry out. Their hearts trembled and they looked over. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. They saw Yin Lu's body spiral up as the sword aura shot crazily out of him. However, endless rain-like sword and tint appeared, tearing out of him. His clothing ripped apart and cuts appeared on his body. There was even blood on his neck. With a pained cry, he dropped to the ground. He grasped his wrist with blood flowing out. He trembled violently, fear filling his eyes. In the artistic conception in his mind, endless threads of sword and tint were about to drown him. The sword created by the sword and tint was unstoppable. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the sword wall. They realized with astonishment that terrifying sword and tint radiated from the poem. It bloomed and fused with the music. There was the faint shine of a dazzling sword. Yi Futian used the music to guide the stone walls and tint and attacked Yin Lu. Would you like to try? The music stopped. Yi Futian looked down on Yin Lu, and everyone trembled inwardly. Earlier, Yin Lu had told him to try and now, he really did. Ruoqiu, Ruoyu, Wang Ju, and the others were all shaking inside too. They looked at Yin Lu's pathetic state then back at Yi Futian. The boy who was still smiling and seemed easy to talk to completely changed when he began playing the Guqin. His handsome features radiated coldness and once-in-a-century talent. Behind him, Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, and Lin Yueyao stood quietly. For a moment, everyone understood why Lin Yueyao said that to Yi Futian. Probably only those who were willing to cultivate with him knew just how amazing Yi Futian was. He used his music to transmit the artistic conception and even helped Ruoyu learn the sword technique that Yun Qinma couldn't comprehend. He had comprehended the stone wall that no one had ever been able to and communicated with it. He even resonated with the walls on all sides. Only he completely understood that Song Mountain relic. He was an unparalleled talent. For so many years, countless people from the Chiming territory entered the ancient barren world and studied the Song Mountain relic, but no one could do what he did today. It was only one relic in the ancient barren world, but it proved how monstrously talented this handsome boy was. Ghastly pale, Yin Lu felt chilled. Everyone looked at him, but he kept his mouth shut. Did you think I was joking? I'll give you another chance. Do you want to die? Yi Futian asked indifferently. Earlier, he had asked if Yin Lu wanted to die, and Yin Lu told him to try. Did he have the courage to reply that again? Yi Futian placed his hands on the strings again, as if he could start again at any time. Face pale, Yin Lu lowered his head and replied, "No." Yi Futian looked at him mockingly, and then looked away as if Yin Lu didn't deserve his attention. Yin Lu was livid and extremely humiliated. Behind him, Ruo Qiu and the others watched this without a word. Yun Qianma, Lu Yuan, and everyone else in the Song Mountain relic looked at Yi Futian. You comprehended all four walls. Does that mean that you found the artistic conception of the golden rock? Someone asked. It was Lu Yuan. He could only find the powerful wind and tint from the wall. If he could comprehend it, it would be very helpful to him. It wouldn't only increase his fate. What do you think? How strong are you with the walls and tint? Lu Yuan asked, staring at him. Do you want to try? Yi Futian asked. I just want to be friends, Lu Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Friends? Yi Futian sneered. They had to be friends for him to transmit the walls and tint? Would they be enemies otherwise? Yi Futian lowered his head and played the instrument, creating another melody. As the music streamed out, the walls and tint descended again. Light glowed from the walls at once. Waves of artistic conception descended. They snaked into ears of Yi Wuqian and Lin Yueyao's group. Even the guards behind Lin Yueyao could sense the artistic conception. Hearts trembling, they glanced at the walls and started studying with no regard for the outside world. Seeing this, everyone furrowed their brows. Was he teaching the artistic conception with music in front of everyone? Many people were envious and jealous. If they could comprehend that Song Mountain relic, they could receive a lot of fate. The intent was suitable for cultivation as well and could increase their combat ability. It was beneficial to their future cultivation too. In addition, many present were suitable for cultivating the intent of these walls. For example, the Sword Clan was great for the Sword Wall. Ironically though, the Sword Clan could have become his friend but chose to be his enemy. Since Yi Futian had taught it to Ruo Yu, it showed that he didn't really care. He could help anyone who was his friend. This was only one relic site in the ancient barren world. With Yi Futian's talent, he wouldn't have to steal the fate. He could use his savviness to figure out the noble fate himself. Happy now? Ruo Yu looked at her sister coldly. What did Yi Futian want from you? Ruo Qiu was embarrassed. Yin Lu, whom they'd thought was extremely talented, had been easily defeated by Yi Futian and humiliated. A beauty like Lin Yueyao willingly followed Yi Futian. What would he want from her? What did she have that Yi Futian could want? Thinking of this now, she realized that she had just been petty. She could have comprehended all of the Song Mountain relic and even cultivate with Yi Futian. Looking around, she saw countless figures who wanted to learn, but no one dared to move. Someone from the Glory Plane had played his guqin alone and stunned everyone. What are your requirements? Yun Qianma suddenly asked. Yi Futian looked up from his guqin and smiled. He said, earlier, you gave me a choice, so I'll give you a choice too. I'm unfamiliar with the ancient barren world and need a maid. I can consider you. With his words, Yun Qianma, Ruo Qiu, and the others all hardened their eyes. Everyone stared at him, speechless. He wanted the top disciple of the Sword Clan, the pride of the world, Yun Qianma, to be his maid. Chapter 157. This guy. Everyone froze as they stared at Yi Futian. A 9-star glory plane wanted Yun Qianma to be his maid. This was too crazy. Even though Yi Futian had outstanding gifts, his level of cultivation was still too low. Plus, he was younger. It was too much for him to say such a thing. Despite what Yun Qianma had previously said, she had merely offered the thought that he would be a friend of the Sword Clan and receive their protection if he was willing to teach a member of the Call the Sword technique from the stone wall. But Yi Futian? He jumped about 1,000,000 steps ahead and asked their top disciple to be his maid. Ruo Qiu, Wang Ju, and others of the Sword Clan looked at Yi Futian. Was this the same person who had traveled alongside them? Yun Qianma stared at Yi Futian. She was the female prodigy of the Sword Clan. No one had ever dared to disrespect her in such a way. He wanted her to be a maid. However, the handsome figure at the Guqin acted as if it was a given. His innocent eyes smiled at her. Of course, Yun Qianma could feel the arrogance in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to make such a disrespectful, preposterous request. In his eyes, her identity as a female prodigy made her no different from a regular person. Was this the confidence he had in his own gifts? Although the Tsang Mountain relic was only one of the relics in the ancient barren world, there was no one else in history who had been able to understand the artistic conception of all four walls in one day. He was even able to harmonize every image. From this, he definitely had the right to be arrogant. Over the years, many prodigies from the Qinming area had stepped into Qinming City. They had all come to the Tsang Mountain relic in hopes of understanding the artistic conception of the stone walls, but none of them had been able to do what Yi Futian had done today. Not only so, but he was able to use the sound of his Guqin to teach the will of the walls to others. Even a nobody from the Sword Clan like Ruo Yu was able to cultivate the sword technique of the wall because of him. It was far better than Yun Qianma, who tried so hard to comprehend. This meant that if Yi Futian was willing to help her, Yun Qianma would be able to achieve so much more. She would reach a level incomparable by Ruo Yu. However, it was also impossible for her to sacrifice herself to become a maid just to learn the sword technique. But what if he would also teach her to understand the will of the other three walls as well? If that wasn't enough, then what about all the other things the other relics of the ancient barren world could bring her in the future? Thinking of these things was the only way Yun Qianma managed to keep calm in a situation where she should be angry. Her gaze shifted to the people behind Yi Futian. Their gifts may not compare to hers. They may also not be as capable, but with Yi Futian, she would be able to achieve everything they would. She may even acquire noble fate in the end. You really are out of line here, Lu Yuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't think too much of it. After all, the person he made a request to was Yun Qianma and not Lu Yuan. In Lu Yuan's opinion, Yun Qianma was a prodigy. She was beautiful and talented. So, Yi Futian's words were a joke. Don't worry, you won't get the chance to be my maid even if you wanted to. I won't be able to get used to it, Yi Futian replied to Lu Yuan with a smile. Females could be maids. What could males do? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded by what he said. He snorted and looked to Yun Qianma. We should just team up and break the flow of his music, then take him down. Isn't that much easier? I will take your offer. Yun Qianma had spoken. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to her. She actually said yes? Has she gone mad? Female prodigy of the Qinming area's sword clan actually agreed to be someone else's maid? Moreover, this person was at a cultivation level too much lower than herself. A mere glory plane cultivator. This was definitely not something to be proud of, especially for someone of Yun Qianma's status. Senior sister Yun, Ruo Qiu, Yin Lu, and the others stared at her in shock. They were dazed by everything that just happened. In their hearts, Yun Qianma was an existence they could not reach out to touch. Was she actually going to be a maid? And for someone they had previously not wanted to associate with, Yi Futian. This was truly a 180-degree change. They could not wrap their heads around this immediately. They could not understand. Even Yi Futian was shocked. He was unfamiliar with the ancient barren world and indeed wanted a person to help guide him through, but he was just joking when he said what he did. He did not think that Yun Qianma would actually agree to do it. He was completely taken by surprise. But to have a female prodigy as a maid should save him a lot of trouble. At the very least, he wouldn't have to have people roll their eyes at him in contempt when he tried to get information. The past experience with Ruo Qiu's group was not a happy one. Ruo Yu was very kind, but she was also too weak. Plus, there were many things she could not decide for herself. To have Yun Qianma serve as their guide would actually be quite fitting. Yi Futian smiled and began to play his instrument. A wave of artistic conception accompanied the music as it crept into Yun Qianma's mind. She could feel the force. She looked over at the sword wall immediately, and in that split second, the words on the wall seemed to have transformed into words. They continuously flowed into her mind. In Yun Shinma's mind, the sword technique had appeared. Such a strong artistic conception. Swords could be seen in her beautiful eyes. She was shocked. No wonder Ruo Yu was able to succeed in cultivation of this sword technique. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. He had just offered to join hands with Yun Shinma, but she turned around and agreed to Yi Futian's request. What's more, she was immediately able to be enlightened. What did that make him? In mere moments, Yun Shinma was taken over by fate. Sword will circled her petite body. She had a better understanding of the way of the sword to begin with, and was also of a higher cultivation level than Ruo Yu. With the help of Yi Futian's Guqin, her road to enlightenment was naturally smooth. Try out your new skills on him, said Yi Futian. Yun Shinma knew what he meant. She turned to Lu Yuan. The sword will was still flowing into her ears along with the music. A sword appeared in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, sword will swept over the entire area around them. At the sight of this, Lu Yuan turned green. The wind will he acquired through enlightenment released, and a storm brewed around him. It formed into a destructive force of hurricane sorcery and rolled towards Yun Shinma. She advanced toward him as endless amounts of sword and tint collected around her. The sword flew out of her hand, and the chi from it turned into a light rain, falling to the ground from the skies above. The hurricane storm was actually torn to pieces. Lu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a rock, appearing in front of Yun Shinma abruptly. He threw out a terrifying attack, but it was stopped by an impenetrable force field created by the rain. Lu Yuan replicated himself, and the different images surrounded Yun Shinma. He released a teleportation spell using the wind will, making the different versions of himself move around her even faster. This did not seem to have any effect on Yun Shinma. She did not attack him. Instead, she waved her sword around, and in combination with the incredible force of sword will, every drop of rain came down sharp, like a sword. Each drop contained the power of sword will. The replicated images of Li Yuan danced around Yun Shinma's body, but could never find the right time to attack. Meanwhile, her sword will was getting stronger as the sword-like rain storm grew. Yun Shinma, you're degrading yourself. Goodbye. Lu Yuan took the shape of a rock and turned to leave. The sword in Yun Shinma's hand flew out after him. In an instant, the rain formed into a line. The gleam of a sword's blade shot towards Lu Yuan at a speed greater than his own. Whoosh! A low sound was heard. Lu Yuan's body was still advancing forward at an unbelievable speed. After he had gotten a decent distance away, he stopped in mid-air. He turned around with cold eyes and looked down onto a spot on his chest. There, he was pierced by the sword will. The blood gushed from his wound continuously. This was actually the result on a Yun Shinma who was holding back. If she had attacked at full force, he would have been done with. In a flash, Lu Yuan scurried away. His voice resonated through the air as he disappeared. Until next time. Seeing that her opponent had disappeared, she felt chills. Under the influence of the Guqin, she had tested her newly acquired sword techniques perfectly. She had perfected the sword technique of the stone wall. Continue with the other two walls, said Yi Futian. Once again, he used the sound of his Guqin to transmit the artistic conceptions of the stone walls into her mind. Yun Shinma immediately looked over at another wall. Everyone around had their eyes fixated on her. When she had made her decision earlier, everyone was confused by her choice. But by the looks of the battle just now, they slowly began to understand why she agreed to Yi Futian's request. Yi Futian could make her stronger. In the pursuit of power, she decided to give up certain things. Things such as her pride as a prodigy. Although it was difficult, this was the choice she made. Also, Yi Futian did not let her down. That battle proved his worth. Watching Yun Shinma continue to her path to enlightenment with the two other walls, many people shared the same though. Is this really worth it? Only time would tell. Noticing that everyone around Yi Futian was working hard to comprehend the hidden messages the stone walls through meditation, everyone else began to so as well. At this moment, they could faintly feel that the sound of the Guqin was helpful to their comprehension of the walls. The music was gentle. As more people arrived at the Tsang Mountain relic, they were met with this strange scene. The atmosphere at this location was strange as well. Just then, a group of people arrived loudly. The formation consisted of tens of people, all of high cultivation. These people had also come to see the Tsang Mountain relic. Immediately, they saw the figure seated on top of the tallest wall, playing on his guqin. Yi Futian? A smile escaped on the face of the group leader. Their efforts had not been in vain. Let's see how he'll try to escape this time. Several other people from the Kangyi kingdom are here as well, chuckled another person. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen were the ones who ruined the Tingfeng banquet's reputation. Now, they were all here. The Kangyi kingdom's #1 beauty was here as well. These newcomers were powerful cultivators of the Nandu nation. They were also the Dharma plan prodigies chosen from the second event held by Emperor Luo after the Tingfeng banquet. Emperor Luo had spoken. Whoever killed Yi Futian would receive a heavy reward upon their return to the Nandu nation. This was an opportunity they could not miss out on. The group headed upward. Yi Futian looked toward them and recognized some faces. Among the group was Shi Lu from the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. "What do you guys want?" chuckled Yi Futian. "To take your life," someone said coldly. They charged forward suddenly, not wanting to give Yi Futian any opportunity to escape. Around the stone walls, everyone's attention was drawn to the Nandu group. They looked at the group with questioning eyes. It wasn't going to be easy to take Yi Futian's life at the Tsang Mountain relics. Chapter 158. When Yi Futian heard the other's words, cold murderous intent flashed past his eyes. It seemed that Emperor Luo's desire to kill him was still as strong as before. He tried once at the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. He had tested Emperor Ye's bottom line. If Emperor Yi hadn't done everything he could to protect Yi Futian, Emperor Luo probably would have acted. These people before Yi Futian were strangers, but wanted to kill him. It was obvious they were sent by Emperor Luo. If that was the case, then Yun Qianma, Yi Futian called. Yun Qianma was standing on a boulder not too far from Yi Futian. She faced the group charging at them, her sword intent growing. In a moment, a frightening sword intent loomed in the sky. "Kill them all," Yi Futian uttered, but his fingers didn't stop strumming the instrument strings. While he played, the intent of the sword wall seemed to meld into his music. It rushed wildly into Yun Qianma's mind, strengthening her sword intent. A sword came down, obstructing all the charging people. Then Yun Qianma flashed. Her clothing fluttered, and she descended like a gust of wind. The swords were like threads of rain, splashing at the others. The strong cultivator's expression changed slightly. He pushed his palms forward, and a burst of terrifying fire swept through. A fire elemental dragon followed. The swords came down like raining, piercing everything. They extinguished the fire and spell and went through the man's body. In a moment, blood flowed endlessly from the figure. His body shook violently, and he looked down, discovering that his body was riddled with thousands of holes. "No!" Terror rose and despair appeared in his eyes. Then he fell down from the sky. This scene made the charging people halt, all looking up to the beautiful figure. Yun Qianma didn't stop, though. Her sword intent surged, filling the vast sky. The threads of rain turned into strings. Yun Qianma swung her sword again. Her movements were light and agile. Another strong cultivator was stabbed between his eyes. Yun Qianma was already in the level 8 Dharma plane. Paired with the sword intent given by Yi Futian through the music and the sword technique she'd comprehended by herself, her abilities evolved. She was so much stronger than the pride of the sword clan from before. Thus, despite appearing weak, every move from her was fatal when she rushed into the crowd. The prides of the Nandu nation cast spells crazily to stop her, but her sword was like rain. It covered the entire space and was both strong in attack and defense. No one would overcome her. "Kill Yi Futian first." The expressions of all the Nandu people changed. They looked to Yi Futian. His music could strengthen Yun Qianma. Sorcerers skilled in wind spells rushed to Yi Futian. Yun Qianma leapt and brought her sword down continuously, but couldn't stop everyone. Two figures charged at Yi Futian. He glanced at them and said indifferently, "Is it worth it to die for Luo?" As soon as he spoke, his fingers strummed the instrument strings. In an instant, the two enemies sank into the artistic conception of the music. Violent waves swept at them. Their faces turned aghast and they stumbled back. But at that instant, sword light seemed to come out of the words on the sword wall. It transformed into a tangible sword in tint that burst from the stone. It cut through everything, sweeping at the two figures. Rain fell down. The two scrambled back, but couldn't escape from the rain. When the raindrops fell onto them, they went through the body. The men dropped from the sky. He's that powerful? Everyone looked at Futian in shock. The power of the stone walls and tint was a known fact, but they didn't expect Futian to wield it so powerfully. It seemed that even if Yun Qianma hadn't acted earlier, Lu Yuan still wouldn't be Futian's match. The Nandu people shook inwardly. They didn't know what had happened when they first arrived. After seeing Futian, they immediately thought of Emperor Luo's words and wanted to kill him for the achievement. They didn't expect to be forced into this dead end. Let's go. The figures all retreated. They clearly understood the situation. Why leave after coming? Why don't you all stay? As Futian spoke, his sword in tint grew stronger until it enveloped the entire Tsang Mountain relic. It crisscrossed, and Yun Qianma flashed continuously. The surrounding people kept seeing people drop down until everyone who went to kill Futian had fallen. The air was dead silent. Under Futian and Yun Qianma's cooperation, the dozens of strong cultivators in the Dharma Plane had all been killed. There were even those at the pinnacle of the Dharma Plane within them. This was done by relying on the stone walls and tint, but it was still terrifying. The others were thankful they didn't go against Futian. Otherwise, it would be tragic. At this time, Futian's eyes fell upon someone in the distance, Shilu. He was the only one who didn't act, so he was still alive. Why didn't you do anything? Futian asked. Even when we're out of here, I promise I'll never work for Emperor Luo. Shilu didn't seem to answer the question but was speaking for survival. Okay, if I see you work for the Luo family in the future, I will take your life. Go now, Futian said with a smile. Shilu retreated immediately. He didn't stop at all. He had a lower plane, so he didn't try. He didn't expect this to save his life. Naturally, he could tell that either Futian or Emperor Luo could kill each other, so he knew what to say if he wanted to live. After Shilu left, Yun Qianma floated into the distance. Futian looked at her and asked, "Did you comprehend everything?" Yun Qianma nodded lightly. Her gaze at Futian was very calm, neither arrogant nor lowly. She had agreed to be Futian's maid, but this didn't mean she would be under him. Futian had given her the stone walls and tint, so she fulfilled her responsibility. When Futian gave her an order, she acted without any hesitation. Good. Futian stopped playing, and the Guqin spirit disappeared. Let's return to the Qianming city, he said. Everyone had comprehended the Tsang Mountain relic and received some fate. It was meaningless to stay there. Yun Qianma stepped forward and quietly went behind Futian as if she wanted to play the role of a maid well. Ruoyu, what do you plan on doing? Futian asked with a smile. I plan on leaving the ancient barren world. I feel that I'm not suited for here, Ruoyu replied, smiling. She had some feelings after experiencing all this. Okay, let's meet again if we have the chance, Futian said. Then his group climbed onto the black wind eagle. Wind came and it flapped its wings, going forward at a much faster speed than before. Seeing the figure in the air, Ruoyu smiled and waved. This short experience was quite unforgettable. She didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again. Beside her, the anger of Ruoqiu, Wang Ju, and the others had faded. They felt numb inside. Earlier, Futian and Yun Qianma had worked together and killed so many Dharma cultivators in the snap of a finger. They were so shocked. The amazing figure that sat before the stone wall was so foreign. It seemed that he was born to look down from the top despite not being in a high plane. The black wind eagle rode the wind in the air. Aren't you afraid I'll turn back on you? Yun Qianma asked curiously, looking at Futian from behind. You agreed to be my maid, sacrificing your reputation. If it's just for the Tsang Mountain relic, then do whatever you want, Futian said to Yun Qianma with a smile. Yun Qianma studied the handsome face and said, I agreed, but there are some things I won't do. Such as? Futian's expression grew strange as he looked at her. You know what I'm saying. Yun Qianma looked away. As for anything else, I'll do my best. Futian blinked. Glancing at Lin Yueyao, he muttered, Do I seem like that kind of person? Yes. Lin Yueyao smiled and nodded. Futian frowned. Don't worry. You won't have the chance even if you want to, he muttered. Oh, Yun Qianma, what exactly is the noble fate? Yi Futian's fate bloomed. It was dazzling and towered from miles high. Yun Qianma looked at it with shock. How did he receive so much fate so quickly? Didn't Rua Yu tell you? She asked. She only told me how to receive the fate, Yi Futian answered. Yun Qianma nodded lightly. When the fate becomes strong enough, it'll change in quality and become the noble fate with noble intent. This is the power belonging to those in the noble plane. Receiving the noble intent in the Dharma plane means that you can at least be a noble in the future. Therefore, the most powerful in the Eastern Barren territory choose those who receive the noble fate in the lower ancient barren world as their disciples. Those in the upper ancient barren world were already above the arcana plane and entered to break into the noble plane. They didn't have as much potential as those talents who could receive the noble will in the lower ancient barren world. The noble fate has different levels too. You probably felt that the intent from the stone walls can be at the noble level. Therefore, once you accumulate enough, it can transform into true noble will. This type of noble fate is a lower level. Yun Qianma continued. Some even stronger geniuses can use the fate that they receive to figure out the noble fate by themselves. For example, I'm a swordsman in training. I only perceive sword fate or use all fates to cultivate the sword intent until I create sword intent at the noble level. This is pure noble fate and is the middle level. Even more monstrous figures can perceive different types of noble will in the Dharma plane. These terrifying people will have the upper-level noble fate. If someone can have this fate, all the top forces will fight for him, but this is too rare. I heard that even if someone like that exists, he'll be someone already trained by the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.